Oh, hey. How's it going? Welcome to the show. Who's here today? Say hi. What's up, Bialzul? What's up, Salty? Tom, how's it going? What's up, Astro? Tyler, how's it going? Doodle Boy, what's up? Iltune, bro. We gotta go turbo. You know we gotta go turbo. Hello. Oh my god, we got a lot of new people in the tube. What's up? What's up, Professor Nugget? Enderman, welcome back. Rogue, how's it going? Goblin, Tyler, Quentin, lovely to see you. Lady Azalea, oh god, we got nobility in the house. Everybody, calm down. Calm down. Vampstrom, Shades of the Mothman, welcome back. Izzy, Bastodon, Shunziji, hello. John, hello. Blessed, hello. Gilded, hello. Void, hello. Enderman, hello. It's been a while. That's okay, man. What's up, Mr. Salt? What's up? Who just gave me a sub? Neon Gurin. You finally caught stream again. It has been a while. Well, welcome back. You've been with me for 3 months. That's crazy. Ah. What's up, Goran S'more? What's up, Salt? What's up, loser? The loser from downtown? Man. Dang! You're a loser? No, you're not. I bet you're a special guy. A very special guy. The sickness is not totally past yet, no, but it's on its way out. What's up, Nug? You're excited to catch a stream? Have you not seen me before live? Here. Ah, look at this. We could talk like this all night if you want. You guys get to see I have different vibes on stream sometimes. I can turn my eyes into mouths and my mouths into eyes. I think it looks creepier like this, but sometimes people like this more. I don't know. We'll keep it like this for a hot second. Anyway, welcome to the show. That's crazy. You're crazy. You want that filter on the whole stream? We'll do a stream like that at some point. Yeah, I'm on Twitch and YouTube. I don't know if that's my true form, but it's a form. Any update on the tentacle reveal? No. Why are the Twitch subs set to 101? I gotta fix that. That's crazy. Twitch, what are you doing? Calm down. Let's be reasonable, please. Okay. I know we have high goals, but we have to set reasonable, you know, blocks up to those goals. You just finished 3D printing dice. That's cool. A dice tower. That's cool. This is your first time seeing one of my streams? Well, welcome, Torin. This is what they are. You just get a big close-up of my face. Sometimes you get a couple of my faces. Sometimes you get one of my face. Sometimes you get a bunch of my face. Here, wait. This one, hey, this isn't doing what it's supposed to do. Why? Oh, wait, what's happening here? Oh! Oh! Look, you can like grow little me's. Look at all of the little me's. Anyway. Everybody say hi to each other. What's up, Rob? How's it going? Mr. Hartley GM, you fiend. You sensual tyrannosauri. Robert Hartley GM is a very funny fellow, if you don't know who he is. Also, guys, say hi to each other. Sorry, I forgot to say that. Say hi to each other. Hello, hello, chat. Hi, hi. Ah! Chat! Help! Chat, pull me up. Chat, pull me back. I got a little, yeah, thank you. The yoink helped. Okay, okay. Anyway. I'm gonna get squished. That was close. We almost all got squished for a second. All right, everybody calm down. What are we doing tonight? Did you guys all say hi to each other yet? Hopefully. Hi, welcome to the show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, chat. Chatters. You lovely fiends. Getting a message from Patrick, my dungeon master. That's very cool. Everybody calm down. Thank you, Alyssa. The music's fire. Thank you. I did not write it, but I'll take credit for that. Anyway, we're looking at some homebrew today. You like my pink shirt? It used to have a big crazy... It used to have like a big design on it that I put on it because I painted it. But then all the paint came off in the dryer. So you can't... It sort of just looks like a mess now. But it used to be a pretty cool little piece of art that I wore across my form. Turns out fabric paint doesn't always work well in the dryer. It is still a cool shirt, and it is still a cool butt. Tyler, you just submitted your first homebrew? That's very cool. How do I make a druid who's an animal, though whom humans are like animals? How do I make that not annoying? What does that mean? So you wild shape into a human? That... I don't actually know if that would work. I mean, you could do that, but you would essentially be playing a character that wasn't a D&D character. Unless you were going to be just flavoring being an animal, but still being like picking... Like you could flavor it as you are a bear, but you could be a tabaxi, or you could be a Goliath, but you would still be a Goliath. If you wanted to actually be a bear all the time and then wild shape into a human, I feel like you would... I mean, I guess you would just switch it, so you'd only have your bear powers unless you wild shaped, and then you would have your spellcasting powers, but I actually don't think that would be very strong. So I don't know. Yeah, also humans are humanoids, not beasts. You know, we have on the channel, on more than one occasion, seen homebrew that people made that was special druid wild shapes where they could wild shape into humanoids. So you could wild shape into a archer or a noble. I thought they were interesting ideas. I think that those things that could work. That's a weird idea. Druids need to calm down. You say so. Anyway, tonight we're doing Homebrew Wheel. Homebrew Wheel. And it's no prompt. Open-ended tonight. You can submit anything you want. So you have a subclass, a spell, a monster, a magic item, whatever. Send it in. And we'll give it a gander together. Does that sound good? I hope so. The way you would switch between being a human and an animal really quickly would be you would have two stat blocks. You would have a character sheet in one form, and then you would have a stat block for your animal, or vice versa. You would have a stat block for your character that's an animal, and then a or a character sheet for your character that's animal, and then a stat block for your humanoid form. You wouldn't change your stats each transformation. That would be tedious. You're looking forward to Thursday's call-in show. Thursday's not a call-in show. I think... Wait, is Thursday a call-in show? I thought Wednesday was the call-in show this week. Wednesday's Homebrew review. But if we need to do a couple call-ins on Thursday... No, yeah. Wednesday's call-in show. Thursday's Homebrew review. But if we need to do a couple call-ins on Thursday, we can do a call-in or two if we need to. You know. You copied some spell descriptions. You can't get rid of the background in Google Docs. Highlight it and click the little background color button and change it. Or when you copy it, don't copy paste. Don't, you know, paste unformatted. You silly goose. Come on, man. You're the Enderman. You're supposed to know this shit. No wheel ever again? What do I like more, Beast Barbarians or Shifters? Beast Barbarians. Shifters are fun, though. You have an idea of an artificer that grafts parts of creatures onto themselves to boost their abilities. That's a neat idea. I have seen a couple artificer subclasses that do similar things. I think the tricky thing, if you're going to do that, is how to build it in a way that it's not just a subclass that gives you a bunch of new infusion-esque options, but is actually like a game mechanic beyond just here's tables of things you pick from. Like, I think the key is to try to think about it a little bit in a, like, what type of mechanic could use to represent that wouldn't just be here's 17 different new infusions. X Crosshairs, thank you for the prime. That's very kind of you indeed. We're live, baby. Where do we submit Homebrew? If you're on Twitch, you do Command Wheel, and it should pop up. And if you are on YouTube, it's in the video description. But also, Robert, I will tell you that if you ever want to do a Homebrew review with me, and you want me to read some of your Homebrew, we could also just do that. Because you're special. You get special privileges. So we could also just do that sometime. On or off stream. You've lost your everything. Your apartment's burned down. I'm very sorry. You didn't lose your phone. Because you could be on Twitch. So you can at least call people. But I'm sorry, that's rough. Maybe body altering artificer. You could use Simic Hybrid. Simic Hybrid is good for that. I have a bunch of spells and feats and stuff. Yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. I love talking about feats. People don't send me enough feats to read. Feats are so fun. I love feats. I love hands too. You're not much of a stream watcher, but I deserve a prime. Oh, that's very kind of you. X Crosshairs. I could use some of those hairs. I'd put them right here. Fill out this fucking wasteland. Dude, I love every single part of the human. You guys are so fucking weird. You don't make any sense. You're all goopy and bony. You're gonna be like me when you grow up bald? Amen, brother. Okay, let me see what's going on with the wheel. Did we get any submissions yet? Oh, yes, we did. Okay. We have quite a few. I should have been looking at that earlier. You guys want to see what the wheel looks like? Probably not, right? How many is it? Right now, the number is 62. Boom! Uh-oh. Why is the format fucked? Oh, did I click the wrong one? All right, let's do that one. Bigger picture. Hello, wheel. Hey, Tayden, what's up? This is everyone. Everyone! I'm gonna burp soon. I'm still a little sick. But I have tea, 2 types of cough drops. So I'm fucking ready to go. But I am gonna try to... I hear, for example, right now. I'm gonna try to mute when I cough. Because I don't want to be completely obnoxious. But I might miss up. I might mess up. So I apologize in advance if I'm a little gross tonight. I hope you'll forgive me. Your name isn't on the wheel? Are you sure? You might be this person that didn't put your name in the right spot. I see this person didn't... Let's see. This person didn't put a name. This person didn't put a name. So, you know, you're probably one of those people, I guess. You might not have submitted to the right thing also. It's probably one of those situations. Oh, you're just dumb? Also reasonable. Anyway, we got a pretty big wheel tonight. And I think it will grow. And I'm excited to explore with you guys. I want you all to remember that when we look at Homebrew tonight, there are a couple things we are going to do and a couple things we're not going to do. What we are going to do is try to understand the goal of the Homebrew. What we are going to do is try to give feedback based on our reaction to the Homebrew. We're going to try to talk about it based on how it makes us feel. We're going to try to give... Oh, shit. We're going to try to give a little guidance. Or suggestions. We are going to be open if we think something is confusing. We are going to be open if we think something is not being expressed in a way that is helpful to the piece. If someone edits the form, it does not change it in the chart. So if you change your name on the form, I will not be able to find you. So don't do that. But you're more than welcome to listen to the person who says they think it does change it. But they're wrong, it doesn't. It might change it in this document, but it's not going to change it on the wheel. So if your name is this on the wheel and something else in the document, I'm not going to be able to find you. Welcome, Trudosio. How's it going, buddy? So we're gonna try to be understanding, but we're also gonna be ruthless, okay? Which means we don't need to sugarcoat. If something is confusing, I'm gonna say it's confusing. If I think reading something is like hurting my brain, I'm gonna talk about that. Because it's a part of the game. But what we're not gonna do is we're not gonna be mean. We're not gonna tell anybody they're stupid. We're not gonna tell anybody they're bad. We're not going to do anything to put down the author. And we are going to remember that every single piece of homebrew that's on this wheel for tonight is made by a person that probably has feelings. And at the end of the day, they're just excited to share their homebrew and maybe looking to grow a little bit. So that's I just want everyone to remember that before we dive in. Also, that doesn't mean I'm not going to tear your piece apart, because if you force me to read something that's tedious, I am going to express my frustration with dealing with that tedium. you don't need to listen to any of my advice. It doesn't really matter if you don't want to. It's just me. I'm just some fucking guy. But I'm also not looking for you to defend why you wrote your piece the way you did, unless I am completely missing something. Because what you're getting from me is an honest reaction to your piece as it's being presented. So if something doesn't come across the way that you intended, that's not necessarily something that is bad. What that means is you as the writer can take a note. Oh, Cinder doesn't understand what I'm trying to do here. Enderman, thank you for the 10. Says, hey, I don't know if I'm on the wheel, but I'm on the dock. So here, and also here's $10, and you are cool. Enderman, I hope you're on the wheel. Thank you for the 10. If you fill out the form correctly, you will be on the wheel. I believe in you. Okay, was that enough? Was that enough preamble to talk about to just get everybody in the right headspace? Oh, I guess I'll also say this right now. I also there's some things I can't review because I just don't know them that well. So if you made like a Blood Hunter subclass, I'm not gonna be able to review that. And if you send me like the subclass to a homebrew class out of context, I won't really be able to review that either. Enderman, I'm going to be honest, I have no fucking idea what you're talking about. I would love to help you, but I'm running the stream right now. So what I'm going to suggest you do is if you're having trouble figuring out how to check things on the wheel or what is going on with your homebrew, I would ask for help in the Discord. And I wish you luck. Homebrew classes or monsters acceptable today? Yes, sir. Anything can be on the wheel today. Absolutely anything. Blood Hunter is a homebrew class. I agree 100%. I agree 100%. Percent? I don't know. I don't speak English that well. All right. The bottom of the list right now is Raiko. Let's see. Do we have anybody final new people? We have 2. Enderman, there you go. You got on there. Now chill the fuck out. Boom. The wheel is on the wheel? Yep, that's often the case. We have the wheel in the chat. There they are. Should we give it a spin? Should we start? We could start. It's 6:30. I wanted to start at around 6:30. That's when I said I was going to start. All right, I have to cough. 1 second. Icky. All right, I need a cough drop. First cough drop of the stream. We're starting with the Halls Relief. Lemon. Honey lemon at that. Oh, I got Ricolos too. They're for later. They're the dessert cough drop. Shit's bussin'. Thank you for the 5. Says, how are you so handsome and wise? Pain and growth and lots of chocolate milk. All right. Final thing. Let's get the last. We got. Look, whoever. Okay, guys. I appreciate that you guys are really bad at reading instructions, but this person, whoever you are, you said I know the flavor text sucks. You didn't write your name on the form, so I can't put you on the wheel. So there's probably at this point there's now 3 or 4 of you out there that are fallen soldiers. Because you didn't put a name, so we can't review your piece. So if you're one of those people, I don't really know how to fix that, other than to just say, I'm sorry, and I hope that you do a better job of reading instructions next time. In fact, I'm gonna get some sad music ready because inevitably there's gonna be more people that have fucked up, and we need to be ready to give them some respect. Some sad respect. Dude, it's crazy. People are so bad at reading instructions. I don't even know what to do about it. Hello. I'm doing well. How are you doing? All right, let's spin the wheel. Also, let's change the music a little bit. You don't even know I'm playing fucking music. You guys are like, you playing music? Let's go to the realm of fantasy. Also, shit, I wanted to mention this. I completely forgot. D&D announced its publication release for next year, in case anybody's curious. I'm not going to go over it right now because I forgot to. But there's a new Vecna book coming out, and then some Infinite Staircases, and then September, November, February is when we're getting the new Player's Handbook, Dungeon Master's Guide, and Monster Manual. We'll see how that goes. All right, now let's spin. Boo! Starting with Treach, eh? I'm pretty sure this isn't get reviewed on the subclass wheel. I looked back and checked. I made this because I felt inspired by your shirt. My shirt? This shirt? What did you make that was inspired by my shirt? What a strange... I'm so curious. Way of the Nether Claw. Okay. What shirt? God, okay, I'm so sorry. Did you say shirt or did you say something else? That's going to be driving me crazy this whole... What shirt? Chat, what fucking okay, we'll get there. But if you guys want to take a look at the document with me. Boop, boop, boop. I think it went into... Did it go to all the places that it needs to go to? I had Restream do it here. Here it is in Twitch. Here it is in fucking YouTube. The shirt with the Nether Claw on it. Oh! Oh, I didn't realize that shirt. Okay, cool. Oh, maybe it's a short? Is text-to-speech off? I don't think so. Text-to-speech should be working. I haven't, no one's done any this stream, but I haven't changed it in any way. Oh, I made a short about a shadowy monk. Guys, can I be honest with you? I forget, I would say, 60% of the things that I make pretty quickly after I make them. The key to my success is having the sand mandala relationship to art. You make it, you put a lot of energy into it, you put as much time and focus and excitement as you can into it, you're very present while you make it, and then you put it out into the world, and then you forget about it. You let it blow away into nothing. But I'm glad it has an impact on you. Alright, let's take a look at this this homebrew. Way of the Nether Claw. I like the name. I feel like it's a cool vibe for a monk. I like claws. I like claws. I like nether. You are a cursed being. Oh, one of the other things that I wanted to say, just because people were mentioning this in the comments of my other live, I'm not going to rush to read people's homebrew. The goal here is not to get through as many pieces as possible. That's never the goal. The goal is to give us every piece as much time as it deserves and to try to learn and have fun and just be present while we're looking at it. So if you're one of the people that feels like I'm doing a disservice by not getting through a lot of things on the wheel, I'm just going to say you can go fuck yourself. That's not the vibe I want to do. But I don't think most people feel that way. I think most people are down for me to take my time. I just want to reiterate it because there were some mean comments about it on a live of mine recently. All right, let's take a look. You are a cursed being, one of shadows and despair, and you manifest it through your martial arts and ki. I might say you manifest them, or I don't, honestly, I might even just cut this last part out because this is a cool sentence. I don't think we necessarily need the phrase of our manifestation here. I might make this its own sentence and put it at the end, or just change it and make its own sentence. This is a really punchy opener. I let that be the opener. You can meld your hand into dark claws, cursing and bringing death upon your targets. Okay, so what I'm going to say here is this is fine for flavor text. Like, if you don't want to spend a lot of time on flavor text, this definitely works. This is what I would call solid flavor text. You're doing everything you need to. You're giving the vibe. You're giving the description of what is happening. And you're making it really quick. That being said, I do think that it might behoove you to not be quite so literal with the physical claw here. Mention the claw, but the place to be more specific, I think, is the second part of the sentence. Because this is a little too vague. I feel like, what is the vibe? Like, give us, you meld your hand into a dark claw that you use to carve through people's fate and, bring, that curses creature. I don't know exactly, but I just feel like it's a little too on the nose for the claw and not what the claw does. That's my opinion. But overall, I think it's really solid flavor text.
Interrupting duck says quack.
That it does. And it looks like text-to-speech is working. Magnificent. This is pretty solid. I haven't read it at all yet, but I hope so. Whenever I see something that has a really strong vibe like this, I'm going to be really honest with you guys. If your flavor text, and this actually probably is just good to know because I bet most people feel this way when they read Homebrew. When your title and your flavor text are really evocative, what it does is it makes me hope. No, super chats don't go to text-to-speech. What it does is it makes me, I can try to set that up later, but when I was having all of my overlays mixed together, it was it was breaking things. But I read all the super chats out loud, so you still get them read. Maybe we'll switch that at some point. But what I was going to say was, when your flavor text is very evocative and very punchy, it makes me as the reader really hopeful that it's going to be cool, which I think is a really good attitude to enter Homebrew with. Yeah, exactly. You could say mend your hand. You could say your claws instead of meld your hand to the claws for sure. For sure. Listen, guys, I'm trying to figure out how to do the streaming on multiple things. I'm a one-man show a lot of the time, so I fuck up the tech a lot. Let's see what these claws do. The Nether Claw. When you choose this tradition at 3rd level, you can meld your hand into a dark claw. As a bonus action, you can expend a key point to transform 1 or 2 of your hands into dark claws for 1 minute. I think you can just say claw after you describe it as dark the first time. While these claws are active, you gain the following effects. Your unarmed strikes deal necrotic damage. Say deal. Maybe I can say do. And once per turn, I would say. Not a turn. Once per turn, you can add your wisdom modifier to 1 damage roll. Okay. I think you need to clarify what this damage roll is for. Even though it's obvious. It's obvious it's for your unarmed strikes, but I think you need to say that. Is there another word for thesaurus? Of course. What's up, Sloth? Welcome to the show. Okay, so let's see what Sweeping Claws does. When you make an unarmed strike using your claws, you can expend a key point to target an additional creature within range. You roll attack for each target, but use the same damage roll. Huh. Okay. So, here's what I would say. I would probably rewrite this whole opening, and I would keep these features, but I would make them all bullet points. So I would say you can spend a key point to transform your hand into a claw. For a minute, while you have the claws, you gain the following effects. Bullet point. Your unarmed strikes can deal necrotic damage instead of bludgeoning, period. Bullet point 2. Once per turn, when you deal damage with your unarmed strikes, you can add your wisdom modifier, period. Bullet point. When you, after you successfully, like when you hit a creature with an unarmed strike, you can expend a key point to target an additional creature within range. You use the same attack roll, you roll a new attack roll, but use the damage roll from the triggering attack, something like that. But I think that'll help make it a little bit more clear. So this is sort of like a weird alternative to the Astral Self Monk, because the Astral Self Monk works in a similar way, where they have like a thing that activates when they use a key point. This is very different than giving us something that triggers from like a core feature. It's not necessarily a bad thing. I do want to check the Astral Self Monk just for a second. So the one thing that I want to point out here, and this is what I wanted to check, is yours is quite a bit stronger than the Astral Self Monk in terms of damage output, but that's really the only thing that makes yours stronger. The Astral Self Monk, it's not getting any extra damage. It's getting a little bit more range, but the main thing that I want to point out here is that it lasts for, I think it lasts for 10 minutes. It lasts for 10 minutes, and when you activate it, you do a little explosion of damage. So I think it's okay to make this one a little bit more powerful if you want it to be briefer. But I think that by limiting it to 1 minute, you are also making this subclass feel really lackluster at 3rd level. Because you really aren't going to use this feature that much, because that resource that you're using to activate this feature is the same resource you're using to use any of your monk features. So what I would probably do if I were you is either change the dynamic of this feature so that it can be on for a longer time, or maybe have it so it's always on, but just modify these extra features a bit. Or if you want to keep it hyper-focused like this monk needs another feature at 3rd level that's like a passive all-the-time on feature, to help them feel like they're getting something, because they're going to not really get to use, like, this is like, in a lot of ways, way worse than like a Barbarian rage, because this is like a Barbarian rage if you also had to expend a rage when you wanted to use reckless attack. You could tie it to proficiency bonus, so it would just sort of be like a special feature and it doesn't use key points at all. That's definitely a way you could do it. I think there's a lot of ways you could do it, but that's what I think. I like the vibe of it. I think that it's just, you know, it's making you hit more and do more damage, and I think that's fine. I think that's cool. I could also very realistically see you taking either of these features out, either the extra wisdom modifier or the sweeping claw. I could see you taking them completely out at 3rd level and putting them behind 6th level or another level so that you could make this thing last longer, and then giving it something else too. I could see that for sure as well. And you could maybe tie in something that would be a little bit more magical and less just straight up damage. So like, for example, let's say at 3rd level, you only got the necrotic claw. You only got Claw of Death. You didn't get any of Sweeping Claws. You could make it so that when you hit something with Claw of Death, it could not recover hit points until the end of your next turn, or the start of your next turn. You know, you could give it those sort of extra features if you wanted to. Let's take a look at the 6th level feature. Rotting Curse. You're not dumb. You just are being... You're just a little dumb. I'm glad Shunziji. I'm glad I'm a good distraction. Yeah, I would do preventing healing here. I wouldn't do marking creatures and that sort of thing. This doesn't... There's so many fucking things that mark creatures and do that. I feel like it's a... I don't think we need that. I don't think... If we can avoid shoving that mechanic in here, I would love that. Although this thing is supposed to, like, curse creatures, so maybe it actually would fit in. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Let's look at 6th level. Rotting Curse. At 6th level, you can use your claws to curse your targets. After you hit on attack with your claws, you can use your bonus action to expend a key point to curse them for 1 minute. Oh, you literally are doing that next. That's so funny. I apologize for saying I don't like that mechanic, because you might. While they are cursed, you have advantage on all attack rolls against that creature. Additionally, you can use your action to expend a key point to do your unarmed strike damage plus your wisdom modifier necrotic damage to the cursed... What? What is this last part? Okay, so let me see if I'm understanding this correctly. At 6th level, you can make it so you have advantage on all attacks against the creature for a minute. You can also just use your action to automatically make them take some damage. That's the way that I'm reading that. If that's not what that's intended to be, that's what then you don't need this last part at all, because this doesn't mean anything other than that, and you need to make that more clear. I would say additionally, you can use your action and expend a key point to automatically deal an amount of necrotic damage equal to your unarmed strike plus your wisdom modifier to the cursed creature. You could do something like that if you wanted to write that in. But I'm going to be honest. I don't know if I love this feature on this monk. And I'll tell you why. It doesn't feel like it's growing in an interesting direction for me. On one hand, you have pieces that are growing in ways that make me feel like they're not helping each other. So we're getting an ability to attack multiple creatures. And then immediately after that, we're getting a feature that really benefits us attacking one creature. And this just feels like redundant and doesn't make sense. I don't think this would make sense as a feature. If this is intended to allow you to do automatic damage to your target, why it doesn't tie into the first part at all? And it just feels weird. It just feels like weird. So I wouldn't do that. And I don't know, man. All these pieces feel really one note so far. I'm doing more damage. I'm doing more damage. I'm doing more damage. I'm doing more damage. Every single thing here is just I'm doing more damage. And I wish we were getting a little bit more than just I do more damage. I know that they're not all literally I do more damage, but that is what they all are. This is literally I do more damage. This is I hit more creatures. This is I hit more easily. This is I automatically deal damage. So that's an issue. The other issue is that every single piece of this puzzle so far requires key points to use. And you really, by 6th level as a monk, and I know that I'm sure a lot of the pieces don't do this automatically, but you don't have a lot of key points as a monk. So the way that you make features work with key points is either you tie them into other monk features. So a feature happens when you use Step of the Wind or Flurry of Blows, so you're sort of double dipping on key point use. Or you have some features that you can just always do that are not tied to key points at all. But you need one of those pieces needs to be here, and I think it needs to be here by level 6. Geostellar was suggesting some sort of debuff. Yeah, I thought that's what I was thinking. Why not at 6th level, when you hit a creature with your claw attack, you can cast Bane on them. You can Bane a creature. That would be cool. I don't know. I agree, though. I want the claw to be more than just do more damage. So that's my feedback so far. Because right now it's a lot of just do more damage. What's up, Dr. Veritas? You could even do stuff like you could have the claw do like, you know, weird damage to, you know, you could have it insta-kill certain types of plants. You could have it turn off lights. You could have it, you know, do weird stuff to physical objects. I don't, you know, you could give it weird extra-dimensional vibes if you really wanted to. They're also both using bonus action. Yeah, I forgot, but that is a good point. There's a lot of bonus action double dipping so far as well. Doing a vampiric touch-like effect could also work for sure. DM Nick, you've been super sick? I've been pretty sick too. It's going around. Then we have the ever-morphing claws at 11th level. Ooh! You thought these claws were gonna stay the same? You thought they were done morphing? You sly old fool. These claws are ever morphing. At 11th level, you can meld your claws into dark, writhing tentacles. When you would normally make an attack with your claws, you can expend a key point to temporarily morph your claws into tentacles. You literally say the same thing twice here. Get rid of this first half. This attack has a range of 5 times your proficiency, but this is you're right. You are writing this in the most fucking complicated way possible, and it's annoying me. This attack has a range of 5 times your proficiency bonus, and it is a grapple check. What does that mean? You can use your wisdom or dexterity rather than strength. When you successfully grapple a creature with this, you can expend your movement speed to pull them closer. The creature grappled by these tentacles takes your wisdom modifier necrotic damage at the start of each of its turns. Okay. Here's what you say. Here's how you make this feature. Don't do any of this math. Just give it a range. Don't make it a weird special attack where you have to use a key point to turn your claw into a hand, and then you're not even making an attack roll. Just say what you're doing. So how about this? At 11th level, you can meld your claws into writhing, writhing, grasping tentacles. When you would, when you take the attack action on your turn, you can spend a key point to replace one of your attacks with the following special feature. Target a creature within 60 feet of you, 30 feet of you. They have to make a contested athletics check against your wisdom score. Or better yet, just make them make a dexterity saving throw against your monk save DC. That would actually make way more sense. On a failure, they are grappled. And you can... they are grappled. And I would not do the movement thing. I would just let you pull them towards you. And then I would say you can't make attacks with that claw while you maintain the grapple. Just like that. Just make it a special move. You don't need to do all this dancing back and forth here. And I don't think we should lose our movement speed to pull them closer. I think we should just be able to pull them closer. I think it's an interesting idea. It's a little bit... I'll be honest, it's the first feature that to me is interesting after the idea, because everything else is just damage. Like, I wish we were getting this kind of stuff earlier. It does not feel particularly strong for an 11th level feature, especially considering how one note our other features are. But I do like it quite a bit once you figure out how to word it in a way that makes sense. I think this could be really cool as a utility if you could swing it around. Yeah, that would be cool. If you could also target a surface and you could, like, grapple hook yourself, swing to the surface. That would be really cool. I think it would be more. What about this? Like, what if you dropped the Netherclaw doing anything other than necrotic damage? And at 3rd level, the feature that you got with the Netherclaw was that you could attempt to pull creatures towards you, or you could attempt to Spider-Man around. I think that would be really cool. I would almost wish it started there. But that's just me. Okay. I think it's a cool idea. It feels like it should be earlier in the piece, though. Who's on first? What's on second? At 7th level, we get Total Transformation. Ah, nothing like a classic monk with a avatar state at 17th level. You turn into a nether beast. When you transform your hand into your claw, you can expend 4 key points to change your entire body. When you use this feature, you gain the following effects. Your strength and dex increase by a bunch, your size is large, and you gain some temporary hit points. And any attack that hits is a critical if the target is smaller than you, and you can target an additional creature with your sweeping claws. Okay, you can't... I'm going to be very blunt here. You can't do automatic crit on everything smaller than you. That's silly. Even at 17th level, that's silly. The 2 additional claw attacks and everything else is probably fine. This... I feel like you just kind of pulled... It just feels too... The scaling feels so fucking similar to the Awakened Astral Self Monk. I wish it felt more different. I like this concept for the monk. I especially like the idea of pairing it with a charger and pulling myself towards an enemy. Yeah, that would be really cool. I like it. I like the core concept. I think the mechanics need some nuance and some work. I would probably scrap 17 and try to come up with something different there. And reorganize your other features. And this seems like you got a lot of influence from the Astral Self. I'm not sure if you did or if you didn't. But if you did not, then you should definitely check it out. Because the Astral Self does a really good job of making a transformative monk that also gets features that feel... like they're not all directly being super one note, just making you do more damage. Temporary stat changes are really awkward to calculate. That's a good point. I probably wouldn't... I mean, I would just drop the whole feature and try to come up with something new here. I'm not a big fan. I don't think anything this is doing is particularly selling the fiction of a nether claw. It's just like you become big and hit more. It's like, why is that a nether claw thing? I don't know. I would just try to come up with something new. Those are my thoughts. Thank you, Treach, for sharing. Chat, let's give Treach a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Oh, Treach. Enderman, thank you for the 2, said, favorite homebrew class you've seen? Favorite homebrew class I've seen? Huh. I don't know. That's a hard question. I don't, honestly, probably the best homebrew class I've seen is probably something that I've read a while ago. I don't look at whole homebrew classes that often. There was one that was a homebrew class that was a minion-based class, where it was sort of like you had a giant monster and you were like a really little guy, and that was a pretty cool class. But I don't have a favorite one. And thank you for the 3. Can't stay, but wanted to show support. Well, I appreciate that. Correct enough to call you out. That's a fun username. All right, thank you, Treach. Let's see. Bottom of the list is Gord. Who's the bottom of the list now? Down. Alrighty. Should we spin again? Mamo, don't passive aggressive is annoying here. Be chill or be quiet. Bucket. Boop. Alfredo sauce. Alfredo sauce. A contentious sauce. You're thinking of making a pilot class or subclass where you get a mech to ride in. That could work. We had an Artificer mech pilot for the Cosmic campaign book, or the Cosmic compendium that our subreddit made together. It was pretty cool. Tradosio made it, I believe. This is a subclass based on the video game Hollow Knight. All right, I'm not super familiar with Hollow Knight, so we'll see if it stands on its own two legs. While reading, note the first feature gets better with more attacks. Okay. I think that it's mostly balanced, although I'm unsure about the last feature. Insight on that will be appreciated. Well, if you're worried about the last feature, I have some good news. The final feature of any subclass that gets their feature after level 15 is not that important, because you're really going to get access to it for like maybe 3 sessions. Okay, here is the YouTube version. Here we go on Twitch. I apologize to all the Hollow Knight fans that are sad that I'm not super familiar with Hollow Knight. I hope you forgive me. Void Heart! You have learned to harness the soul of your enemies and infuse it with void, a dark emptiness, to utilize it, gaining the upper hand in battle. Man, I'll tell you what, this is a great sentence, and then it turns into this fucking run-on gobbledygook, so I would put a period here, and whatever the idea is you're trying to get across in this last bit, write it like a complete sentence in normal, regular writing in English, and it will read a lot better. Let's see what we get at first. You got to say what levels we get these features at. You don't actually say that. Oh, yes, you do. 3rd level. I would get rid of these opening. If you're gonna have an opening sentence if you're gonna have an opening thing, the opening sentence has to say the level. At 3rd level, you've gained the ability to use souls inside you to manifest power. At 3rd level, you've learned to harness, because what's going to end up happening is what just happened to me, where somebody's like, what the fuck level do I get these at? And they're going to get annoyed. And you don't want them to get annoyed. How dare I not play every game? I'm sorry! Agawin says this should be a magic item. That's their opinion. I don't know yet. I haven't seen it. Let's see what we get at 3rd level. Looks like at 3rd level we get 2 features. Soul Reaper and Manifest Soul. You've learned to harness the souls of your enemies. Starting at 3rd level, when you hit a creature that has a CR of 0 or higher, you gain 1 soul point. You can only have a maximum of 3 soul points at once. The maximum number of soul points you can have at once increases by 1 at 8th, 13th, and 18th. The souls of your enemies can be held inside you indefinitely. You lose all soul points on a short or long rest. Okay, so it's basically a charge mechanic based on hitting creatures. I don't know why you said CR 0 or higher. The only thing I could think of for why you would put this would be that you're trying to avoid the bag of rats situation, but bag of rats are CR 0. So by saying CR 0 or higher, you might as well just say creature. Like, this is not anything. But you've basically written here is that the creature, it has to be at least the creature that is the lowest possible strength the creature could be, or higher than that. Oh, it says higher than CR 0. Then I would just list what CR. Did you not want to have to look up CRs to figure out what number that was? Just write that number. You can make a CR8 bag of rats? How? Either way, if I were you, I would list CR 1/8 or higher. But this core mechanic could be fine. It depends. It really depends on what we can spend the points on. Also, I noticed that we're not getting any saving throw feature. We have a lot of moves. If any of the things we're going to get are saving throw based, they should probably come with its own unique sort of spell save in the same way that like the Eldritch Knight or the Rude Knight does. And if it does, you would want to list that right up here. You have the ability to use the soul inside you to manifest powers. At 3rd level, you learn 2 of the following soul manifestations, and you learn 1 more at 7, 1 more 10, and 1 more 15. Okay, so we're copying Battle Master growth here. In addition, you can change one of the soul manifestations when you get those. Okay, here we go. So we're getting it down here. Okay, so it's con modifier, ability score use. I'm going to be honest. I don't love the growth of utility that comes with the Battle Master. If we're going to be getting more uses of the features than the Battle Master, the only way that that's really okay, and honestly the only way that this system in general is okay, is if the things we're spending soul points on are across the board less impactful than Battle Master maneuvers. Because while we do not have infinite uses, we essentially do have infinite uses. Focus Soul is a bonus action on your turn. You can spend 3 soul points to use your second wind feature, even if you've already used it. Okay, so right off the bat, this doesn't work. This is infinite healing. So you can't give us infinite healing. Because you can always hit stuff. I will give you an example of how this could be broken. If I punch my friend 3 times, I could use my second wind. Yep, Cheap Tactics had the exact same thought. So yeah, so I'm going to be honest with you. If the first thing I'm seeing for the soul points is an infinite heal hack, that's not boding too well for me. Also, if you're going to be giving a bunch of little features in a row like this, you should probably put them in alphabetical order. Usually, when D&D does things where they're getting a lot of stuff, not always, but usually they're in alphabetical order. And it also just makes it easier for people to find the specific feature they're looking for if they have a sense of like where it might be in the order of operations. Vengeful Spirit. When you take the attack action on your turn, you can spend a soul point to replace an attack with a Blast of Soul. Make a ranged attack against a creature within 30 feet that uses your con modifier. On a hit, the target takes 1d8 plus your ranged con, plus your con modifier force damage. Okay, that one's kind of fun. The champion fighter has infinite heals. I would argue that it doesn't have infinite heal in the same way that getting infinite use of spirit, what is it? Second wind would work. I would also argue that they certainly don't have infinite heals at level 3. Make it take 2 turns or something, as the idea in the game is that it takes a while to get the heal off. It would need to take more than 2 turns. The problem is, giving it a time period to take is not really a solution either, unless you make it a really long time period, because you can just always heal back to full out of combat, because time really only matters in combat. So if it takes 2 turns to use this feature, that doesn't actually mean anything, unless you're in combat. how would you would need to word that though, pop up. And there is not a single ability in D&D that is limited to only being used in combat, because combat and like initiative is a specific thing, but there just aren't any features that work that way. If you're a feature, yeah, I would say anybody that builds their thing around the Battle Master is 9 times out of 10, if you build your homebrew around the Battle Master, you're going to end up accidentally making it quite a bit overpowered. Because the only reason the Battle Master really works is that all of its features essentially boil down to you do a little bit more damage and have a little bit of battlefield utility. And that's kind of it. And they all are situationally quite impactful, but on individual basics, they're kind of bleh. So if you aren't going to be willing to make your features a little bleh, then your thing's going to end up being kind of skewed in power. If you're building it, have the same resource structure as the Battle Master. But this is even more than that, because this is infinite. You have infinite uses of your features here. As an action on your turn, or as a reaction to falling more than 10 feet, you can spend 2 soul points to slam into the ground and create a blast of soul. If you use this as a reaction, you fall to the ground to take no fall damage, in addition to the normal effects. All creatures within 10 feet of you to make a dex saving throw or take some force damage or be pushed 10 feet back. Man, I'm going to be really honest. It's hard for me to judge these because you really have to look at these from the basis of you have unlimited resources. And from the perspective of you have unlimited resources, all of these are overpowered. Every single one of these is overpowered if you have unlimited resources. So, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to change the way that I'm looking at these. Otherwise, my feedback is going to be the exact same for all of them. I'm going to say you need to change this core mechanic, and that you need to base it off a resource, where it's like you have 3 uses a day, you know, sort of more like a Rune Knight or like a Battle Master. And I'm going to look at the rest of these features from that light. Otherwise, my feedback is the same for all of them. They are completely overpowered if you only need to collect soul points and you only need to hit something to collect a soul point. So if that's an issue, that's going to be an issue the whole time. Yeah, well, I agree, Fluffcopter, but the thing is, it's hard to judge these features separate from the resource, because if they were on a resource, then I think that they could totally be reasonable. But it depends on what that resource is, you know? Okay, Soul Dash, bonus action. You can spend a soul point to move half your movement speed without taking opportunity attacks. And you can spend 3 soul points to cast Detect Thoughts. The 3 soul points to cast Detect Thoughts feels very out of place. I'm sure this is something that ties into the game, but I would probably remove it, or I would incorporate it in another way. Really feels out of place. Every single other thing is like a special attack move, and now suddenly we're doing magic. I don't really understand why we're doing magic here, so I would cut this. Everything else, if you can figure out a mechanic that works reasonable here, the ability to blast somebody with a ranged attack is fun. The slam down and take no fall damage and do a little bit of damage to everyone around you is also fun. Bonus action move without opportunity attacks is really strong on a fighter. I don't know. It's okay. To me, it's sort of a whatever feature. All right, let's keep moving. Man, I really wish I knew what the fuck level I got this at. If only you wrote it where you told us what level you got it at. You've become able to hold souls, I guess 7? I'm going to assume 7, but I have no idea. You have become able to hold... You are able. Just say you are, man. You are able to hold onto souls for longer periods of time. When you take a short or long rest, you can keep a number of souls equal to half your maximum instead of losing them. Don't you only have 3? Oh, no, you can have more. Man, yeah, this resource system is just completely busted. So we're just going to ignore all of that, because I'm just going to tell you that Unfortunately, you would need to weaken this thing to a point of probably you're not excited to play it anymore, or limit it in a way that you're not really selling the full fiction of whatever this Hollow Knight thing is in order to make that fair or reasonable, because this resource system is busted. So we're just going to cut that whole thing out. You learn to empower soul within your void. All your current features for Manifest Soul and any that take higher levels are up. Wait, they all get better? All right, I think we're going to stop reading this piece here. This is a dangerous game to play. Not only are you making them get those features more frequently, you have to be very thoughtful about how you make these features grow. The only way that the Battle Master features grow is that the size of the superiority die that you're rolling, which is doing extra damage or doing an extra little thing, that gets bigger. That's the only way they grow. So this is going to end up being, I think, this type of growth will work fine if you completely rebuild this so that it is more of a traditional resource management system, or they aren't getting all, like they really are just getting these three options, and then these three options become these three options. But this is getting too much, too strong, and I feel like you probably got caught up in trying to capture the Hollow Knight. You did mention that you cared a lot about Born of Soul and Void. I'm going to be honest. My guess is that I'm going to have little feedback here because I kind of fundamentally disagree with the infinite resource system that you have here. The reason why I'm going to read this, but then I want to talk about the infinite resource management system and why it doesn't really work. The void infused soul in you has grown so that even when you die, the soul void lives on. When you die, a being of soul and void appears from your corpse in the nearest unoccupied space. It looks like an inky version of you. It disappears after 1d4 rounds. It rolls initiative. You control it. At the start of its turn, it gains 2 soul points. On its turn, it can move up to your speed. Use any of your void manifestation features. This is just the this is just copying, but this is literally almost this is the samurai capstone. This is just the samurai capstone. So the samurai basically does this already, just so you know. I can point it out to you, but I wouldn't just copy the samurai capstone. Strength beyond death. This is just strength beyond death. Yeah, or the new zealot barbarian has a feature sort of like this too. So I would probably try to come up with a new capstone. My main feedback though is that this system of resource management is really, really, really hard to scale for power. Because at the end of the day, it is completely, solely based on how many hits a character does. And that has more to do with how many combat encounters they have, how difficult the combat encounters they have are. There's so many, what magic items they have. Like there are too many variables that you as a designer are not going to be privy to in order for this to work and for these features to be balanced. So the reason why you really got to set it to a specific amount of numbers, like your constitution modifier or proficiency bonus number of times, is that as a designer, you can very, very closely guesstimate roughly how many of these a character is going to have throughout their play. You have no idea with this. So it does just become infinite. So I think that some of the core features here seem interesting. But if I were you, I would go back to the drawing board for the resource system and then try to build the mechanics to scale off of a resource system that is navigatable and manageable and can be predicted, as opposed to one where it's like, it's just sort of up in the air. This is the same reason why I don't think it's a good idea to have like a subclass that gets more powerful based on how much gold you have. Because it's really hard to predict how much gold a character is going to have in a D&D game. You don't really know. You're sort of guessing because it's different for every game. The major flaw is that they're trying to copy a single-player experience over D&D. I don't even know if I feel that. Like, a lot of this doesn't feel like stuff that wouldn't work in a group. But they might be caught in the weeds of trying to capture everything that the Hollow Knight character can do. I'm not super familiar with it. You love gold? Yeah. Me too, baby. Okay. Those are my thoughts. Thank you, Alfredo Sauce. Let's give them a round of applause. Tradosio, you're dealing with the shoplifters? That sucks. Mr. Security, man. Nat Dragon is the bottom of the list right now. Let's see. Do we have any new boys or girls or creatures of the realm after Nat Dragon? Where are you at? Oh, we do. The wheel. She grows mightier with every spin. I guess that's true. It's something that I never would have thought about, but you have to be really confrontational as a security guard, huh? You know? That's like your job. It's to be like, hey, you, kid, get out of here. Or don't get out of here. Come back here. All right. What kind of dealings with shoplifters? Who knows? You're a hall monitor? I accept. I used to be a teacher, so I had to be somewhat confrontational, but I always, I always had the you're the teacher first. So I never had to be that confrontational. I always had to be like, you were always trying to navigate space. Not really immediately. Hudra! What's up, Gina? How's it going, my buddy? Oh, Gina. I just met a buddy named Gina. I used to work security at a dispo in Worcester. You guys they make good sauces. What did I teach? I taught a bunch of different things. I worked with a bunch of different aged kids. I taught preschool for a long time, and if you do preschool, you're not really teaching a subject, you're kind of just teaching life experience. I did like creative writing seminars for high school seniors and college kids. I did like youth leadership training things for teenagers. And then my classroom teaching was all preschool or creative writing. But I did a lot of like, we're going to go do a project outside or that kind of thing when I was working with teens. The Middle Ages. Anyway, speaking of Middle Ages, boo! Yeah, when I was a preschool teacher, I ran my classroom like a D&D campaign. We would go on adventures and stuff. If you guys, one day maybe I'll tell you. It's not for right now because we are doing D&D Homebrew review, but if the idea entices you, I will put together a presentation, and I'll include art and stuff where I will show you the legacy of my of the D&D adventure that was my preschool classroom one year, where every lesson that we had was like part of this overarching story that took the whole year to tell. And it did include eldritch horrors and giant spider monsters and post-war reconstruction and a lot of heavy subject matter that you wouldn't think a kid can handle, but if you turn it into colorful magical whimsy, they can. The whole last arc of the year was about them helping rebuild a war-torn nation. And they were 4. It was pretty good. I wonder if I have pictures from. I'll see if I have pictures from it. Okay, let's see what Abe has. Abe says intended as an unarmed weapon for monks. Okay. Well, monks can have weapons. So is this like a magic weapon, like a rap or something? We'll see. You think you found my favorite homebrew class? You might have. I don't know if it's my favorite. It's just the one that stays in my memory the most. This is called the Thaumaturgy Gauntlet. Cool. All right, here it is in the old Twitch. Here it is in the old tuberino. Excuse me. Well, 4-year-olds don't really watch that much anime. I think that people that are not around little kids have a really hard time knowing like where kids are at developmentally. Like, what's the difference between a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old and a 5-year-old and a 6-year-old? If you are not an adult, if you're not an adult that has kids or is around kids, that is a hard thing to guesstimate. But the difference between a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old is a mountain. It's the difference between a 15-year-old and a 30-year-old in a lot of ways. It's like, it's a different creature. So 4-year-olds are still really little, though. They're not, you know, a lot of 4-year-olds aren't going to sit through a whole TV show. Like, they're just not going to have the patience to do that. Do you play favorites between YouTube and Twitch? Yes. And it's based on who gives me more subs and money. But I don't reflect that on the people that are on Twitch and YouTube. So if you're on YouTube, I don't like you more or less than if you're on Twitch. But the platforms I play favorites with. But the people on it, no. Excuse me while I cough for a couple seconds violently. Sorry about that. Did I post this in the chat? I think I did. What about right now? What about right now? Are we allowed to put more than one submission of different homebrews? We only do one submission per night. So if you submit one thing tonight, I'm going to look at one thing tonight. And if you submit one thing that has 3 things in it, I'm going to read the first part. Who do I like better now? Well, they're not people, they're platforms. So I would say, what do I like better now? And in this exact moment, let's see who's watching and who has more numbers. This exact moment, I like YouTube more. But again, it has nothing to do with you. If you're on YouTube, you have done nothing to contribute to that. But also, if I'd liked Twitch more, you on YouTube would have done nothing to contribute to that. Because they're just platforms. You're people. I like you all the same. You do contribute, sure. But that's what I'm saying, is your contribution doesn't impact me liking you or not. Hair's for fucking losers. Timed a guy out? Nice. Good. Time more guys out. We need to see this more. Time them in. Time them out. Can you be a mod here too? Yeah, let me mod you right now. All right, Matt, I think you're a moderator now. Tradosio, you've been a member for 8 months? That is crazy. Uh-oh. I minimized the window and I don't know where it is. Okay, I found it. Woo, that was close. We almost had to start over. Dang, Tradosio gifting 10 subs. That's crazy, dude. You wild. You hectic. Thank you very much. The fucking overlay takes 10 years to connect, but it'll do it eventually. Let's see what we got here. YouTube represent. Oh man, it's gonna happen 10 times. I have to. All right. There we go. Look, you all. Okay, I didn't realize it was gonna make that fucking announcement 10 times. I have to move it so it's not. You guys could here. You put it in front of my face. That's better. Yeah, you can see the document. It's also kind of a good representation of me, I think. Right? Should I just leave this up forever? This is just my head now. Okay. This is actually ridiculous that it keeps going. Stop! Thank you. Alright, I'll figure out how to handle that later. I'll figure out how to change that later. That's not a right now solve. That's a later solve. I'll just put it up in the corner so it doesn't block too much. That was so funny. Put it in front of Twitch chat. All right, next time I'll do that if you remind me. But anyway, thank you, Tradosio. That's very, very generous of you. Okay, the weapon is called Thaumaturgy Gauntlet. Your bronze gauntlets fidget with potential. The palm, the knuckle, and the wrist are each affixed with interchangeable gems. Ambient energy is drawn through the foci, being rendered into destructive forces with each attack. Wow, this has a lot of... This is a lot. Holy shit. Why does this have so many fucking things? This is a... Okay, so one of the things that you're going to have to say is that, magic items, they need a rarity, and they need to require attunement or not. So you got to decide if this is going to be very rare, common, uncommon, etc. Legendary. Affixed gems, AG, and gem quality can be improved to improve damage and critical effect. The size of the gauntlets makes it possible to wield anything while they're in your hands. Charges for all palm and wrist attacks are equal to your proficiency modifier plus 2. I don't understand what this means. What the fuck does this mean? What are palm and wrist attacks? I guess we'll find out. I would not... Here's what I'm going to tell you immediately. Main feedback immediately. This looks like a magic item that comes with a crafting system. I would not do that. I would split them into two things. Because I don't think putting a crafting system into a magic item is a good idea. I think it's going to be hard to keep track of that magic item. I also think... we don't know how this works yet, but I would say this needs to not be something that happens during combat. This needs to be something that happens like during a long rest or a short rest, so it doesn't take a lot of time away. The other thing is that magic items just have fucking charges, so just write that. And no magic item has charges based on proficiency modifier. That's not really how it works in D&D. You just give it a number. So this magic item should have you know, it has 6 charges and recharges 2d4 plus 2 charges each day at dawn. Magic items do not recharge on a long rest. They recharge at times of day. You don't need to say knuckle attacks have unlimited use. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know what that means. All of this stuff, this order of information that you're giving is genuinely confusing, just so you know. So here's probably how I would work. It would probably work like this. I would say... Cut all this fucking language out. Cut all of this out. Keep this. Keep this. And then say something like, while wearing the gauntlets, you gain the following features. And then you list the ones that cost charges as costing charges. And then you list the one that doesn't have charges as not costing charges. But this item does too much. I can tell you that already. We have 1, 2... 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different types of attacks it looks like this thing does, or different types of features, and each one can be hyper changed with all of this. And if you look at this system requires us to actually enter into another system. So this item is a little bit fucked in terms of its level of complicated to use. I'm just going to tell you right now, I'm not going to read literally any of the gem stuff. This is a crafting system. If you want to submit a crafting system sometime, great, but I'm going to just review the magic item. It feels like a crafting system because it is a crafting system. All right, so let's see what these things do. As an action, this costs 1 charge. We're just going to say you have 6 charges. We're just going to assume 6 because this system doesn't work. As an action, you point your palm forward and produce a 60-foot cone of some fucking whatever. Each creature in the cone has to make a saving throw. On a failed save, they take 1d4 damage. That's so little damage for such a big area. Why are we doing such little damage for such a big area? Why are both of these doing such little damage for such a big area? 1d4 damage is nothing. I mean, I guess it's 1d4 damage. It's not nothing. But I would make these much smaller and make them do more damage. The damage goes up with the gem quality. I have no idea what they mean. This is, like I said, this is not going to help anybody other than the person who's playing by themselves D&D, where the game they're playing is, let me see how powerful I can make this thing, and I like 6 systems at the same time. The other thing that I want to point out is there really is absolutely zero logic to these both costing the same. First of all, a 30-foot circle doesn't mean a fucking thing. 30-foot radius circle. Both of these areas are much too big. This is a 5th level spell. This is a 6th or 7th level spell radius. So lower both of these by a lot. 30-foot cone, 15-foot radius sphere, something like that. But majorly lower these. As an action, you can strike an opponent with your knuckles. They have to make a saving throw. On a failed save, they take... If your goal is for this to be a monk item, then you really shouldn't be giving them too many basic attack features that consume their whole action. Because if you do this, you're not getting your extra attack. So I would just say, once per turn when you hit a creature, you can deal extra damage. Or better yet, you could just say, when you melee attacks while wearing these gauntlets, deal an extra 1d6 fire damage, or something like that. And then we get some attack features. You can shoot something at a creature within 120 feet. As an action, shoot a single bolt. We don't really know what that means. If you're getting a ranged attack thing, we need an attack roll. We need to know what the damage roll is. We need to know whatever. Oh, it's a saving throw. Oh. Okay. The damage also seems bad here. So it's an action to do a single ranged attack. This item kind of feels flavorless. Does anyone else feel like this item feels flavorless? You can use an action to charge your attack and spend an action on your turn to produce 3 bolts, targeting 3 creatures. Each creature must make a saving throw. On a failed save, they take damage. So you can power it up to do 3 shots later. All right, I think let's see what this is. As a reaction to a spell missing you, you can add some dice to stuff. What? As a reaction to a spell missing you, you can power your next attack. The spell slot level of the missed spell adds X dice to the attack for the maximum of 10 dice. Okay, you need to write this out in a way that is written more understandably, I think. I would say something like, when a creature misses you with a spell, you can use your reaction to empower your next attack. The next attack deals a number of extra d6s equal to the level of the spell, period. Yeah, we don't know what the dice are here either. That's why I would just list them as a thing. And then as a bonus action, you can sacrifice a magic item to empower your attack. The quality magic item adds X number of dice. What the fuck does that mean? The quality of the magic item? What quality equals what number? Okay, so we're going to stop reading this here. Here's what I'm going to say. This item, I think, is doing too many things. What does this item do? Let us count them. 1, we get extra unarmored. We get extra bonus AC. 2, we can do a 60-foot super big area of effect. 3, we can do a 30-foot sphere super big area of effect. We can also make a extra empowered attack. We can also shoot a ranged attack. We can also shoot 3 ranged attacks. We can also do another extra empowered attack. We can also do another extra empowered attack. It's just doing way too many things. And it's a lot of complexity for a pretty bare minimum in terms of what we're actually getting. Like, the only thing this whole item does is damage and numbers go up. So I would separate the item from this system, and I would try to make the item a little bit more focused in its design. I don't think it should have 10 features that have 10 varieties each. I think that is too much for a magic item. I think this magic item would make a lot more sense if you picked one of these special blast attacks. Maybe keep this feature. Give it a limited resource that's based on normal life things. And drop literally everything else. And I would drop these. I would completely separate this system. I like the idea of an item absorbing magic, like absorb elements, but for spells that turn spells into damage. Yeah, I think that could be really cool. I think you need to write that mechanic out a little bit more clearly and be a lot more precise and specific in explaining it. I think a spell, using absorb, I mean, honestly, you could literally just let the glove let you cast absorb elements. That would work fine. But yeah, it's a little bit too complicated considering it's not really doing anything that unique. And this system, I'm sure this system is exciting for you. I'm actually seeing that all of these things are doing secondary features, including things like Paralyze. So I would just say, yeah, completely drop this system. It's overpowered and kind of jank and busted. And at the end of the day, it's too much in a single item, and it's leading to the whole thing feeling a little bit convoluted. Simplify. That's my main advice. And if you want to do features that do big area of effects, which you totally can do if you want to, but if you like these big area effects, you can't really make things... You got to be really careful about how that interacts with... Like, AoE debuff effects are really fucking strong. Almost all of them require saving throws. Not saving throws. Almost all of them require concentration or pretty severe, like, implementation. So I think you got to be really conscientious of that, because some of these feel like they just don't work. Especially ones that, like, do things and then do things for multiple turns. You really don't want to have to be doing that much math during your piece. Anyway, thank you, Abe, for your homebrew. Let's give Abe a round of applause. AoE Paralyzed doesn't seem busted. It is busted. Thank you for sharing. That was Abe. Next, we have some fucking creep. Well, we don't know if we have them, but they're at the bottom of the list. Here's a couple more. Hey, I'm not a creep. I just think 69's funny. Oh, okay. My bad. Sorry. I think, to me, that magic item read like somebody was very excited and was having a lot of fun designing the features, and was having so much fun designing the features, they were more focused on that than they were focused on designing the features from a perspective of implementation. Moomin, thank you for the 5. How would you run a high magic party in a low magic setting? I would probably have people be very afraid of them, and I would probably have them be super well known very quickly, because they would really stand out like a sore thumb. So they probably would be reached out to by, like, any sort of local governance very regularly, both in terms of for help, but also for, like, political power. Like, people would want them to be on their side for good or for bad. If you fixed your name, it does not add it on the wheel, but it will make it so I won't find you. So you should probably make it back to whatever it is on the wheel. Otherwise, I'm literally not going to be able to find you if it gets spun. Because it's on the wheel. And the wheel is not automatic. I literally copy-paste things from this document. So if you've changed what's written in this document, it's no longer what's written on the wheel. So good luck with that. Boo! Data bank. It was not on the... It was no wheel before? All right, well, I can fix that then. What did you write? Fenrir? I'm going to assume you wrote Fenrir. There, you're on the wheel now. Fenrir, this is the last time I'm doing that for you. The next time you have to remember it for yourself. And if you fuck up, it's on you next time. Surprised I still haven't pulled this. Today I'm submitting a cursed magic item. It is called Stick of Water Defiance, based mostly on a true story. All right, let's take a look. Boop, 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 boop. There it is on YouTube. Boop, 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 boop. There it is on Twitch. This is the Stick of Water Defiance. Oh, quiet music. Is it Moses? Who knows? I mean, listen, you can keep making that mistake if you want to. I'm just not going to fix it next time. How does one do a minion subclass without overpowering it? I think you could look at the Drake Warden, or the new Beastmaster from Tasha's, or the Battlesmith Armorer for some really good subclasses that are based around having a minion that are not overpowered. Swarmkeeper doesn't actually have a minion. It just has the flavor text of having a minion. All right, let's take a look. Stick of Water Defiance. It's a wondrous item, uncommon. Yeah, don't give them multiple minions. That's pretty much the way you make it work. This is a stick, and if you want them to have a lot of minions, you give them one minion, you call it a swarm. This is a stick resembling a tattered umbrella. While holding this stick, non-magical rainstorms avoid you within a 100-foot radius. That's funny. Curse. I feel like that's enough of a curse as it is, surely. Right? You put it in a spot, it never rains there. Let's see what it does. After 7 days... This is the curse part. After 7 days of using this object, you are cursed to rely on it. To rely on its aid. If you ever let go of the stick or do not hold the stick near or during a non-magical rainstorm, this sentence is so bad, Data. Come on, man. You can write sentences better than that. Let me read this whole sentence out loud, and you can acknowledge that you need to fix it. If you ever let go of the stick or do not hold the stick near or during a non-magical rainstorm, like that can't be the way to write that. The clouds defy nature and make their way to you and begin raining. Man, you know what? I don't know if you're trying to be flowery with this language, but you are doing yourself no favors. So I would say something like, if you ever let go of the stick, or I would say this, whenever you let go of the stick, a rainstorm begins to grow around you and it will begin raining over you in 1d4 minutes, 1d6 minutes, something like that. Just make it like that. When the curse is... Okay, this can be removed with the Remove Curse spell and is cast on you while you're holding the stick in a non-magical rainstorm. When the curse is removed, the rain suddenly rushes into you as though you were cursed. What the fuck? The curse still lifted. What the hell are you trying to say here? Again, buddy, you're just... Well, I don't know what you're trying to say with this language, but you're making this way more confusing than you need it to be. Just say, when the curse is removed, rain immediately starts pouring on you. Period. If the rain is a thunderstorm, you must make a DC 15 DC saving throw or you take 3d10 lightning damage. Okay, cool. I think that's fine. Once the curse is removed from a creature, it cannot have the curse again. The curse can affect multiple creatures at once. Cool. I like this last detail. Man, I love the idea of this item. I have no idea why you decided to write your sentences in the most convoluted fucking ways possible. Data. I think it's a pretty fun, straightforward item, but you're really making it not fun to read. And when your goal is to make an item that's a little bit punchy and fun, making sure that language is punchy and fun is vitally important. If the stick is ever more than 5 feet away from you, you could also have it work that way for sure. But I think the mechanics are fun. It's a little umbrella that makes it so it doesn't rain over you, but then it makes it so it always rains over you. Sure. It's one of those cursed items that, like, I could see a lot of people... Also, I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure why this is what the magic item does, and then this is what it does when it's not cursed. Just because in a D&D world, I feel like being able to guarantee the ability to bring rain would be the not cursed part. And the no rain would be the cursed part. So I might actually completely switch it upside down. Yeah, because if the curse is activated, you are literally stopping droughts. That's a great point. But that's only when the curse is happening. When the curse isn't happening, you're just keeping the curses going. You're just keeping the drought going. So, I think maybe this item I think only makes sense to be cursed in the way that it is in like a modern urban game setting. If you're playing in like a modern fantasy game world, sure. Being able to not make the rain not come is great. But in almost every D&D setting, being able to make the rain come would be the benefit. It doesn't bring rain? It does. It makes rain appear around you if you don't hold it. Instead of rainstorms, make it lightning storms. Then you're kind of just changing the item. You are looking at you're looking at the Tradosio. You are reading the wrong part of it. Unless I'm misreading it, in which case I might also just be getting confused because of the way this thing is written is very chonky. Oh, wait a minute. Is literally the only thing this is saying is that after 7 days, if you aren't holding the stick and it's raining near you, it will rain more near you? Oh, I think I might have just misunderstood everything this thing does. Okay, well, this curse is fucking nothing then. So what is the curse? I don't understand, man. Near or during. What the fuck does that mean? Come on, Data. All right, I think we're done looking at this piece. Data, you know what you need to do. I don't know what's going on with this choppy language. You know how to tighten this up. If you want something to activate near or during something, you need to be very specific about how near and during it is. Otherwise, it doesn't really work. You know that. You're better than that. Come on, man. Tighten up your language. The way I interpret it is that if it's raining, it's always raining. It's always raining even if you were inside, for example. I wish it was written in a way that would be clearly like that, and then it wouldn't have to be up to interpretation, because that would be interesting, but it would also still need all of that clarification. So if that is what's intended, then that intention needs to be made more clear. There are plenty of features in D&D that specify how weather interacts with being inside or outside. Look at, for example, the spell Lightning Storm, or whatever the lightning, not lightning bolt, but the summon lightning, the call lightning. Just look at that. Reverse engineer that. But anyway, Data, I do think Enderman, if you say one more mean comment, I'm going to time you out. Shut the fuck up. But I do think that we are going to stop looking at this piece here, and I think that this is a really fun idea for an item, but my god, not only did it take me a long time to get through, I completely misinterpreted it the first time. So I hope that that can help encourage you to tighten some of this language and get a little bit more focused in your descriptions, and maybe be a little bit more specific about, like, what this thing is actually doing. All right, thank you, Data. Let's give them a round of applause. I think he's just young. I don't think he was trying to be mean. I think he was just young. But young people are mean all the time unintentionally, which is why you got to put them in their place. I also feel like most of the time the people that leave kind of mean comments, whether they mean them intentionally or unintentionally, are the people that take feedback the worst. So I'm hoping that that's not the case, but it definitely just happened. It does happen. I don't think people are nearly as rude as I don't think people intend to be nearly as rude as they come off, but that doesn't give you, that doesn't mean it's okay. It just means you got to point it out and then move on from it and hope that they, accept that they're kind of just figuring it out still. So would holding the cursed version be like that one scene in the Truman Show where it's raining specifically on top of him? Maybe, Matt. I'm going to be honest. It's a little unclear. I like that idea. I just wish it was written in a more straightforward way. All right. Thank you, Data. Truman Show is so good. Hey, I have a question for Cinder. Can I comment on any video? Or is there a Discord or something for questions? Sorry, I'm new. You can do whatever you want, Noah. Man King, you can literally go to YouTube now and you can rewind and check. So I'm going to just stop answering that question because you can just check on your own. In fact, I think that's just going to be a thing I do from now on. In fact, here's what I'm also going to say. Mods, you're more than welcome to time people out if and when they spam that, if that ever happens. Because that does get really fucking annoying. Shy Tsunami, thank you for the membership. That was very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Not so shy anymore. Cinder, what software or website you recommend our Homebrew looking nice and easier for you to review? I recommend whatever you are the most comfortable with using. I use Google Drive, Google Docs, because it also has like spell check and the formatting can just be very straightforward and easy. And I include a template for fonts and font sizes that work really nicely in Google Docs that are the same ones that Wizards of the Coast uses when they put out their Unearthed Arcana. But you can also use the Homebrewery website or GM Binder if you prefer to do stuff with more formatting. But Google Docs is easy and straightforward. Some people use Notion. I would strongly recommend you not write it on mobile. I would try to write it on a machine if you could. Or, if you need to write it on mobile, you do what you need to, obviously. But whatever, find fonts that work for you. But you have to keep in mind that we're going to be looking at a big screen. A lot of the times people pick fonts that they think are going to be cool, and they end up looking really trash. So just be straight. Don't overcomplicate it. You could also download them. If you're on your phone, I feel like you can download fonts to your phone. I feel like that's possible. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Anyway, boo. Sidion. Oh, Sidion's one of the people that just submitted. This is my first homebrew subclass, so hopefully it's not too rough. Well, it can be fine. There's nothing wrong with it being rough. If it's rough, there's just more to fix. That's fine. There's always more to fix, you know? It's just a matter of, like... The thing is, if you make homebrew and it feels really unpolished, I'm gonna have realistically just as much feedback for you as if it's really polished. If it's really unpolished, the feedback is going to be broader and maybe more blunt. But if it's really polished, the feedback is going to be a little bit more nuanced and more specific. You thought having a more defensive style monk would add a unique style? I'm going to be honest, Sidian. I'm going to be brutally honest. I would argue that the defensive monk is a very, very common piece of homebrew to make. That doesn't mean there's anything wrong with that, but I think we see them pretty regularly. And my main thing that I say to people that are making something that is a fairly common trope and has been done many times before is not that you shouldn't do it, but you need to make sure that you are either giving it a flavor that is super unique, that makes it stand out, or you are giving it mechanics that are super unique and make it stand out. Ideally both. But when you are coming up with something that is, like, it's sort of like whenever somebody makes, like, the, like the bulwark fighter. Your bulwark fighter needs to really stand out because there's a billion bulwark fighters, you know? Trudeau, I don't really understand your question. If you want to edit the size of the margins, you can really just do it yourself by just, clicking edit in the document. Or not, copy the template yourself, you know? I'm using Google Docs. A few others I tried were showing me how to code. It was so overwhelming. Yeah, Google Docs is fine. Hopefully the mechanic I added makes it more unique. I mean, we'll see. But you don't need to feel bad if it doesn't feel unique. It just means it's something to work on. Let me post this. Here it is on YouTube. Here it is on Twitch. I don't need to. I think it's fine, Tridosia. They can, they can do what they want. It technically is the margins of the regular stuff, so. If you want to give that suggestion to people in the Discord, you're more than welcome to. But if it's not an issue for you and you're not using it, I don't think it matters. The Way of Patience. A monk who is devoted to the Way of Patience moves with the flow of battle. They have learned to use their opponent's impatience and anger for their own benefit. Undergoing continuous training, they are constantly in a state of meditation. These sentences kind of feel really disjointed. This superior calm is not only useful for combat, but also helps to influence and deceive others. These sentences really don't flow together. Why does them using their opponent's anger and impatience lead to... How does that connect with them being in a state of meditation? I might just cut this whole sentence out. Also, you don't really talk about training until you specify undergoing continuous. I just feel like it's a little off feeling. You just thought it would be helpful. I mean, I still don't really understand what you're saying, so it's mostly just confusing. But as always, if it's not something that is directly affecting you or you're using, I don't think it's worth talking about. You know, it's sort of like when somebody complains that something might be offensive to someone else. It's like, okay, doesn't really matter. Enderman says, sorry for saying that. I want to apologize. I didn't realize anyone could take that wrong way. Completely understand you timing me out. I didn't time you out. One of my mods did, but thank you for the 5 nonetheless. Let's yeah, I don't know, man. I think it sort of just feels like you're just saying these blunt ideas. So I think it's worth trying to mush them in a little bit more to each other. A monk who is devoted to the way of patience moves with the flow of battle, period. They have undergone rigorous training to keep themselves in a constant state of meditation, period. The superior calm that they have cultivated is not only useful for combat, but also helps influence and deceive others, period. Something like that. Your calmness. Okay, at 3rd level, we get 3 things. Way of Patience features quick counter, superior focus, and soothing presence. Your calmness in battle helps you defend against your opponent's movements. As a reaction, you can make an unarmed strike against a creature that misses a melee attack against you. I think, if I recall correctly, this is another monk feature. I think there's another monk that gets this as a core class feature. Let me check. Is it the way of the drunken? Okay, so here's what I want to point out. It's not exactly the same as redirect attack. It's more like the Battle Master's riposte ability. But either way, both of those abilities require a resource. This is unlimited in use, so that's too strong. You can't make this unlimited use as a 3rd level feature. Let's see what we get for superior focus. As a reaction, when you are targeted by an attack, you can expend 2 key points to increase your AC by 2 by an amount equal to your wisdom modifier, till the start of your next turn. You can use quick counter feature as a part of this reaction. I would make both of these the same thing. These should just both be one feature. Monks do already add their wisdom modifier to their AC. So I don't know if, you could, adding it again isn't like going to mess anything up. I think it's probably fine. But I think you could do it like that. When you are targeted by an attack, you can spend 2 key points to increase your AC by an amount equal to your wisdom modifier. I would not make it until the start of your next turn. I would make it against that specific attack. And then, if that attack missed, I would allow you to do the unarmed strike. That's the only way I think that feels balanced to me. I also think that I probably would not make it the bonus. I would probably make the bonus less. So I might make it half your proficiency bonus, rounded down. So it's +1, and then it's +2, and then it's +3. If you want to make it cheaper. Or you could, you could force an attack to be made at disadvantage, and if it misses, you get an unarmed strike, something like that. But having it just essentially be the shield spell, I think, is a little too much. It also isn't really unique. It's just the shield spell, Soothing Presence. Due to your calm, Don't say the word calm so much. Due to your calm and steady demeanor, people are more likely to believe and understand you. You have proficiency in deception and persuasion. Okay, this is all we're getting at 3rd level? This is not really enough, and it's too much at the same time. If you want to have both of these features, you need to figure out how to mix them together in a way that is sort of balanced. And I feel like it feels like a Battlemaster maneuver. It doesn't really feel like a monk feature. Am I feeling crazy for feeling that way? Like, it doesn't feel like a subclass. It feels like a part of a subclass feature. As a reaction, when you are targeted by a melee attack, you can spend a key point to gain +2 to your AC for the attack. If you're hit by the attack, the attacker takes bludgeoning damage equal to 2 rolls of your martial arts die. You could do something like that. I'd probably make it, I don't know if I'd make it 2 rolls of your martial arts die, but something like that for sure could definitely work. How are you going to differentiate a fighter's counter to a monk's counter? Well, I think you're going to differentiate it by expressing it as an alternative game mechanic. I think a perfect example of a monk that I think literally right here is how you do it. Boom. Somebody already did it, Kamunin. Here's a perfect example of it. It's definitely doable. Literally, here's proof. And if your feeling is, well, that's too similar to the feature that I wanted to give, then I think the question you need to ask yourself is, do you need to make this monk subclass? Because if the Drunken Master accomplishes that fiction, then does this need to exist? You don't see that as a counter? It's literally a counter in the same way. They both of the, look, literally, if an attack misses you, you do an attack. If an attack misses you, you redirect that attack. I don't know what you're talking about. What if you could hit them first and stunning strike them? That's just called being a monk. What if I submitted a homebrew but I have to leave and it gets chosen? Then I'll read it. Absorb Elements spell would be a great thing for that, yeah. But anyway, I think the bigger issue here is not this feature being too similar to another feature that already exists. It's a very one-note feature, and I feel like it, I don't know. I wish it felt like it was more, I wish I felt like there was something more applicable here. Like, this genuinely feels like a Battlemaster maneuver among other Battlemaster maneuvers. I mean, it just doesn't feel like it, like, if I, okay, like let me just share, I'll just talk about other monks for a second. So, let's just look at the Drunken Master for a second. They get a thing that ties to their flurry of blows. Whenever they use their flurry of blows, they get extra walking speed and they get disengage. And then they get brewer's supplies. This feels like more of a feature to me because it links to flurry of blows. It's not even, there's like no situationalness to it at all. It's taking one of your fundamental monk features that can be expressed in many ways and is making it unique. This is not doing that. This is giving us a single new thing we can do in the very specific situation that we are attacked with a melee attack and it misses us. That's sort of what I mean. Yeah, it's all reactive, exactly. Let's look at what we're getting at 6th level. You can take a short rest while walking or traveling. That's kind of interesting flavor. That's one of those things. I like that. That's kind of a fun feature. That's a very interesting feature. You'd make it once per long rest. I could see making it once per long rest for sure. Yeah, very flavorful. I agree. Let's take a look at the other 6th level feature. You slow your heart rate and feel your body rushing through your blood, rushing through your veins, collecting yourself to retaliate against your enemies. If you use less than half your movement on your turn, you can perform an additional reaction that can be used between the end of your turn until the start of your next turn. This still applies if you use less than half your movement after using the dash action. You have a bonus to saving throws and ability checks against being restrained equal to your proficiency bonus. I don't love either of these, if I'm being honest. The extra reaction, like, is it going to stack with this? Are we going to be able to add double our wisdom modifier here? I don't like that. That doesn't work for me at all. I think more reactions is okay, but it's not okay if we're getting a shield reaction built into our core subclass. The way that armor works in D&D is you got to be really careful with how much you give out. Extra attack, extra reaction feels cool but slippery, especially with combos like Sentinel. Yep, I agree for sure. I also think it is continuing to not really give the subclass anything it can do actively. And this extra proficiency I would just drop. I don't think we need it. Seems like extra. Seems like sort of a waste of space. Probably overpowered. I would just cut this whole thing out. Yeah, I think listen, this is not the first time I've seen a subclass get an extra reaction. It won't be the last time. It continues to be the thing that designers, I think, do to try to solve the problem when they realize they built a subclass entirely around reactions, and that doesn't really work. If it does a double reaction, it has to be stated that it can't be activated during the same triggering action, and I think it should make your movement 0. That could be a cool idea. Yeah, you lose your movement. You just don't get movement on the next turn. That could be a way to do it for sure. I think if you remove some of the reactive features from 3rd level, you could do it where you could spend a key point to gain additional reaction once per round. Yep, that could also work. Making it cost a key point, that could also work. I think making it cost a key point, making sure it's limited in what it can be used for, not making this stuff stack, and maybe potentially doing something with your movement on the next turn, I think is a good idea. Could also be overpowered with multi-class. Yeah, for sure. It's not I mean, there's a lot of danger when you get into that for sure. I think that's the problem with this kind of monk subclass. It's not meant to be an active focus. It's just meant to be patience and countering, which isn't super fun. Yeah, you have to figure out how to try to sell that idea in gameplay mechanics that are more than weight, because the gameplay mechanic of weight is not that much fun. Like, you don't really want your subclass to be designed in such a way that the most exciting things it's doing are not on its turn. Let's see what we get for the 11th level feature. You've mastered manipulation, blah, 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 blah. As a bonus action, you can gain resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing. I would just completely remove this. Don't give them this. If you're going to do something like this, it's got to cost a lot more than a bonus action, and it probably can, like, this has to cost, like, a shit ton of key points. Otherwise, it's too strong. This is Barbarian feature. This is Rune Knight feature. Yeah, I would just cut this out. It doesn't fit the vibe. Too strong. I would just drop it. Yeah, you are raging more than a barbarian now, and that just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Just cut it out. When a creature makes a melee attack against you or another creature within 5 feet of you, you can use 3 key points as a reaction to attempt to knock their weapon from their hands. Target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw. Why a wisdom saving throw? It should definitely not be a wisdom saving throw. It should definitely be a strength or a dex saving throw. Or be disarmed and have their weapon knocked 15 feet away. That's cool. On a success, the attack deals half damage, but the creature is not disarmed. Another cool reaction feature that I think is a little bit busted if we're getting multiple reactions. I like a reaction to knock someone's weapon out of their hand. I think that's really cool. But I think it automatically making the attack also do half damage is a little bit busted. Just saying. We get another thing at 11th level. You are always observing the creatures around you. If you miss an attack against the creature, you gain +2 to the attack and damage rolls on any attack you make against that creature until the start of your next turn. I would not say any attack. I would say the next attack. And I make it the damage rolls. I would just make it the attack rolls. This is also very strong, which is more of a reason to cut this down. I think this is cool too, though, by the way. Whenever you miss an attack against a creature, the next attack you make against that creature gets a +2 to its attack roll. Period. Done. This could be the 6th level feature. What are you doing self-promotion for? You're going to thank Cinder, one of the biggest inspiration to get D&D and content creation? That's not self-promotion. You're just saying thank you. That's fine. If you want to do self-promotion, I have a self-promotion channel in my Discord. What does Glory from Beyond do? I don't know, man. You got to check. 17th level. I feel like these reactions could be really cool active feats. Yeah, I agree. A lot of these could be shifted into being more action-oriented. The pain of an attack bolsters your resolve. When you make an unarmed strike against a creature that has hit you with an attack in the same... Since the end of your last turn, you can expend a key point to gain a bonus to attack. You're already getting bonus to attack and damage rolls. Why are you double dipping? Stop it. Give us new features. Drop this. Come up with something brand new. That is literally what this is. Except this has to do with you missing an attack. This is the same fucking feature. Come up with something new here. Pure focus. And what do I mean by this is the same feature? What does this one do? It adds to your attack and damage rolls against the thing. What does this do? It adds to your attack and damage rolls against the thing. Same fucking feature. Pure focus. Your prolonged training has allowed you to meditate mid-combat. If you do not expend any of your movement on your turn, you can perform 2 additional reactions that can be used between the end of your turn and the start of your next turn. I feel like this should be 1 reaction, and it should be what we get earlier. I think this should be an earlier feature, and this should be where the second reaction comes from. This is much cleaner in its design than wherever this other one is. This is chonky. So it's a kind of neat idea. I'm not convinced that building a subclass around reactions is a good idea, like at all. So if you don't agree with that, then no worries. We don't need to agree. But I think, if anything, I think that you do have some really nice bits of expressing this idea that you're meditating all the time. And I would lean into that. Specifically, the short rest while traveling is interesting. Honestly, pure focus is fine in how it's written. Decipher movements is pretty solid, too. You just drop the extra damage bit. But, like, I think there's a lot of things you could do with being, like, leaning into the idea of, like, a monk that is meditating and is using stillness. And I think you could represent that in ways that are not at all reaction based. I mean, another example that I could think of is, what if you got a feature where while for every turn you don't move, you gain tremor sense out to a range of 10 feet. And for every continued turn you don't move, their tremor sense range or blind sight range extends an additional 10 feet up to a maximum of like 60 feet. So the idea is, like, if you stay in one place and really focus, you can like tune on like Daredevil vision, you know, and you can like hear the world around you. I don't know, that kind of thing. But I think that at the end of the day, if I were you, I would try to lean into the meditating all the time vibe, because that is, I think, what sells this as a unique homebrew. And I would try to shift away from the reaction overload. That's Beam of Thoughts. Also, there already is a variant rule in Tasha where monks can spend key points to get bonuses to their attacks. So that is good to know. I say the second reaction into patient defense. Yeah, that could work. All right. Thank you very much for sharing. This was Sidian. Let's give Sidian a round of applause. Thank you, Sidian. Goop. Clap. Oh my god, such a big wheel today. So much power. Hooray! Who just subbed to me? If it isn't Isakaito, Lysia TKO. Thank you. 2 months. Let's go, buddy. I don't know if your first letter of your name is a capital I or a lowercase L, but I appreciate you either way. I would not do a monk that gains key points by spending HP or hit die. I think that I would not make a monk that has an alternative way of gaining key points in general. It's an L. All right. Lysia. Oh, so it's Lysia TKO. All right. Well, thank you for clarifying. It's very hard to. It's very easy to make your character have more health if you want. Boo! Agawin. What you got for us today, Agawin? First subclass. Got some advice from the Discord. It was really broken, so I rehauled. Got no advice on V2 yet, but I think it's also kind of broken. All right, good to know. Would love some advice on not just formatting and grammar, but mostly how to balance per player level. Sure. A lot of balance. Oh, it's a Barbarian too. Barbarians are easy to talk about for balance purposes. There it is on Twitch. There it is on YouTube. Okay, so we can talk about it immediately. I don't even need to talk about the features first. When you're balancing most fighting martial subclasses, if they are getting extra damage at their first subclass feature, that extra damage is going to be roughly the equivalent of a dice roll. And it's going to be roughly the equivalent of a dice roll once per round. And it's going to be a little bit more or a little bit less than that, depending on how easy it is for them to do it. If it's dependent on a resource, if it's something that's on all the time, if it's something that's only on during certain situations, if it has any extra features. So that's like right off the bat, a good bout of dice. It's going to be more or less depending on the subclass and depending on the class and depending on, again, how often you can do the thing. But so for example, for a Barbarian, a really good balancing mechanic for third level is the Zealot Barbarian, where the main thing it gets at third level is once per round, while it's raging, it deals an extra 1d6 plus half its Barbarian in radiant or necrotic damage. And that's a really good scale. It gets stronger with you over time, and it just happens once every round. Boom. right, so let's take a look at this subclass. Path of Decay Barbarian. Barbarians who follow the Path of Decay embrace the rot and offer up their well-being for more strength and prowess. What does that mean? Prowess. I feel like I'd say drop it after strength. Many of those who wield the power of decay let the power of their rage consume them. How many times do you say power? Power. Power. Stop it. Okay, we don't really know what the fuck it does. So this is what this sentence says. Barbarians that follow the path of decay use the path of decay. Many who use the path of decay are consumed by it, period. That's all this is saying. So you need to be a little bit more specific in terms of what any of this actually means. We get two things at third level. It looks like we get Decaying Form and Rotting Rage. Starting when you choose this path at third level, you no longer need to eat or drink to survive. Additionally, you gain a bonus to your damage equal to your melee attacks and saving throws equal to the number of exhaustion you have. What? What does that mean? Does that mean if I have 2 exhaustion, I get +2 to my damage rolls and my saving throws? That mechanic just doesn't work. This, honestly, exhaustion fucking sucks in D&D in its current iteration. This won't work, especially considering by the time you have 2 levels of exhaustion, you're making all of these rolls at disadvantage. So getting the +2 won't make up for the disadvantage. So it just doesn't work. The other way that it doesn't work is the new version of exhaustion, which is going to be in the new version of D&D, gives you just -1 penalties that stack. So this would literally do nothing. So either way, if you're doing an old interpretation of exhaustion or the new interpretation, this kind of just doesn't work. Let's see the other thing we get at third level. When you choose this path, you have learned to trade your health for strength. When you rage and your hit points are less than half your hit point maximum, you gain a bonus to your attacks and saving throws equal to your constitution modifier. Agawin, what are we trying to sell here, dude? This doesn't work. What is the flavor here? Why are we getting plus to our attacks and saving throws? Why is it tied to our... Like, this is just numbers go up. I don't love this. I don't love this for 2 reasons. One, I don't love this because I feel like you're not a specific... Like, I don't even know what the fuck bonus to your attacks means. Is it attack rolls? Is it damage? What the fuck? Secondly, stuff that does a flat bonus to attack rolls and saving throws is literally just numbers go up. There is no flavor in there at all. The only flavor that we are getting from this feature is that it only activates when we're our hit point maximum. We're at half our hit point maximum. Why is this an issue? Can anybody tell me why this is an issue? There's a big reason, and it has like a subcategory. Can anybody tell me? I will tell you if you can't. Okay, let me ask you another question, chat. How many hit points, if I'm a level, let's say I'm a level 3 barbarian, okay? Let's say I'm a level 3 barbarian with a 16 in my constitution. So that means, on average, I am going to be gaining 10 hit points each time I level up. So at level 1, I'm going to have 15 hit points. At level 2, I'm going to have 25 hit points. At level 3, I'm going to have 35 hit points. Give or take. This is not precise, but it's going to be around 35 hit points. So at level 3, in order for me to activate my core subclass feature, I need to lose around 17 hit points. Okay, that's pretty doable. What if I'm a level 10 barbarian? What if I'm a level 10 barbarian and I have 100 hit points? If I'm a level 10 Barbarian and I have 100 hit points, I don't get access to my subclass until I lose 50 hit points. So in a weird sort of way, this mechanic encourages you to not have hit points. Like, you want to have low constitution. You want to have less. You want to be, it's pushing you to play against being a lot of things that are like intrinsic to the Barbarian. Also, it sort of seems like you need to activate your rage when you're at half your hit points. So if that's the case, then you're also losing out on all of that rage damage, the advantage on strength and athletics checks for the whole fight until you get to below your half, and then when you can activate your rage to activate this feature. So it just, like, fundamentally kind of doesn't work. So what I would do if I were you as a Gawain is I would pull back a little bit, and I would ask myself a question and say, if I need this Barbarian to be losing hit points to gain power, what is a feature I could give them that would allow them to use it the first round of combat? This feature activates when you rage and your hit points are below half your maximum. So you're going to want this core feature to feel a little bit beefier. I think the fun Geostellar would be that you are being ravaged by rot and wielding it to fight, which could be kind of fun, but you don't need to be losing hit points to do any of that. The Spore Druid is an excellent example of a subclass that represents rotting, but doesn't do that. Here's an example. What about this? When you rage, you emanate an aura of rot. All creatures that start within a certain radius of you have to make a con saving throw or take necrotic damage. Boom. Easy. Done. I don't think it should be that, but it could be something like that. But that would be a way to represent rot happening that you can just use. So, neither of these first level features really work. Let's take a look at the 6th level feature. Corroded Heart. At 6th level, you learn to, say, get the U in there. You learn to channel the corruption within you. When you enter your rage, don't say may, say can. You can pay 10 hit points. I would say expend. You can expend 10 hit points. If you do, you gain the following features. Higher RS, thank you for the prime. When a creature attempts to hit you with a melee attack and you use your action to give that attack advantage, if you do, you make a melee attack against that creature. You're already going to be giving advantage to attacks against enemies because you're going to be doing reckless attack all the time. So this is kind of nothing. So you got to come up with a different downside here. You can pay 5 additional hit points at the beginning of your turn. If you do, you can take the attack action as a bonus action. Yeah, man, neither of these really work either, Gawain. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to belittle, but like genuinely, these are just, you're just making this Barbarian do more damage and hit harder. You're literally giving it nothing else. The only flavor this Barbarian has is the fact that it is spending hit points. That's not flavor. That's nothing. Berserker gets that reaction feature already? Really, do they? I knew Berserkers... I don't think they get a reaction attack, do they? No, they get the bonus action attack, but they don't get a react... Oh, they do. And it's their 14th level feature, a Gawain. Fuck, man. Yeah, no, it's literally their capstone. So yeah, you can't give a capstone at 3rd level. And then you can't take two Berserker features and give them at 6th level. If I were you, again, the question is what is the flavor we're trying to sell here? I don't think either of these represent any flavor. The flavor of this is just you attack more. And giving a creature advantage on an attack against you it could work on any other class. It doesn't work on a barbarian because of reckless attack. Reckless attack means they're always going to be having an advantage on attacks against you anyway. The other thing that I want to say is that at 6th level, 9 times out of 10, at 6th level is when barbarians get something that is a utility or defensive feature. So for example, the Berserker Barbarian can't be charmed or frightened while raging. The Beast Barbarian gets extra movement speeds, gets extra movement types. The Zealot Barbarian can reroll a saving throw. So you got to go a little bit more defense utility with these 6th level features. But yeah, man, this thing is just not selling any flavor right now. Can you ask my opinion on a Ranger ability? Sure. Let's see. Tainted Tendrils. At 10th level, when you enter your rage, you may pay up to half your hit points. What is going on here? Okay, so you can spend half your... So we really can't activate our 3rd level feature until 10th level. Cool. Stop saying pay. Also, that's irking me so badly. Expend. You summon tendrils. Blah, blah, blah. What the fuck do they actually do? Oh my god. It takes till down here. Okay. As an action on your turn, you can move a tendril up to 5 feet. Dude, I'm so frustrated. If this does what I think it does, and you didn't... Is this just the fucking... Fathomless Warlock Tentacle? Your Tendril of Corruption is a shadow tendril on the ground in front of you. So I guess you need to say that, like, that's not clear. Say it appears within 5 feet of you on the ground. As an action on your turn, you can move it up to 5 feet and have it attempt to constrict. It's like it's an action to move it and move only 5 feet? That sucks. That's nothing. The creature has to make a con saving throw, DC 10 plus your con modifier. Why is it 10? Everybody's fucking trying to make their saving throw stronger. Make it 8. This is not how saving throws work. It's 8 plus proficiency plus a modifier, not 10. 8. 8. 8. Stop trying to just make it stronger for no reason. If they fail, they take a shitty little necrotic damage. And then for every 10 hit points, it deals extra damage. Okay, I think we're going to stop reading. I think you know what? I think we're good here. I think we're going to stop. This scaling doesn't work. Because it's just too powerful. So, if I have 100 hit points, this tendril is going to do 5d8 damage. 6d8 damage. What happens when I'm like a level 17 barbarian and I have like 250 hit points? And it looks like I can just always do this, and it restrains creatures and shit. If you want to make a tendril attack arm, go check out the Fathomless Warlock for the way to write it so it's clear, because this is convoluted in how it's written, and its scaling is just jank. You can't scale stuff up. Honestly, you know what it comes down to, Aga, when you were asking about how to scale things? You can't scale stuff off of sacrificing a certain amount of hit points to activate a feature. That just really doesn't work in D&D. And it really, really doesn't work if it scales based on how many hit points you sacrifice. Favored foe, the optional ability instead of favored enemy. Is it concentration required or not? Yes, it is concentration required. I think. 99% sure. Yeah, so that's going to be my main feedback, is I think you kind of need to rebuild this thing from the ground up. I would completely remove the losing hit points to do stuff mechanic. I would make sure I'm not just copying features from the Berserker Barbarian, and I would spend a little bit more time before I started writing it. I would literally spend more time brainstorming it and maybe writing out ideas, but don't write them as full features, and try to come up with what this thing should be doing from a flavor perspective before you describe it from a mechanical perspective. Because it looks like this thing is really a bunch of mechanics with little flavor. And there's some flavor in the Tainted Tendril, but the Tainted Tendril, honestly, doesn't have any fucking thing to do with the rest of the subclass. It kind of feels like it's out of left field. So it's a little bit like if you're going to be like summoning shadow tendrils and shit, we need that earlier. I think a rotting barbarian could be a lot of fun. And I think there's a lot of ways you could make it. But I think the most important thing to do is to explore what some of those ideas could be and try to explore features that do not just add to your numbers. Because literally everything in this, everything before level 10, it's just adding to things you already have. It's literally just adding to your attack rolls or damage rolls or to your saving throws or to making you make more attacks. We don't want to be leaning into those features if we don't have to. We want to be giving us new things. You could be doing more damage. The Zealot Barbarian does more damage. But it's radiant damage. It's once per turn. It scales in a very unique way. And it's radiant or necrotic because you are tied to a celestial, otherworldly thing. So it fits from a vibe perspective as well. Cool. Thank you very much, Agawin, for sharing. Let your flavor build a little bit more before you dive into the mechanics. When somebody is working on Homebrew, when somebody is designing something and they're a little bit stuck and they're not sure what to do, a piece of feedback I often give, is that you should try to describe what your thing is doing in combat as a story, not as game mechanics, and then try to figure out what you need to give it to make that story be able to happen in game mechanics. So if you were describing the path of Decay Barbarian, like literally what would they look like? Well, would it look like they were rotting as they were fighting, and when they hit things, the rot was spreading to the other things? Well, maybe while they're raging, they can choose to do a rotting rage where they take some amount of damage at the start of each of their turns, but they get to deal extra damage or something. I don't know. Something like that. But that's what I would do. Think in that direction. Hell, you could just add swamp features to the Storm Herald Barbarian and make a decay-feeling bard. That's true. That's true. I need to refill my water. Oh. How's everybody doing tonight? You feeling good? Is everybody having a decent Monday? Maxin, relaxin, medium taxin. Kind of a random question. How do you feel about casting Dragon's Breath on Find Familiar? I think it's awesome. I think it's one of the best uses of the spell. Why do you have a sink in your room? Because this is not a normal room. This is the room that has been converted into a thing that looks a little bit more like a normal room. But it used to be something different. No, it's not a converted bathroom. It's more like a converted, like, working space. Like, there's lots of, like, stains on the counter there from, like, paint and stuff. I think that somebody was, like, it looked like it was being used for more, like, crafting things before I took ownership of it. Not really a classroom, not really an art studio, more like a torture chamber. Like a den of maintaining high levels of pain while keeping flesh alive. No, it has not changed much. That's true. Astros is up next. Oh, you wrote a... Why'd you write me a fucking... I'm not going to read all that. First monster... Or maybe I will. First monster and homebrew I've made intended for a team of 4 to 5, 6 to 7 level adventurers. Minions should accompany him while to start. Could be a roving warlord in a region or set up to be a ruined part of the town he's conquered. What is this? Okay, you're just talking. You're not really talking about. You're just describing the vibe. We're gonna pick. Oh my god, is that real? Look how. Do you guys see how long this stat block is about to be? This is about to be such a fucking mess, bro. Bro, what the fuck is this? Bro, I'm gonna be really honest with you right now. Who made this? Astros. Let me just see how long it takes to get from the top to the bottom of this monster before we review it, because I think that's going to probably be the first piece of feedback I have. Also, a CR8 monster should not have 1, 2, 3, 4 saving throws. Is 5 times 13 65? Probably. Let's just see how many features this thing has. I mean, it's a lot. It's not as many as I thought, but it is a lot. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different types of attacks. And 1, 2, 3, 4 bonus actions. The main problem with that is that's really fucking challenging to run as a dungeon master. Because your dungeon master is going to be forgetting some of these features. You're going to be losing a lot in the weeds here. Yeah, don't give it mythic anything. This is a CR8 monster. It's not a CR20 monster. Oh man, this is, I don't even want to, I'm gonna look at it. No, yes, your monster should not have more actions or bonus actions than its challenge rating. That's a really good point. 136 hit points, 16 armor, only 1 damage resistance, too many saving throws, a couple skill checks, some immunities. Honestly, less hit points than I would expect. It has advantage on wisdom's checks. Once per turn, it can deal extra damage to a creature it hits with an attack if that creature is within 5 feet of an ally that isn't incapacitated, or he has advantage on the attack roll. He's a reckless attacker. He has advantage on saving throws against being charmed, frightened, paralyzed, poisoned. Isn't he immune to being charmed and frightened? So why is that? Okay, so he's got a bunch of saving throws. At this point, just give him magic resistance. You could just give him magic resistance. It's going to be way simpler than all this. If he's getting multi-attack, that needs to be written in the actions, not down here. It needs to be down here. It should be the first thing that it says down here. Holy shit, and there's going to be minions? Fuck me. This is too complicated of a stat block, bro. Yeah, it's still possible to get on the wheel. The Duluhan is CR10. It has mythic actions. All right. I still think CR8 is a little low. And then apparently, I guess it has different modes, because this is rekindling only and rekindling. I have no idea what either of those mean. Oh, this is its... You're saying this is for its fucking extra state. His stats... Okay. If you want to do some shit like this, don't have his stats change in the middle. That's going to be really annoying to deal with and manage. I would turn this into something that activates when it gets below half hit points. But this is not CR8. If you want this to be a CR8 monster, you got to cut a lot of that. Branded beast speed isn't reduced when grappling a smaller creature. It can make 3 claw attacks or replace 1 with a bite if grappling a target. I don't know what this is in reference to. Is this like an alternative multi-attack that activates? You mentioned scythe attacks up here, and then claw attacks later. I don't see any claw attacks, so I'm confused. This would be fine as a BBEG or something beyond comprehension, like this on an Aboleth, but on a CR8, come on. Yeah, this is more of like a CR10 or a CR11, I would say. But even that, it's like, we're like a third of the way through reading the stat block, and I still don't really understand what this thing is supposed to feel like. So I don't really like that. That means we're not really, we're getting too much going on. Twice per day, it can use its action to weaponize its presence. Creatures within 60 feet of it have to make a saving throw or be frightened for 1 minute. They can repeat the saving throw at the end of their turns. This also summons a bunch of things. Yeah, I would just not summon anything with this fucking guy. Or simplify his stat block. Heated Scythe, plus 8 to hit. Kind of shitty damage. And they do a saving throw, they move closer. It can squash things. What the fuck is this monster supposed to feel like? It gets heated scythes, a big roar, a basic damage attack that also knocks creatures prone and grapples them automatically. A bite attack that also grapples them automatically but gains temporary hit points. Don't do multiple things that grapple all automatically. It's going to be annoying. And then it gets a special claw attack that is somehow worse than its squash attack and its heated scythe attack. But then it can swallow creatures. Fuck me, man. This is... I don't know. I can't... This is making me tired to read. If I'm being honest. Like, yeah, it's just doing too much. I don't think I'm even going to read the rest of it. Here's what I'm going to say. I would, if I was going to make a monster like this, I would give it some basic attacks. And then I would give it access to an extra basic attack, an extra special attack once it got below half hit points. I would not give it 1, 2, 3, 4 different bonus actions and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different actions and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different core class features. It's just too much. Yeah, this is more complex than some much higher CR monsters. If I were you, I would take a little bit of time and look at some of the monstrosities that exist in D&D that are between the CR. I would look at monstrosities and maybe potentially devils too, or demons that are between the CR of like 7 and the CR of like 12 to help give you a sense of how to sort of organize your thoughts, but also how to sort of focus the design here. You don't need 16 different things to go on. Yeah, this stat block should also definitely be 2 columns. Is it okay to just adjust the way a story goes when PCs roll high for things their characters don't fully understand? Not dismissing the dice rolls, but give them limited information? Sure. Yeah, I don't really have much more to say. I feel like I see that there's some fiery stuff happening, but it's getting lost in the weeds. I don't really see how it ties to the scythes. I don't really know what this thing is supposed to look like or feel like. This description is fine, but you're really shooting yourself in the foot for a lot of the way this thing is designed right now. It's really, really... If you want to design it, a boss fight to have multiple stages, you could do that. But I would look to something like MCDM's action-oriented monsters for that. They have basically a system for writing monsters where they get features in tiers, but it's way simpler, and I think it accomplishes the same goal of feeling like epic fights are happening and big cinematic moments and changings in battle. I think a good thought process for the monster you make with this much stuff is ask, does it need this feature to sell the fiction? And if the answer is no, don't include it. Yeah, for sure. I big agree there. Seal Ryan, thank you for the sub. But I also think that some of this is just overcomplicated. Like, we don't need to transition to a different type of attack and a different type of action economy and all. We don't need to go through stages in this way. Like, you literally could just make a move feature here that's a big block that says when the gobbledygook goes below half hit points, or I might even put a number. When it goes below 70 hit points, it gains the following features. Its attacks deal an extra 1d6 damage. It gets one extra attack on its melee. When it uses its claw attacks, it gets one extra attack. When it uses its bite attack, it can now attempt to devour the creature. You know, you can just tie all that shit in. You don't need to... So a lot of it has to just do with the layout of this, is just sort of shooting you in the foot. The layout of this is doing a lot to fuck you. And I'm sorry that I'm not reading the rest of the bonus actions, but it's a little bit like too little too late, man. If you're going to take me through the weeds here, you know, you get what you get. And I think that at the end of the day, if you want to do a bunch of bonus actions, that's tedious. That's also tedious. So I would simplify these too. So yeah, I think you got to really focus in. I think you really got to focus in. Because right now it is all over the place in terms of like navigating it. I can't even get into the balance because it's really hard to actually understand it because of how it's written. Like, it doesn't seem like it actually does that much damage. The squash does a little bit of damage. I'm assuming these things are going to do a little bit of damage. But you have to like hunt for features. Yeah, if it was 2 columns, it would be a lot easier to read. But even then, it would be kind of like, all right, let's see. Well, it's in the second mode, so it gets the extra things here, but it's also getting an extra attack. It's not doing this attack anymore. What kind of attack is it doing? A claw attack. Where's the claw attack? Oh, it's down here. Okay. You know, like, it's just a lot of work to actually navigate running it. So, I would say it is definitely a bold idea to try to shove this much into a monster. My main feedback for you would be to look at other monsters that are in the challenge rating that you're trying to use, and to try to emulate them, not necessarily in terms of what you're giving them, but in terms of the amount of things you're giving them and the power of the things you're giving them. And those are my thoughts. All right, Astros, thank you for sharing. The last thing that I would say is some of the best monsters in D&D and some of the most... I want to say why I'm being so harsh about how this is not going to be fun. I genuinely don't think this is going to be fun. And that's because when you are running combat as a dungeon master, 80% of your energy should be focused on what's happening on the battle map. 20% of your energy should be focused on navigating rules, thinking monster strategy, and music. Running a stat block like this is going to require a lot more of your energy. And it creates this thing where there are certain types of monster features that are really complicated, but don't really feel like super cool at the table. Or they're not really like, oh, wow moments. And there's other monster features that are really big wow moments and are super simple. You should be striving to make your features simple, but for them to evoke cool things from the players. When this monster gets below 50% health, having it no longer do a heating scythe attack, but instead doing a claw attack, that doesn't really feel different. You know? Like, how does that change the way the game feels? It kind of doesn't. It's not really selling any fiction. So I would just drop that. Because it's not making a moment, you know? Same with the numbers all growing by these incremental margins. None of that is going to feel like anything for the player. Literally, they might not even notice it. So cut that out. We don't need that. That's adding extra complication. You got to be thinking about not just ease of use for the Dungeon Master, but also impact for the way the game will be perceived by the players. So monsters usually, not always, but usually have a couple, like one or two things that are like, this is the thing that makes them feel the way they feel. And I would try to build it in that sort of way, especially if this is especially if you're sort of new to Homebrew. Like, you could very easily end up making something that is not fun to fight and is also not fun to run. And you don't want to spend all this time building this complicated monster and then spend half the fight looking through your monster stat block to figure out what features it should be using. You know? All right. Anyway, finish the round of applause. Boop. Clip, clip, clap. We're like horses. Also, guys, I don't know if you know this, but tomorrow on stream, we have a very fun stream. Tomorrow, the first part of stream is going to happen earlier in the day. I think it's going to start around 3 p.m. I'm going to be playing Minecraft with my buddies Hannah and Tori, and we're going to try to go to the Nether and not die, which hasn't happened yet. And then but after that, starting at normal stream time at around 6, we're going to be looking at people's dungeons. People are sending in 5-room dungeons. And if you want to send in a 5-room dungeon, you can find the submission link in my Discord. And you'll also find it, I'll also post it for the stream tomorrow, but you should work on it now. And you should read the prompt in the Discord because there's like specific rules to making it. Specifically, it needs to not be much more than 1 page, and I want you to try to follow the 5-room dungeon formatting for inspiration. You don't need to copy it exactly, but I want you to use that in your design of the dungeon. So if you read it carefully and you look at I also include like some articles and stuff on them. If you're making a 5-room dungeon, you don't have to make the rooms in the right order. You don't need to... You know, if one room is supposed to be the guardian room, it doesn't literally need to have a guardian in it. Like, it's all up to interpretation. It doesn't even need to be a dungeon. You know, it could be a series of events all happening in the same room. It's just, that's the sense of it. If you don't have any clue how to make a dungeon, well, no worries, because tomorrow will be a great stream to basically read a bunch of dungeons and also get a bunch of free dungeons because people are going to share them here, and then you can just use them in your own game. If you don't have time to build your dungeon for tomorrow, don't worry. We're going to have more homebrew days that have prompts and specific things like that. And then on, I believe, Thursday, we're doing a homebrew review where the Discord link is in the YouTube video description. The homebrew review day that we're doing on Thursday is non-damaging spells. Spells that are intended to not deal damage. So if you want to make some homebrew for that too, consider it. Okay, at the 3-hour mark on Friday, I felt like my throat was on fire. It's a little sore, but I think I'm getting better. I'll tell you what, a dungeon is easier to write than you think, and it needs less words than you think. And my guess is if you feel like fitting a whole dungeon into 1 page, or a little more than 1 page, requires you to make it kind of brief. So I feel like it's not the hardest thing to do. The goal is to try to just make it all feel connected and plug and play. You don't need a lot of details for it to be plug and play. You literally could just be like, room 1, ballroom. There are 3 ghosts and a musical piano playing itself. The ghosts are hostile. If a player attempts to play the piano, they have to make a performance check. If they roll a 15 or higher, the ghosts become non-hostile and grant the players a ghostly boon. Boom. 1 room, done. You don't need to include stat blocks. You don't need to include any of that kind of stuff. Okay. Anyway, boo. All an RP encounter needs to include, Pasta, for it to be a roleplay encounter, is one of 2 things. It requires the characters to talk to someone or something, or it requires the characters to engage with their feelings. That's it. So a roleplay room could be a door that they need to talk to. A roleplay room could be a magical pond that if you jump into the pond, you see, a vision from your past that reflects in the whole. Everyone in the room sees it too. You could have a flashback pond. Anyway, Salty Swan is next. Yeah, Pinky Mouse, exactly. You're tickled pink you were chosen. Well, I'm glad we got to get you on the wheel, bud. Try number 13. Always wanted a character that just punches people with the weapons doing vastly more damage. And Dex being strong for AC, nothing felt viable. Trust me, this is not going to be like a normal monk brawler you've seen. Salty Swan, I have seen so many fucking monk brawlers. If you tell me to trust you and you break my heart, I'm going to burn you alive. Just so you know. Why is this so long? That's my first thought. Okay, anyway. Here, this is listed on YouTube. Here, this is on Twitch. Guys, you take a moment to read this. I'm going to go pee really quickly. And then you can come back. Also, I will say, your first sentence needs to change. This sucks. I'm sure this sentence doesn't suck, but never start your homebrew. Most something are like this, but my something is like this. Don't do that. Just start with the thing that your something is like. Just say, brawler monks use brute strength and muscle-bowed body for fighting or whatever, but don't start with that. You're wasting words. Okay, I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. Let me play some music. Let me play some music for you when I go pee. I'll play chill music. Different chill music. BRB. I'm gonna go make a pee, and then I'm gonna be right back. And then we're gonna read this Brunk Mauler. This Brunk Mauler. This Brawler Monk. Fuck me. All right, 1 second. Why didn't you guys tell me I used the wrong screen? Huh? I'm back. Did you miss me? I like that. I like that music. We're going to go back to fantasy world music for now. But I do like the just sort of chill guitar playlist too. Did you guys notice anything that I need to keep an eye out for? Let's do the bigger one. Okay. Anyway, yeah, fix your flavor text. That's the first thing. What's your name again? Who is this? Salty. Okay. It doesn't look like most brawlers, can confirm. Cool. Most monks rely on their dexterous abilities to hit and dodge various attacks, but you have opted instead to use your brute strength and muscle-bowed body for such tasks. Yep. Just cut the first half of the sentence out and just have it be the second. Brawlers are not brawn over brain. Those are barbarians. Brawlers just prefer to hit things hard. Dude, your whole fucking flavor text is just things that this is different than. I don't care what this is different than. Just say what it is. Stop saying what it's not. All right. I'm a little nervous that what we're getting at third level is a whole lot of words, and I see a lot of numbers immediately, and I see things that have to do with 17th level before we're even getting to third level features. So that does worry me a little bit. Let's see what we're getting. Mono e mono. Starting at third level, your experience in picking one-on-one fights has given you the uncanny ability to challenge anyone to a fight. This is a nothing sentence. What this sentence says is your experience in having fights has given you experience in fighting. As a bonus action, you can force a creature within 30 feet of you to make a wisdom saving throw or be forced to target only you with their attacks and abilities. Okay. Creatures other than you have advantage. Creatures other than you have advantage on the affected creature. Advantage on what? Attacks against? This feature ends if a creature other than you attacks it. You don't attack the affected creature by the end of your next turn. Or if you end your turn and the affected creature is more than the targeted range away. What is the targeted range? What does that fucking mean? You can use this ability a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. You gain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. I'm gonna tell you something right now that's gonna make you a little sad and or frustrated. I can't tell you which, but this doesn't work. This already exists. This is literally what the ancestral guardian barbarian does. And they do not limit the creature's ability to make attacks. They just give it disadvantage on attacks against anything that isn't you. This is almost exactly the feature that you're trying to say, but you are making yours a lot stronger. I just also the Cavalier, yes. Also the Kender, yes. So I don't think this super works. It kind of feels like, and it literally even just the feature of like you needing to attack the creature and stuff, like it just feels like you're trying to shove a barbarian feature into a monk. It doesn't really feel like you're making a unique monk feature here. King Crusher, I have added some of it, but most of it I can't add. Because all the music I mean realistically I need to change that channel because it's giving a wrong impression. Because people don't actually understand what sort of things you can play on the internet when you're streaming on YouTube and what things you can't. And also, I use a certain program for all my playlists, and it doesn't have a lot of the music you suggest in it. Yeah, it's stronger. It's stronger than the Ancestral Barbarian, so it just doesn't work. It doesn't work from a power perspective. It also doesn't sell a fiction that is, I think, unique or makes sense to put on a monk. I mean, you could try to figure out how to put that fiction on a monk, but the way to do that is not to take the Ancestral Guardian Barbarian feature and make it stronger. And just give it to them. You think I could run a multiversal setting? I think I could only run a multiversal D&D setting if I was in charge of all the universes were. I don't think I could run a multiversal D&D setting if I had to do research to understand all the D&D multiverses, because I am not a great researcher for other people's lore. I like to make lore, and I like to pull little nuggets, but some of my players would end up knowing the lore more than I would, and I feel like I wouldn't love that, just because I feel like I couldn't, like, surprise them with stuff. Or I'd have to change it. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, this kind of is busted. To aid in your aggression, you can taunt creatures as part of a bonus action. As part of the bonus action? What bonus action? Isn't this an action to do? No, this is the same bonus action? Okay, so as part of the same bonus action, you could also taunt creatures? Or is this a different bonus action? Let me read it first. You can spend key points to influence your taunt to a greater effect. What is taunt? We don't know what that means. You can spend 1 key point to give a single creature -2 to the saving throw, 2 key points for disadvantage on the saving throw, or 3 key points for -2 and disadvantage on the saving throw. I would probably drop this also. Let's see what Tradosio suggested for how you could do mono e mono. When you hit with an unarmed strike granted by flurry of blows, the target of your attack has disadvantage on attack rolls against targets other than you until the start of your next turn. Yes, perfect. Exactly that. That's what it should be. When you use your flurry of blows and you hit a creature, that creature has disadvantage on attacks against creatures other than you until the start of your next turn. Done. And I think you drop this mechanic. You don't even need to do the saving throw. You could just make that happen then. And that's the only thing we get at 3rd level. I wish we got something a little bit more flavorful. Yeah, if you go in the direction that was suggested by chat, you could definitely tie in a ribbon feature here. That could help maybe sell some of the fiction. Maybe something that we would be able to understand more if you gave us a little bit more flavor text other than monk fight with strong. There is a 2nd, 3rd level feature? Where? Oh. Why is it down here? Then what are these? What the fuck is this? Oh, there's stages to it? I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna be pretty honest. I don't think we're gonna read them. I don't think it matters. I think this improving would not solve the problem of this being too strong. I think you tie this to the way that we suggested earlier, and then it doesn't really need an improvement. You just make it where you punch a thing, and then it only wants to punch you for a little while or at its disadvantage. Done. So I think I would just cut all of this out. Let's see what else we get at 3rd level. Extensive muscle training. Also at 3rd level, your muscle-bound body makes even the sharpest blade have trouble cutting you. Oh, wow, your sentences just keep going. As a result, you add your strength modifier to your AC instead of your dex. I wouldn't change unarmored defense. I'll tell you why this isn't great. Because there's nothing... What if I don't want to be strength-based? This is a subclass where now we have to be a barbarian, where we have to be a strength-based barbarian. I mean, I guess we could be, but I don't know. I don't love this here. Yeah, nothing else relies on strength so far. So like, why are we getting that? I don't know. Cinder, do you have any bad habits or tropes that you are trying to break or have broken? I pick my nose a lot. I don't love that I do that. Yeah. This just feels like it's just trying to turn a monk into a barbarian. And I don't agree with that. So I would come up with something different for this also. Let's see what we get at 6th level. If you're reduced to 0 hit points, you can make a Constitution saving throw. On successful, you come to 1 hit point instead. You can do this equal to your Isn't this just a Barbarian feature too? This is just a fucking... All of these are Barbarian features. This is literally a Barbarian feature. What are we doing? What is it? Is it Relentless Rage? Is it Persistent Rage? It's one of those. Relentless Rage. You're literally just taking the thing they get at 11th level and you're giving it to us at level 6 and you're making it much stronger. Also, Rikori brings up a great point. Well, no, you can choose to use strength for your unarmed strikes. I don't think you have to use dex. So, what is this, just a barbarian? Like, what are we doing here? At 6th level, let's see. Anytime a spell or ability forces you to make a dex saving throw, you can use strength instead. I don't think this... All of this is just, like, I feel like this isn't a subclass. These are mechanics to try to take a monk and make them a barbarian. It doesn't feel like a subclass. If you want to make a barbarian-esque monk, you need to make them feel distinct from a barbarian. It is not bad to make a monk that has a barbarian feature. It is bad to make that monk feel like a barbarian by just copy-pasting barbarian features into it or doing reinterpretations of barbarian features and not giving this monk anything that's unique. Because a monk that is a little bit barbarian, it's going to do things a little differently. Let's see. At 11th level, you advantage on death saving throws. When you succeed on your death saving throw, you gain hit points equal to your con modifier and are knocked prone. I'd probably make this once a day, but again, this is kind of just copying. This is just sort of doing the same thing that Iron Will is doing. So these are sort of like, it's sort of just extending the same feature. It feels a little redundant. By the time you reach 17th level, creatures are compelled to fight you. As a bonus action, you can force any number of creatures targeted by your... Alright, well, we're gonna... What does this say? Creatures have to use their... It's just more El Mano stuff. Creatures have to move towards you. And you have advantage attacks on all your attacks. I wouldn't give advantage on all your attacks against them. Having them need to move towards you kind of just turns this into compelled duel. I feel like you could solve a lot of the confusion of this subclass by literally just redoing the whole thing from the ground up. And at 3rd level, when you hit somebody with your flurry of blows, you can like cast compelled duel on them. Or maybe you can just cast compelled duel. I don't know, man. I'm going to be honest. What did you say? It is not like any normal brawler monk I've seen, but it kind of is. I still don't like... I just wish it had more flavor than just this is a little bit different than a barbarian. Like even Mano y Mano, which is the only really unique feature this thing gets, is just a overpowered version of what the Ancestral Guardians get, which is a barbarian. You're like a barbarian that doesn't get rage, reckless attack, or martial weapons. So doesn't that balance this out? Balance it how? I'm not sure what you're saying, Pinky. I don't think that makes Mano y Mano balanced. And I also don't think that makes this feel like you are anything other than still a monk that's trying to be a barbarian. So I'm not sure what balancing you're talking about here. I would also argue that that does not balance out getting a 6th level feature that barbarians would also normally get at 11th level. I would also argue that the core monk, you're still getting the full core monk features. So while you're not getting reckless attack or rage, you're getting step of the wind and patient defense, and you're getting the like diamond soul and all the other monk shit. So no, I would say it does not balance it out. And stunning strike, thank you. So no, bold underline, it does not balance it out. What it does do is what I said before, which is it sells you a monk shoved into a barbarian, and I feel like that's not enough of a thing on its own. So yeah, man, I don't know. It feels like it missed the mark. I think if I were you, I would sort of go back to the drawing board with this. I think there's probably some things in here that work. I think if you change mono and mono to what Tradosio suggested, where you can make things have disadvantage on attacks against things other than you, that's a good place to start. I like the idea of creating a spectral ring using ki. You could make it 20-foot radius, and everyone in the area needs to make wisdom saves at the start of their turn or have their action making a melee weapon attack against you. That could be cool, but that's very out of left field. So I wouldn't. I mean, that's just like, we're not here to redesign. But yeah, if they want to take that idea, that could definitely work. So those are my thoughts. I think that it definitely does need some new things. I think if you wanted to try to summon a magical ring, that could definitely do something. But yeah, I feel like it is kind of, it is not unique enough to stand on its own two legs at the moment. It is a little overpowered, and it is a little redundant in some places, and it is kind of a barbarian. And I want it to be its own thing. And I don't want it to be Ancestral Guardian Barbarian. I want it to be 100% its own thing. All right. Thank you for sharing, Salty Swan. Let's give Salty a round of applause. Glook. VSL Puffin. Meant for level 3s. Wait, I didn't spin you. Oops, shit. I meant to add people to the wheel. Sorry, VSL Pumpkin. Sorry for getting your hopes up. We didn't spin you on the wheel yet. I almost had a brain fart there. Now we'll spin the wheel again. Might be. No, we didn't roll. I just skipped it because I was being dumb. I was adding new people. Bug. That would have actually... Well, it wouldn't have been rigged, because rigged means intentional. It would have been malpractice. Or it would have been manslaughter. You know, accidental death sort of situation. We made the drum roll sounds. Bug. Monster mix. Ooh, monster mix. I wonder if this is somebody that wrote their name or wrote the wrong thing. Custom or my adaptation to existing content and world lore. Why is the link not linking? Okay, well, as always, if I'm reviewing something and you posted a bunch of shit in it, I just look at the first thing. Your formatting is pretty fucking garbage. If you want anybody to be able to use this, you need to, at the bare minimum, make it comfortable to read. So, for example... Let's just take what you wrote here. For example, multi-attack. Under breath. Claw. Bite. You know, shit like that. Just little stuff. Little things. Speaking of which, you don't show us any of your math for your hit points and hit die. You should do that. CR4, AC 16, very few hit points. It's got a lot of dex. It's got some con, and that's about it. It's medium. It has at-will abilities. Have you ever looked at a monster stat block before? You should write this like a monster stat block. And not just like a list of features. Multi-attack. When you say multi-attack, you need to say what that means. So we get a Thunder Breath, we get a Claw, and we get a Bite. We don't know how much we're getting of any of these. So you would say multi-attack. The Reaver Silver makes 2 claw attacks and 1 bite attack. Also, you put the plus to hit first. So when you say a claw attack, you need to say claw attack +6 to hit, 1 target, 5-foot reach, 1d4 plus 5 slashing damage. And you got to put the average in here. So you're missing a lot of the core for your monster. And that's that kind of stuff really matters. You might be like, oh, why does it matter, Cinder? It matters because people aren't going to want to read your homebrew if it's not written in a way that they're used to, and if it's not written in a way that is easy to read. Here, let's look at the aboleth for a second. Look how the aboleth's attack is written. Tail attack. Tail. Italics. Melee weapon attack +9 to hit. Reach, 10 feet. 1 target. Then it tells you the damage, and then it tells you the type of damage. Every single one of your attacks needs to do that. If they're not doing that, they're not doing anything. Matoiki, thank you for the resub. Been super busy with work, but you know I had to come and give my prime. Oh, you are so sweet. That is very kind. But, like, this is gobbledygook. This is the way I would write monster notes if I was scribbling, improving, building a monster very quickly. But if your goal is for the monster to work and be balanced, then you need to... You need to get into the weeds here. Also, there's a lot of your math is just wrong. Because the claw attack has a +5 to damage, but a +6 to hit. So the +5 to damage would imply that the attack is coming from its dexterity. Because attacks for monsters work exactly the same way as attacks for characters. So if a fighter is fighting with their dex, they add their dex to the attack. But they also add their dex to the plus hit. So why is the hit +6? This is a CR4 monster, so its proficiency bonus should be at least +2. So the bonus to hit would be 5 because of the dex modifier, and then +2 because of the proficiency bonus, and this would be +7. So the impression that I get here is that you probably don't know how to build monsters yet, which is totally fine, but that is a really important part of building monsters, is getting those systems together and writing them clearly, because if you're not doing that, your monster's gobbledygook. It's gobbledygook around, and you don't want to be gobbledygook with your monster, you know? No one's gonna want to read it. No one's gonna want to use it. So, for example, it's very hard for me to judge how powerful it is because I don't really know how often it's hitting with its multi-attack. Because multi-attack doesn't mean anything. It just means it's attacking more than once. I find it very funny. You almost commit wheel fraud. Oh, I'm sorry. And then it gets some teleporting or something. 5 times per long rest. Teleport 30 feet. Takes a move action. A move action is not a thing in D&D 5e. So the way that you would write a feature like this is you would say, on its turn, the Blockle can teleport to a point it can see within 120 feet or whatever. After it uses this ability, its movement speed drops to 0. Then we have some sort of elemental blast. I don't exactly know what's happening 5 times per rest. Yeah, I think we're gonna stop reading this here. This feels maybe a third finished. So I don't really understand what it's supposed to feel like from the mechanics. It looks like it is a quick creature that is dexterous. It gets some claw attacks and can shoot a fire firebolt at some creature, but it can also teleport. But then it has some elemental blast of thunder damage. I don't know what this thing is supposed to be. So I don't really have more feedback. I sort of feel like I got handed like something that you spent 20 minutes on, or that you just were sent me a really, really rough draft of. So what I'm going to say is organize your brew. Make sure it is formatted in a way that is readable. Look at how other monsters are written and try to emulate that structure. There are also websites like TetraCube that you can use to help you format your monster stat blocks. But the formatting, unfortunately, is incredibly important for monster stat blocks. My guess is this is this person's first submission, just because it's basically just notes. It's not really written in a way that is super clear. You got to remember that when you are writing something, you are spending a great deal of time with that thing. You are reading it, you're thinking about it a lot. Even if you're not actively thinking about it, you're in your brain is. So you are going to sometimes forget that you need to explain things clearly, because you don't need to explain them for yourself because you know them because you wrote them. But the reason why formatting and structure and getting the right words in, knowing where to bold things, knowing just how to express an idea and to write it correctly is so important in D&D, is because if you don't do that, then this is gobbledygook. And I don't want it to be gobbledygook. I want to see your ideas, and I want to understand what you're trying to make. And it's very hard for me to do that if it's formatted in a way that where it feels like there's no connective tissue, where I'm having to infer a lot of things, and I might be getting those infers wrong. So, for example, like, what the fuck happens 5 feet per long rest? Or 5 times per long rest? I have no idea. Because it's just sort of randomly written here above these 2 features, but I have no idea. So I think the most important thing for you moving forward, because it looks like you have a bunch of monsters, and it looks like, my guess is every single one of them probably has these same issues. So if I were you, I would keep your monster notes, be excited by your monsters, but acknowledge that if you want to represent your monsters well to the public, and you want people to be excited to see your monsters and to read them, you need to put a good chunk more time into the way you present them and the way you write out those features. Otherwise, no one is really going to read them. And at the end of the day, it's just going to be, in the end of the day, if you're like, I don't care, I'm using it for my home game, I just wanted you to know what you thought about it. What I think about it is that it feels a little bit untethered, and it feels like it's hard for me to understand what the vibe is. And your writing is not ever going to improve if you don't try to work within parameters. And the other side of that, which I think is more important, is that by trying to learn the structures through which monsters are written, you are going to become better at writing monsters, because you are going to become more familiar with a lot of stuff that's out there. You're going to start to see a little bit of nuance. You might even start to understand some mechanics in terms of like how the sausage is made a little bit behind the scene. So that's what I think is the next step for you, my dear Monster Mix. Let's give Monster Mix a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. It's never too late to be on the wheel. Whenever I do a homebrew wheel, the wheel is open throughout the entirety of the stream that I do it. And then when I close it, I delete it forever. And I do a new wheel every stream. So if you submitted homebrew today and it did not get spun on the wheel, you can resubmit it to other things. Ooh, aka he, yaka, aka, laka, boo. How long do I stream? I like streaming. I stream a while. I'm not gonna do super long streams this week because I'm still a little sick. But I still am gonna try to do like 5 hours. I think I'm probably gonna end closer to 11 than to midnight. But you know, you never know. Sometimes I get energized and I keep going. But we'll be going for at least a little while. No! 5 hours, 5 days a week is a lot of streaming. I feel like I do more than that. So cutting back to 5 hours is kind of, I think is reasonable. At least when I'm sick. The thing is, I also have a lot of editing I need to do this week for the podcast, so I have to get up earlier. But on days that I can, I like streaming forever. Until I get mad. Or tired. There always ends up being a time in the night where I realize I'm not good at giving advice anymore because I'm emotionally drained from sort of dealing with the same sorts of issues over and over again. So I think it sometimes depends on the homebrew that I look at also, because if, for example, I have to read like 3 Artificers back to back that all have like a built-in special subclass feature that essentially is, here's 30 new magic items that you get in a new system for casting spells into objects, then I'm not going to want to read much more after that. You know what I mean? Exactly, Legacy of Swords. Okay, so if you're new to the channel, if I ever start to get too mean and you think I'm getting too mean, don't tell me I'm being mean. Don't tell me that, because I'm just going to not respond positively to that, because I know myself. But what you can say is what Legacy of Swords just said, is what you say is, they're only human. Cinder, remember, they're only human. And that will remind me to chill out. I have a little sticky of it on my wall also, but I don't always look up at it. I actually wanted to get another one, and then I couldn't find any sticky notes. So I need to buy some sticky notes, because what I want to do is I want to have it right next to my monitor, or like right on my computer monitor, right next to where chat and the camera are. So like if I'm sort of yelling at you, I can see it. I'm like, they're only human, Cinder. They're only human. I know you guys like it. The thing is, I know that everybody likes it when I'm mean, but you know who doesn't like it when I'm mean? The person who's getting the feedback. And there's this issue that I face where I don't love making people feel bad, and I can't tell if people are going to respond positively or not to it, so I have to try to tone it down. Because I used to get people sending me messages a lot that were like, Cinder, I used to really like you, and then you reviewed my homebrew, and it made me feel sad, and I never want to write homebrew again. And I don't like getting those messages. Yeah, use the correct form of the word there, or I will ban you. You have a question? What's up, Milky Boy? Milky Boy. Is that you? Are you Milky Boy from the before times? I feel like I haven't seen you in a long time, if that is. Or there's another person named Milky Boy. Milky Boy is somebody who was like an old OG watcher of my channel, but I think they spelled their name a little differently. But who knows? Oh, fuck the burp police. Dude, you know what? Okay, we're going to spin the wheel, but can I complain for like 3 seconds about 2 types of viewers that I really fucking don't like? Is that okay? Can I do that for a second? This music is perfect for it, too. Okay, 2 types of viewers that I don't like. 1, people that complain about me burping on stream. I'm fucking live for 5 hours, dude. Like, I'm gonna make all sorts of gross noises, okay? Shut the fuck up. I hate it. I hate when people, and I'm gonna tie into that when people get mad at me for cursing. Milky Boy, it is the real you! Hi, buddy. I missed you. I hope you're good. Whenever anybody criticizes me for cursing or criticizes me for the noises I make, I want to punch them in the fucking brain. Also, GM Workshop, thank you. GM Workshop, congratulations for you for getting partnered on Twitch, you son of a gun. You fooligan, once again, schmooligan. I saw you playing a game that wasn't Baldur's Gate, and I got very confused. And then I remembered that you exist, and you're a three-dimensional creature. And you shouldn't be limited to Baldur's Gate because your wonder shines beyond it. And it made me happy. And I don't remember what the game was, but I remember thinking it was a game that I thought, oh, that makes sense. And I thought you would have fun playing it, but I don't remember what game it was. Witcher 3, yeah. I couldn't get through it. I liked it a lot, but I have a ADHD relationship with video games, so whenever there's like too much going on, I kind of just wander and kill things until I get bored. But I do something cool. I haven't gotten the silver play button yet. I haven't gotten any emails about it. I haven't gotten any notifications from anybody. No one on YouTube's team has hit me up. So no word on the silver play button app. Okay, we're talking about people that piss me off, and then we're gonna look at some homebrew. So the first type of viewer that pisses me off are people that criticize me when I curse or criticize me when I make weird mouth noises. I have a speech impediment. Go fuck yourself. Shut the fuck up. I'm allowed to do whatever I want. That's the first thing. So I hate all of them. I want to punch them. I want to make them so sad. So that's the first people I hate. The second people I hate are people that bitch and moan and whine about me needing to do more homebrew review. It doesn't happen that much. It happens more with the member streams than anything else. But when people are like, Cinder, you're not doing enough, it's like, fuck you. I'm doing this 5 hours a day. Yeah, it usually is people being like you got through less than a third of the wheel. And it's like, yeah, I did. Because I didn't want to rush. You fucking scumbag. You piece of shit. You parasite. You rotten apple ruining my cobbler. You're like a mosquito that is just out of reach, buzzing in my ear and contributing nothing other than annoyance, a little irritation, and potentially some blood loss. Anyway, fuck all those people. Okay, that's enough ranting, though. That was enough ranting, right? You don't have to be kind to me. You can do whatever you want. Those are just two things that annoy me that people do. I don't ban people very often. I just like timing them out for long periods of time. I used to ban... That's not true. There are sometimes somebody's just... you just ban them. They're just trying to be trolly and just give them a ban. But usually I just time people out. I haven't banned anybody in a while. I don't think I've banned anybody since I've started streaming on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. Because I'm kind of watching two chats at the same time. So I don't have as much time to, like, notice if someone is progressively being an asshole. Lady Azalea, exactly. Every single person that complains about me not getting through enough, they are the same people that would complain that I rushed. They'll say I rushed through their piece. Exactly. Okay, we're done. We're not done. We're gonna spin more wheel, but we're done. We're done complaining about people I don't like. I think that guy's still banned. I don't know. I don't know if I ever got an unban request from him. And you can't send unban requests on YouTube, so it's a bigger deal if you get banned on YouTube. To be fair, I ban people on YouTube all the fucking time. Quick question on the Become God video, which I watch like monthly. What's the name of the amazing tune in your intro? Here, let me check for you. Wait, are you talking about... I actually don't remember, so we're going to go to my YouTube video right now and check, because I actually don't remember. Sometimes I make YouTube videos that are kind of shitty. Sometimes I make YouTube videos that are pretty good. I think this one's pretty good.
Are you getting...
Oh, that's really fucking loud. Okay, do you mean this music, or do you mean the music when the show starts?
getting bored with other people's imaginary worlds?
This song?
Are their plot holes
Are you talking about
starting
this
to
song?
outweigh their nuances? Does every story just feel the same? It might just be time
Oh, you're talking about the intro song? I think it's called Spooked. Let me just make sure it's what I think it is.
of the universe. It might be time to build a world of your own.
Oh yeah, this is a song called Spooked by Fashion something? Spooked by Fashion something. Let me see if I can find it really quickly. Okay, yeah, this song. All right, we're not gonna watch my whole YouTube video right now. This song it's called Spooked, and it's by a band called Fasion. 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 Oh yeah, if you guys want to watch it, it's a pretty good video. I'm pretty proud of it. Here it is on YouTube if you haven't seen it before. Here it is on Twitch if you haven't seen it before. All right. Boom. 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 Tom W. Tom, thank you for giving me the time of day to let me complain. Sponge, you paid the price for a when did you do that? Oh, I see you requested a quest. Okay, give me 1 second. I'll get you a quest. If anybody else wants to do the quest, you're more than welcome to. And I have a special channel in my Discord called Request Quests, where if you fulfill the quest, you can post it there. And I think we'll probably look at them this week. Here, give me 1 second. 1 second. All right, Sponge. Here is your quest. You are going to find 3 objects in the material realm that your body exists in. Each object must be a different color, and it must be made of a different material. One object is allowed to be natural or biological. But, yeah, no, one object must be natural. One object must be man-made. And the third can be either. You are then going to take these 3 objects and you are going to take a photograph with all 3 of them together in a position that creates the silhouette of a creature. You are then going to use that silhouette, those 3 textures, and those 3 colors to create a monster. And you are going to use the picture you take as a way to draw the creature. And you are going to attempt to draw the creature too, or create it in some sort of art program. That's your quest. Create a monster from the realm of man, the realm of nature, and the realm of somewhere else. Give it 3 colors and 3 textures, and then put them all together to create its silhouette. Take a picture, and then make a stat block. If anybody else wants to do that quest, you're more than welcome to. Is that a good quest? Quest given. Thank you for reminding me, because I don't actually see those notifications super clearly. And anybody can do the quest. You could draw it in MS Paint if you want to. The drawing doesn't need to be good. I wonder how many people have actually submitted. Let me just check something really quickly. Because there is the request quest channel, and I'm wondering if... I haven't actually looked at it in a little while. No one's posted anything in it other than Baba posting the map that I gave him a quest to make. So if you guys go to the request quest channel, if anybody wants to be kind, they can write the quest in it that I just gave. And then people can post their responses to the quest. And then if anybody posts the responses, I'll look at them on stream. But you got to follow the quest to a T. And you got to, you know what the quest is. So try to write it down somewhere or ask somebody for help if you can't. Cool. I forgot about that minigame. We should do it more. What if they fail? They'll still get XP. They might just lose their loot, and they might have to go back and get their loot. You don't have to be good at drawing to do it. It could be a scribble. All right, Tom, you've been waiting patiently. What do you got for us? Hey, Cinder, I think this is fairly straightforward. My question is this the correct level? Also, my grammar is so bad. Please help if I can. The best way to get better at grammar... Oops. The best way to get better at grammar is to start reading things out loud, and then just to get other people to read stuff for you. There we go. There it is in the Twitch. Let me slam it in the YouTube. Bing, bang. Oops. Bing, bang, bang, boom. Bing. Is a snowball natural or man-made? I would probably make that the third option. The in-between. I think snow, not man-made. I think if the snow fell in a ball, like a hail, you know, sometimes... So have you ever seen pictures of, like, frozen ocean where the ice all freezes in orbs? Could be something like that. Anyway, let's take a look at this. Blind seeing. 4th level. Concentration 1 hour. 1 action. Range touch. This spell gives the willing creature you touch. So here's what I would say there. You don't need to say this... Oops. You don't need to say this spell gives. You just say, you touch a willing creature, granting them the ability to sense the movements of other creatures. Period. For the duration, the creature affected by this spell has blind sight. You spelled blind sight wrong. The creature with blind sight can perceive its surroundings. You don't need to say all of this. You can literally say, for the duration, the creature affected has blind sight to a range of 15 feet. You can just say that. What level is the spell True Sight? There's 2 spells we want to look at. We want to look at True Seeing, and we want to look at Dark Vision. Okay, so True Seeing just lets you see everything. It's a 6th level spell. It lasts an hour, no concentration. Dark Vision is a 2nd level spell. It lasts 8 hours, no concentration. Dark Vision, 60 feet. Okay, with that in mind, I feel like if you want it to be a 4th level spell, it should not require concentration, and the radius should be bigger. If you want it to require concentration, I would make it 3rd level, but even then, I still think the radius should be bigger. Blind Sight is medium OP. It's situationally OP. It'll be good when you can use it. So I would probably make it a 3rd level spell. Oh, yeah, no, it should not be able to be upcast. That's silly. Cut the upcast. I'd make it a 3rd level spell. I might make it not require concentration, and I'd probably up the radius to like 20 feet, maybe 30 feet. Is a 3rd level for Blind Sight for an hour too strong? If you wanted to keep it a 4th level, you think 60 feet Blind Sight for an hour? Yeah, that could work too if you kept it at 4th level. Seems a little high, but probably fine. Whose flesh was rejected? Did I miss something? Oh, Tradosio requested a quest too. I need to change that so we can't have 1,000 at a time. I'm going to do that right now. Channel points. Manage rewards. Request a quest. Edit. Redemption cooldown is going to be 30 minutes. We'll make it 45. We'll make it 30. There we go. That makes it a little bit. Actually, is that going to limit it across the stream? Or is that just per person? I don't know. Tradosio, I'm so sorry. I don't have a quest for you right now. I don't. Can I read this fucking homebrew first? This is why I removed everything from the channel points, because I hate this shit. I don't like spending channel points to have to do something nonsense. That's not what I enjoy. All right, I'll give you a quest. Give me a second. But yeah, those are my feedback on the homebrew. On this, it is pretty straightforward. I think for a 4th level, you could definitely increase the radius, drop the doing it at higher levels. And I think you're good. All right, them be my thoughts. Let's give them a round of applause. Yeah, I think 30 feet would make a lot of sense. All right, Tradosio, here's your quest. You're going to take a piece of paper and you're going to take a drawing implement. It could be a pen, it could be a pencil. You're going to think about circles for 1 minute straight, 60 seconds, where all you are thinking about is circles. And you are going to draw non-stop shapes for those 60 seconds. But you are not going to ever draw circles. You are only going to draw squares, triangles, rectangles, sharp-edged objects. Not a single curve, but only what, and the only thing you're allowed to be thinking about during it is curves. Then when you're done, you're going to take that drawing and you're going to put little lines between each shape to sort of create like a faux atlas map constellation. Okay? And then you're going to use that to draw a treasure map. You don't need to use all of it, but that is going to be the basis for a treasure map that you are going to create. And that treasure map needs to include no circles. There's your quest. Quest over. If anybody makes any requests for the rest of the stream, I'm probably gonna ignore it. Because I genuinely don't want to keep doing that. Because I hate being told what to do. Okay. Realistically, I should probably have it actually be 1 per stream. That's what I should do. Let's do that right now. Let's see. Limits per stream, 1. Perfect. All right, now I like it again. All right, yeah, Tom. Oops, where'd that go? All right, Tom. I think it's not bad, right? It sort of sits between true seeing and dark vision. The wheel, why did you just boo me in the Discord? Alrighty. Fungus and cloud are next to each other. What does that mean? Means it's a damp day. You like the music? Good. I don't hate circles. I love circles, but it's important to try to put you into a weird headspace every now and then. And trying to draw geometric shapes while focusing on the idea of circles is a little bit weird. And you might come up with some fun ideas while you're doing it. Look how big the wheel is. How many people are on it right now? 114. This is not the biggest the wheel has ever been, but it's close. Oh, it's close. Boo! John Evans. Holy shit. Guys, I got a giant spider on my wall. What's up, baby? What's good? It's like it's pretty big. I mean, it's not Australia big. I don't know if it's the same spider, but it looks cozy. It's chilling. How big is a giant? It's not really that big. It's just bigger than I expected. It's probably the size of like a silver dollar. You were booing Bildo? Oh, I didn't notice. Let's see. Thanks for your opinion. Well, don't thank me yet. This is called the College of Song. Here it is in YouTube. Here it is in Twitch. College of Song might kind of already exist in D&D, but that's okay. Aren't they? Aren't all bards the College of Song to a certain extent? Here's what I'm going to say with the bard of bard. Well, yeah, we don't want, the worry is that we don't want it to be the bardest bard. We want it to feel unique and distinct. So what we're hoping for with the College of Song is that it just is a distinct vibe of bard. Let's see. College of Song. I have a question. What just happened? When is the next D&D game being played? What D&D game? Izzy the Programmer, thank you for the Prime. I've never played D&D on stream before on my own channel. So maybe never? When have I ran a D&D game on my channel? Oh yeah, you can listen to my podcast. Go listen to my fucking podcast. You want to see me play D&D? You can literally listen to hours and hours of it. Unbalanced Encounters. There's the website. No, man, I don't play D&D on my channel. I have not figured out how to run a D&D game that I think is entertaining. The only people that run D&D that are entertaining are either people that are recording it ahead of time or people that are all live together in the same room. I fundamentally struggle to enjoy watching D&D when it's just a bunch of people on webcams. And I feel like my audience would struggle to do that too. But beyond that, there's very little ways to enter it. Like, let me give you an example. Let's say like if you just hop into my stream right now, you're like, okay, what's happening? Cinder's reviewing Homebrew. Okay, cool. And then you're in it. Boom. If you come into a D&D game I'm running an hour late, you missed a whole hour of the story. Or if you missed a whole session, you missed a whole session. So it's very hard for you to, like, hop in. You know what I mean? So I don't love that for the content. I feel like that's not the move. So maybe at some point I'll try to run a game on stream, but that's the biggest hurdle for me, is how do you make it engaging in a way that people want to show up, but also how do you make it engaging for the people that are, like, late? And I genuinely don't know. If you ever had a chance to stream an in-person one-shot, would you be down for it? Yeah, sure, but it would be for, like, a special event. It wouldn't be, like, an all-the-time thing. One-shots kind of suck, though. Like, the things that I'm excited about in D&D, none of them are one-shot related things. Like, it wouldn't be fun to run a one-shot. What's up, Wyatt? How's it going? And even making it a one-shot, Lady Azelle, that doesn't solve the problem. Because if I'm running a one-shot, and it's an hour and a half into the one-shot, and you sign into Twitch and you start watching it, you missed a whole hour and a half. You don't know what the fuck's going on. And with one-shots, it's like no one has time for character development. Everything is just rushing to get done. The plot ends up never feeling like a plot. I have no interest in running a one-shot. I'm down to try to run a campaign at some point. I just don't know how to do it in a way that it's going to be engaging for a long period of time and for new audience members. A 2-shot? A 3-shot? I think that none of that solves any of the problems. It just changes them a little bit in different directions depending on how many episodes you add. But that's the point, Lady Azelle. You don't miss any context with a homebrew review stream. If you hop into my stream at any point when I'm doing a call-in show, when I'm doing homebrew review, you maybe miss out on the context for 5 minutes. Maybe. But then you're right back in. The problem with actual plays is the fact that you are missing context. And can I tell you something? You might notice that that's why there's not a lot of popular actual plays. And if they are popular, they're not popular because they grew on Twitch. They're popular because they have a massive audience already, either because they have famous people or because they have their TikToks pop off. And that's it. It's a losing battle. If you are somebody that wants to be a Twitch streamer in any direction, and you think that the way to do it is to run actual plays, you are basically doing the worst thing to build an audience. You're doing the worst thing to build a big audience. Because people aren't gonna, it's a lot of buy-in. People barely do buy-in to read your homebrew. You think they're gonna do buy-in to watch your D&D game? Anyway, that's how I feel about my own D&D games. So that's why I don't run one-shots or D&D games. If I had a good gimmick, maybe I would. No, Dimension 20 is only big because of College Humor, but also because of its TikToks. Like, Fantasy High came out years ago. Nobody watched it when it came out. Maybe some people did, but not many. There are entire channels based around actual play. And do you know how successful they are? There's maybe 4 or 5 channels that I can think of on Twitch that are successful actual play channels. That's not that many. You can't use Critical Role as an example. It's not a good example. First of all, even before Critical Role started, they were backed by Geek and Sundry, which was a pretty big company at the time. Secondly, there were not nearly as many D&D actual plays. And thirdly, all of them are literally professional actors. So saying that Critical Role built themselves up on Twitch is sort of like saying Mr. Beast built himself up on YouTube. It doesn't help anybody grow. If you're getting over 500 viewers per stream, you are a successful streamer, no question. But how many actual plays are actually getting that? I would say realistically, if you count, including Critical Role, there's probably 5. Maybe 6. Occasionally there's another one, but again, the only times that they really blow up is because one of the people that's playing in it is a famous YouTuber or a famous streamer. I'm not saying you shouldn't do actual plays. You should. I'm just saying that if you are expecting to become a professional content creator or a professional streamer, and you think the way to do that is actual plays, you're probably not doing enough, and you're going to end up not really having that big an audience. And if you don't care about that, then it's fine. You don't need to decide you want to be a streamer professionally. You can just do it because you like it. You know? Hey, David and Ixtali, I hear you, but also I'm allowed to go on tangents. But fine, we'll look at it. But also shut the fuck up. But also I'll listen to you. But also shut the fuck up. But also I'll listen to you. Oh, passion is super important. But like, for example, I'm a really big streamer in the tiny niche of D&D. Why am I a big streamer in the tiny niche of D&D? Because there's very few D&D streamers. Most of them have basically my size or a little bit smaller. I'm not a big streamer in any field outside of D&D. And the reason why I'm a big streamer in D&D is because I'm not running a fucking actual play. It's because I'm doing this. All right, let's take a look at this homebrew. But next time somebody gets mad at me for going on a tangent, I'm going to be mean to you publicly. And I don't feel bad about it. We're not making an emoji for that because I like tangents. And if I see those emojis, I would just get annoyed. I'm not going to build something for you to use to annoy me. All right, let's take a look at College of Song. Bards who belong to the College of Song, often called songmasters, are superbly trained singers. This is so obvious that you don't need this as a sentence. What else would they be if not trained singers? It's literally the College of Song. I think you need to be a little bit more nuanced in this description, or you can just cut this out. These troubadours have not only learned powerful songs that thrill and delight audiences, but magical melodies composed by the ancient masters who founded the college. What does that mean? Members of this college explore musty libraries and embrace ancient runes in search of songs lost in the hope of bringing such beauty back to the world. Wait, so are these a singing bard or are they an Indiana Jones bard? I think you need to I'm into a singing bard being a college of Indiana Jones bard. I might not call it the College of Song. I might call it the College of Forgotten Song or the College of Old Song or something to tie that in. But also, I don't really know much about what this means because a lot of this kind of still feels like it could be literally any bard. You know? Like, assuming that bard magic is something in your world and bard colleges exist, wouldn't all bards be trying to learn ancient melodies and learning powerful songs that can thrill and delight? Do you know what I mean? Like, what's unique here? So, if you want this to feel unique, you need to either explain in more detail, sort of like what Legacy of Swords just suggested. You know, what is the true song, and maybe get into that lore a little bit, or make it unique and different and stand out and not... Because right now it sort of feels like... aside from the fact that you're learning from an ancient master and looking for lost songs, it's just kind of just any bard. Let's see what we get at 3rd level. At 3rd level, we get Song of Opening and the Ballad of Broken Chains. As an action, you can sing a lively melody that causes any non-magical locks within 30 feet to unlock. This should not be instant. Every single bard in D&D has something in common at 3rd level. Can anybody tell me what it is? Every single bard. What's the thing that every single bard gets at 3rd level, chat? Pinky said it first. Every single bard at 3rd level, as part of its subclass, gets a unique way to spend its bardic inspiration. This could be that. You can spend your bardic inspiration to unlock any non-magical lock. Or better yet, what I might do here is I might allow you to do something where, yeah, I don't know. That could be what that is. But unlocking any non-magical lock within 30 feet, I do feel like there's an element of there should be some sort of DC or something related. It also needs to be limited in use. So you could make it like a once a day. You could make it once per short rest. You can expend a use of your bardic inspiration to do this. I will also say that if this is one of the core features we're getting at 3rd level, there needs to be a lot more about you being a treasure hunter and less about you being a singer. Let's see what the other feature we get is. As an action, you can sing a song of freedom, inspiring all allies within 60 feet to shake themselves free of their bonds. The song awakens affected allies from magical sleep effects and removes the charmed, frightened, paralyzed, and restrained conditions. Once you've used this, you can't do this again until you finish a short or long rest. This... So it's just like lesser restoration with a range of 60 feet, and it can target any number of creatures. Is this very similar to the Bard's level 5 ability? It might be. Let's check. I don't know what level 5 ability you're talking about. You're talking about Counter Charm? It's not really the same as Counter Charm. I'm going to say something here. It is a little bit too strong in its current iteration. I don't love that all of these things just automatically happen. There's got to be some sort of saving throw. You know what I would do? Like, for example, here's what I would do. You sing a song of freedom, inspiring all allies within 60 feet of you to shake off their bonds. Every creature that is affected by, charmed, paralyzed, or restrained condition can immediately use their reaction to make another saving throw against the condition, and they can add a roll of your bardic inspiration die. Something like that. That could work. But I think automatically shutting down all of these conditions in a range of 60 feet feels like a lot. Also, it feels fucking weird. Like, call me crazy, guys, but I feel like this doesn't tie to the subclass vibe at all. Like, why is it getting this? Yeah, Data, I agree. What's the vibe? I don't really know. Because I think you're pulling it in these two very distinct directions. One is Treasure Hunter, and one is, like, Powerful Singer. But they're all powerful singers. So, getting the ability to do a big area of effect that does things for creatures is not unique, right? Not every single bard, but a lot of bards get a version of this, where you can talk for a minute, and then you beguile creatures, or you can whisper to a creature for a minute and make them feel bad. Why does this bard remove conditions? I don't know. Song of Opening doesn't make sense outside of song. I agree. I think all the songs are going to do different things. Maybe. Yeah, they feel more like a freedom fighter than a singer. I agree. All of these sort of feel also... Yeah, I agree. They sort of feel like alternative to spells. I mean, this literally is the knock spell. This is like a counter to stuff similar to fatigue. Not really. It doesn't force them to dance. And or if it does, that's not written in here. And like, I don't know. But like, why, I guess? Why is... Like, I don't understand what flavor this bard is trying to sell. And the reason that's so important is you don't get that many bardic features as a bard. Bards get some of the few... Bards get less subclass features than almost any other class in D&D. So I shouldn't be questioning why we're getting anything. I should feel like, okay, cool, this is adding to it immediately. Every single thing needs to add to it. If the flavor is supposed to be collecting songs with unique effects, I still don't see how that is happening in Ballad of Broken Chains. I think that's... It's both too specific... It's too specific a feature, you know? Or rather, it's too specific a mechanic. Rikori, you have said the music gets them moving in 3 or 4 different ways. I have seen them. I disagree, again, with that as enough of a reason for this to be this subclass feature. Because, again, every bard has the ability to do this. To do area... Not every bard, but most bards get a subclass feature where they can do some area of effect based on them talking or them singing. So, that's not... I'm not arguing the mechanic. I'm arguing... Why is the College of Song, specifically from a flavor perspective, getting the ability to remove these conditions? It just doesn't make sense to me. Like, the College of Whispers, getting the ability to scare the shit out of you by whispering stuff to you makes sense. The College of Glamour, being able to give a speech that makes everybody fawn over you, makes sense. I don't know what this is doing. So, not sure. Let's see what we get at 6th level. Ditty of Distraction. You have learned a quick, annoying little tune that makes it quite hard to concentrate. When a creature that you can see within 60 feet of you, who can hear you, attempts to cast a spell, you can use your reaction to expend use of your Bardic Inspiration, roll the die. The target has to make a concentration check, minus the number rolled on your Bardic Inspiration die, and succeed against your spell save DC, or the spell fizzles and is lost. So this is a infinite use this is infinite use counterspell, which is a little bit too strong to get at level 6. I would also potentially too strong to ever get, because this is just counterspell, but again, infinite in use, and quite a bit stronger because it's tying in your Bardic Inspiration. I guess it costs a Bardic Inspiration to use. But again, why are we now counterspelling? Like, how is this tied into the subclass? What is the flavor here? Yeah, but we don't want our Bardic Inspiration feature at 6th level. It should be at 3rd. But why are we getting counterspell for our Bardic Inspiration? I don't understand what this thing is supposed to feel like. Is it the shutdown subclass? You can turn off locks, you can turn off effects, you can turn off spells. I don't know, man. I feel like you're creating something that isn't designed with its own flavor in mind. So if it's just a list of songs that... if it's all just different songs that do different things? I think the thing that you have to keep in mind, though, is songs that do different things is nothing. That's not a subclass. That's magic items that you find. You know? You need to sell the fiction of the character, not just the fiction of the cool features you get as songs. If you are collecting cool songs to do effects, great. What are you getting as a subclass to make you do that better? I would just interpret songs as fucking magic items. Yeah, it needs a narrower theme. Well, it doesn't have a theme. If the theme is just, here is 4 random features that I think are cool, and I'm going to call them songs, that's not enough of a theme. You sing a song, creatures within 60 feet of you have to make a wisdom saving throw. They take some psychic damage. Yeah, this is another thing that just sort of feels random. So I think I would go back to the drawing board with a lot of this if I were you. It's not counter concentration spell because they have to make a concentration check regardless of the spell, and then the spell fizzles. So you're still using it literally is counter spell. It's not counter concentration because the spell fizzles regardless of whether the spell is a concentration spell or not. Spider, what do you want? Don't climb so close. Go live in the corner where you belong. Artist, thanks you for the resubscribe. A song collector bard could be like a battle master where you choose a few songs from a list and use your bardic inspiration to use those songs. That could be really cool. That could be really cool. That might be the way to do it. Maybe this feature is intended to only work on concentration spells, but even still, I sort of feel like I would need to, if I were you, man, I would go back to the drawing board on this one and try to not make this a subclass where you're getting a shit ton of spells or a shit ton of songs that just don't really tie together. I would maybe give them one subclass feature like at 3rd level where at third you can roll a bardic inspiration, you can expend a bardic inspiration die to do a song, and you learn different songs at different levels. Great. And then make all of the other features related to you being a collector of songs. You could make it when they're concentrating on a spell, you can use your reaction to add whatever you roll to the bardic inspiration die to the DC. That's very different direction. The features all seem too specific. There are a lot of situations where you effectively have no subclass features. Is it ever okay to give a bard subclass a spell list? It's pretty unheard of. If I was going to give... Bards get a lot more... The reason why it's okay to give a sorcerer a spell list is because they get almost no spells. I would probably not give a bard a spell list in a like spell column way. I would give a bard spells, just bake them into the subclass. At 3rd level, you learn this knock spell. You can cast it in this unusual way. Something like that. If I designed a song bard, I'd try to make the 6th level feature a way to modify or buff counter charm, since it's a performance feature that already incorporates rules for interacting with people needing to hear you. That's not a bad idea, Matt. All right, I think you need to focus the lore of this thing and the mechanics a little bit. And I think you need to move away from each feature just being a different song you learn. I don't think that's doing you any favors here. I would try to build this thing more into what is this bard like that allows it to learn these songs? You know, what special skills and talents does it gain? All right. Thank you very much, John. Let's give John a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. How does one handle making a subclass with a high degree of customization? I reworked my Artificer who grafts parts of magic to themselves to be Dr. Frankenstein, but on crack, and used grafting to make an undead automaton made of various monster parts that determine its capabilities. The way that you handle making a subclass with a high degree of customization is you, as the creator, have to do a lot more legwork to play around with those features to make sure each of them is balanced against each other and that none of them can combine in ways that are kind of overpowered. And also on top of that, none of them can combine in ways with multi-class to be overpowered. So every time you add a new feature, you are doing two things. You need to readjust for balance, and then you need to back check to make sure that it's not stepping on any toes or going to combine in any way. So the reason why I think most of the time when people make something have a lot of options, it kind of falls apart is because they don't do that. And if I'm reading something where you give something 16 different options, or even 6 different options, and one of those options is overpowered, the whole thing breaks. Because if one of those options is overpowered, then inevitably a bunch of them are. The other thing that you got to keep in mind is the more options you give, the more the fact that you are giving options is in and of itself a power. So, for example, the Battle Master gets a lot of different maneuvers. None of them are that powerful. They all basically do one thing and add a little damage. That's it. As opposed to the Rune Knight, who gets a bunch of crazy... Their once used powers are fucking heavy duty, but they're only getting one use of that power, and there's not that many options. Or something like the Psy Knight, where they're not picking from a bunch of options. They just get 3 things at a subclass level, and each of those things is pretty good, but none of them are crazy bonkers. But they're, in many ways, a little bit more powerful than Battlemaster maneuvers because they're limited in just choices. So the more choices you give, the more work you have to put into balance, the more work you have to put into comparative design for other things that already exist, and the more work you have to put into for making sure that you're not unintentionally making it too strong just by having so many options. And then you have to ask yourself the bigger question, which is like, what is the most important things here to sell the fiction? I think something like the battle, some of the Artificer subclasses do a good job of this. The Artificer that can build the little gun, the Artillerist, it gets 3 options for its cannon, and they all fill a different void. One is single target, one is little area of effect, and one is little buff. The Armorer Battlesmith gets 2 options. They get big heavy duty armor that does like 2 or 3 things, and they get like little armor that gets like 2 or 3 things. So you got to be really conscientious of how powerful you make those features and how many you give. And if you send me Homebrew like that, the moment I see the moment I see one of those options as being overpowered, I'm kind of going to stop reading the options and I'm going to just be like, you need to go through these. This is because it's not going to be particularly beneficial or fun or entertaining for me to like read through 16 options and try to balance all of them. That's going to be tedious as fuck. So that's sort of like, that's the kind of legwork that you're going to need to do on your own. I can just sort of point out to you the pain points. But there's nothing wrong with making a class or a subclass with a lot of options. I've done it before. I made a Chimera Druid where you literally get Chimera points, and when you wild shape, you can spend them to gain features, and you can like combine them together to make different types of chimeras. That's like, it's a lot of features. I also think it's a little bit not super well balanced. All right, let's give her a spin. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. Buggada, 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 bow. Bow, it's Grimmy. What's up, Grimmy? I just want you to review this homebrew. All right. Done. Make sure I click the right thing. Boom. Here it is in the YouTube. Here it is in the Twitch. Also gonna throw it out there. If it's your game, you can run it by your DM or keep balancing it yourself. As much as sharing is good, if it works for you, but is abusable by others. That's okay. Ryan, I agree with you. Whoever's highlighting shit, stop. Ryan, I agree with you 100% if it's just for your home game. But I want you to remember something. The whole point of this stream is that we're aspiring to grow, and we're aspiring to be better writers. So if your goal is, I just need this to be good enough and clear enough for me to run it for my players, you don't need to send it to me, because I am not going to review it on that level ever. I'm always going to review it from the perspective of, my goal is for people to use this online. My goal is to grow as a writer. My goal is this to work balanced at any Dungeon Master's table. I want anybody to be able to pick this up and make it work. So I agree with you that at the end of the day, all that matters is that it's good for your home game. But that just because that's all it needs to be for it to work for you, that does not mean that's what we should aspire for it to be. I think we should aspire for greatness. And I think that if you are sending me homebrew, I am going to be pushing for you to send me homebrew that is aspiring for greatness. And one of the most important parts of achieving greatness is your homebrew being able to stand up to the scrutiny of others without you being there to explain it or defend it. So yes, at the end of the day, if it works for your home game, great. But you should always, if you're sending me homebrew, be striving for growth and improvement and change. Would you rate homebrew for subclasses that are supposed to be at a different power level than the base game? No. How would I do that? What's the power level? I wouldn't know how to judge that. If I can't use the base game as a standard measurement for power level, then there is no measurement for power level. So I don't have any feedback then. You know, that's sort of like saying, would you tell me if this salad dressing is really good, but I'm not going to tell you what sort of salad it's going on? Or, yeah, I don't know. Something like that, you know? I might be able to tell you a little bit about it, but I'm not really going to tell you if it works. Because I'll tell you what, a good blue cheese dressing is great, but not on every salad. A good vinaigrette is great, but not on every salad. So if I don't know what kind of salad is, I can't really give feedback. Okay, let's see what Grimmy has for us. This is called Enchanted Voice. Your voice has a magical property to it, letting you affect creatures by simply uttering a word. End the sentence here and then put a period and say you gain the following benefits. You can cast Dissonant Whispers, Command, Sleep, and Healing Word with only verbal components. These spells have a range of 60 feet. You can use this feature to cast one of these spells. Once you use this feature 3 times, you must complete a long rest before you can use it again. This spell's casting is Constitution. What? So there are several different feats in D&D that give you access to spells already. The 2 that I can think of off the top of my head are the Shadow Touched and the Fey Touched. The way that they work is you get a bonus to one of your mental stats, and then you get either Misty Step or Invisibility, and then you pick one other spell from a specific school of magic, and that's what you get. And you can cast each one once, or you could use spell slots to cast them again. That is what you should use for this to figure out how to do this. So I don't think one feat should give you 1, 2, 3, 4 spells that you can potentially cast up to 3 times. I don't think that works because that's just much, much, much stronger. Even if you weren't casting them in special ways, you were just casting them as normal, that would still be quite a bit stronger than the other spellcasting feats that we already have in D&D. Also, the spellcasting should definitely be charisma, not constitution. It's literally called Enchanted Voice. You think there's legs on this? It just needs to be tweaked. Here's what I would say. I would say when you choose this feat, you pick two of the following spells. You pick two of the following spells. You pick two spells from the following list. Dissonant Whispers, Command, Sleep, and Healing Word. You can cast each of these spells once per day without expending a spell slot. And then I would probably end it at that. If you want to have it so you can do it with only the verbal component, I think that's probably fine too. But I think you got to limit it to basically that. When you get this feat, you learn two of the following spells. You can cast the spell once per day each. And when you cast it in this way, you can do so with only doing the verbal components, and Charisma is your spellcasting modifier. That could work. That's also a good point. Healing Word should not be on this list. It is already a verbal-only spell. So I get why it's on the list as well, but I also think that it probably just shouldn't be on it. If the main side thing of this is that you're casting them with just verbal components, having a spell that only requires verbal components is kind of silly. I don't think it should increase the range. I think it should... Command is verbal only too. Then why... then what is the point of this fucking spell? What is the point of this feat? I'm confused. So these are the only ones that actually get changed by it? So what's going on? I think maybe you need to refamiliarize yourself with the spells before you continue moving forward with this. Also, they shouldn't all have a range. Why do they all have a range of 60 feet now? I mean, I guess that's the bonus, right? That's increasing the range of some of these for sure. Yeah, there's a couple of feats for free spells already, though, so you want to kind of balance it against those. Yeah, I agree. 3 is too much. You should be able to use spell slots for sure. I agree. Wait a minute. Command and Healing Word already have the range of 60 feet? So I don't know. So yeah, this is sort of feels like here's a feat where you learn 3 spell. I don't know. I would change it. I would say right now, no, it is not accomplishing the goal of feeling like a magical enchanted voice. It just sort of feels like you're learning some spells and you're learning more of them than any other feat. And you're changing them in ways that doesn't change half of them at all. So I probably would tweak it a little bit. Try to make it something a little bit more unique. What's up, Invictus? How's it going, buddy? All right, those are my thoughts. My thoughts are you need to check out the Shadow Touched and the Fey Touched and the Magic Initiative feats. And I would not build half of the details around things that these already just get. 5-room dungeons is tomorrow. Today's open wheel. Sleep is the only one affected by any of this stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It sort of feels like... It feels like you made the list and then you didn't actually look at how the spells interact with these features. So I would re-explore that. But more importantly, I would check out Shadow Touched and Fey Touched in terms of how you should balance giving these options. All right, Grimy. I hope that was helpful. Thank you very much. Let's give Grimy a round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, Sleep actually gets its range reduced by 30 feet there. You said it was for martials, so you can see why. But yeah, but that still doesn't make any fucking sense why it's using Constitution. Or why it's like any of those spellcasting feats work for martials. You know, Fey Touched, Shadow Touched, they're great on martials. Magic Initiative, great on martials. I don't think it being for martials is a good reason for why it is where it is. I think maybe that can still be where they came at it from when they were starting it. But yeah, even getting to cast Healing Word 3 times would be a lot for sure. Boo! Cloud. Speak of the devil. Just a couple magic items, not positive on the rarity. Well, as always, if you send me a couple things, I will look at the first one. So hopefully the first one's the one you want me to look at. Here it is on Twitch. Here it is on YouTube. Pocket Fairy Dust. Just so you know, Pixie Dust is already an item in D&D. You might know that, but just so you know. The way that Pixie Dust works is as an action. You throw it on a creature. They gain a fly speed for a minute. There also might actually be... Isn't there also Fairy Dust, maybe? I could have sworn... Yeah, okay. Pixie Dust is like a feature in D&D. Where is it? No. What? Show me where the fuck it is. This. Is it part of the Pixie stat block, I wonder? It's supposed to be here. Alright. Well, basically, the way that Pixie Dust works, if I remember correctly, is you... Maybe the second one? I passed it. It's in the table. Let me see if I can find it. What table? Oh, yeah. So here's how Fairy Dust works. You roll it on a 1 through 70. You get a fly speed. On a 70 through 80, they fall asleep. On an 80 through 90, they get confused. On a 90 to 100, they go invisible. Pocket Fairy Dust. 3 charges. So you need a different name. As an action, you can toss a handful of the dust onto an adjacent creature. Say a creature within reach. That creature must make a DC 15 Charisma saving throw if they are unfamiliar with the effects of Fairy Dust. Oh, interesting. On a failed save. So if they are familiar with the effect of Fairy Dust, does it just not work on them? On a failed save, they begin floating roughly a foot off the ground for 1 minute. The creature floating this way has disadvantage on all melee attack rolls and any ability checks using strength. At the end of each of their turns, the creature can attempt a Charisma saving throw, ending the negative effects. A creature who succeeds the Charisma saving throw is familiar, gains a fly speed of 30 feet for the duration. All right, I think it's a cool idea. It's sort of a cute reimagining of Fairy Dust. What I probably would do is instead of this mechanic, I would have it cast Levitate on them. Where they just sort of float. You could literally just pull that. But I think it's fun. If a creature knows what's happening, they can fly, and if they don't, it's confusing and they kind of hover around. Sure. I don't really have more thoughts other than that. It's not particularly good. Like, it has 3 uses, and then it's done. So you basically can cast a minor version of flying on somebody 3 times. Probably make it uncommon. I'm assuming that 3 charges means you use it 3 times and it's done. But I would probably make this an uncommon magic item. I don't think I would make it rare. And I would lower the DC to like 13. But I think it works. It's similar to what the regular Fairy Dust does, but it's a little different. It's certainly different enough. And I like the vibe that it's confusing if you don't know what it is. But if you do know what it is, it just works. You weren't sure about the familiarity mechanic? I think the familiarity mechanic works. I think it's clear. Chat might disagree with me, but I think it's fine. I like it. I think that's the best part of it. I'd put 1 minute at the end instead of for the duration. Yep, I agree. That's a really good idea, too. Gem jar. For 1 minute makes a lot of sense here. Easier to navigate. A toy tourist says that they like it more than regular fairy dust. So there you go. A couple people like this version better. So Cloudion, should not feel, don't feel bad that you made something that other people have tried making before. People like this version. A lot of the time when people make homebrew, they accidentally make something that already kind of exists in terms of name or vibe, or they make something that a lot of people have made before. And if you do either of those things, the key to it working versus it not working is how evocative and unique do you make the mechanics. If you make something that is genuinely similar to something else in any of those ways, its success and failure has everything to do with the expression of the mechanics. So it's sort of like, it's not going hard mode, but it's a little bit going hard mode. It's almost like I have to spend less time on thinking of the feeling of the thing, because it's a feeling of thing that a lot of people have made, so I kind of just know that, but I just spend more time thinking about how to express those mechanics in a unique feeling way. And I think that specifically with this, the idea that you are messing with creatures that don't know what it is, but for creatures that do know what it is, it's just a benefit, that is the unique thing. And that's, I think, what chat is excited by. I mean, unless I'm wrong, but that's the part that I think chat was really like, yeah. So this is, I think, a really good example of a piece of homebrew where you took an idea that is kind of a common trope, both in D&D and fantasy, right? Pixie dust, fairy dust. And you gave it a tiny nuance to the mechanics that allow it to express itself in a unique way, but also in a way that feels really on brand. Like, pixie dust should be confusing to somebody that doesn't know what's happening to them. It also fits the fairy vibe of, like, maybe it's helpful, maybe it's not, which is just kind of fun in general. Cool. Those are my thoughts. I don't really have more thoughts. I think it's a fun mechanic. Make it an uncommon item. Lower the DC. Maybe clean up some of this language a little bit with the floating. Like, how high off the ground do they float? Can they move? Is their movement speed 0? I would look at the spell Levitate for some of the language here. But other than that, I think it's good. All right, Cloud, thank you for sharing. Let's give Cloud a round of applause. Opinion on making a magic item that has multiple effects, but each effect is conditional. So using the item to its full potential requires you to multi-class, have specific build. I think that works really well for your home game and will not work really well outside of that. I would probably limit the conditions to a single class or a single subclass. I think if you weren't doing too many things, it could work well. For example, you could have a magic item that can only be attuned to by creatures that have the defensive fighting style. That could be cool. But I wouldn't make it like, in order to use this magic item, you need to have access to reckless attack, and wild shape. Or in order to use this magic item, you need to have access to action surge and rage. I wouldn't do that. What are your thoughts on a PC that communicates non-verbally? I've made videos about this before. I think a character that communicates non-verbally can work totally fine, so long as you as the player very clearly express the intention behind what your character is doing. So for example, if you want to play a character that can't talk, but just does charades, what I would do is I would say, my character stomps on the ground and slams their fists together to indicate to you that they're angry and they're ready to go. But you need to say that second part. You need to just tell the players what you're thinking. What you don't want to do is create a situation where, in order for people to understand your character, they have to interpret what you're doing. That is going to be tedious and not fun. And if I was going to be that player, I would make sure that the way I described what I wanted to say didn't take up a lot more time than me just saying what I wanted to say. Do you know what I mean? Because if every time you want to describe something you have to take 5 minutes, I'm going to be fucking annoyed as a player. You know what I mean? Yeah, it also could get old fast. So you got to be careful. You just got to, you know, make sure that you're doing it in a way that works for the long term and isn't just like a fun gimmick once or for a session. Boo! Gord the Frog. Lady, you've been talking such a big game. I'm genuinely curious. In my experience, when people talk a big game, I usually have to tear into them more because I feel like they need to be humbled because their piece needs a lot more work than they think it does. But that's not always the case. This is a vestige-like oversized greatsword for my paladin player. It's bound to them because of backstory reasons, and since this is the only weapon they will use throughout the game, I want to make sure that it's satisfying mechanically and not underpowered. Love you, handsome. Love you, handsome. The monolith. You kind of want me to skip the wheel a little? What does that mean? Oh, you want to see their piece? They can share it in the Discord if they want to also. Here this is on YouTube. Here this is on Twitch. So the vestiges of divergence, weapons that grow, is pretty common at this point. So I think it's a great strategy to make an item interesting for a character that they plan on being through it the whole time. Oh my god, I'm genuinely curious. Okay, 1 second here. Okay. Oops, everything's getting fucked. All right, lady. I'm gonna look at your thing after stream if it doesn't get read, because I'm genuinely curious to see too. We'll see. I might not give you any feedback, but I'm definitely gonna skim it to see if your talk is as tough as you think it is. I'm gonna tell you something really honest. You said you took months reading through Homebrews and official writing. I'm not saying it's balanced, but it will be well written. I'm gonna tell you something that's gonna make you so sad or so excited, depending on who you are. The amount of time you spend on your homebrew and the amount of time you spend researching your homebrew is not really a good indicator of how good or well-written your homebrew is. It might be a good indicator of your experience and your growth, but some of the best homebrew I've seen has been written very quickly, and some of the homebrew that has needed the most work I've seen has taken people months. It's weirdly not an indicator. You'd think it would be an indicator, but it's not. Because a lot of the time what ends up happening is, you know, if it's like being untrained, right? Like it's like going to the gym is a good way to think about it. If you go to the gym every day for a year and just try to figure shit out on your own, you're probably going to get stronger. You're probably going to get more fit. You're probably going to find a routine that works for you. But if you don't go to the gym every day, if you go to the gym just 3 days a week, which is less than half that amount of time, but you work with a trainer who is a professional, you are going to be way more fit at the end of those 6 months. And game design is the exact same thing. You can work really hard in an unstructured way, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be super beneficial time. Working hard in a structured way is going to be what gets you there more often than not. And there's a lot of ways to do that. The best way to work hard in a structured way, if you're trying to be a creative writer, is to do writing workshops or writing circles or work like what we do on stream / what happens in my Discord. All right, let's take a look at this magic item. The Monolith. Monolith is a cool name. A monstrous slab of obsidian black metal. Dwarfs the height of most men in length and shouldn't be able to be wielded by mere men. Stop. Man, this would have been such a good sentence if you ended it before this. This ruins it, and you know it does. What, you say men, most, mere men, most men. You're repeating yourself in the sentence. Come on, man. Boom. End it here. This monstrous slab of obsidian black metal dwarfs the height of most men. Period. What a cool opening sentence that would be. Holy shit. That would be an amazing opening sentence. Don't taint your opening sentence with this fucking gobbledygook at the end here. This black steel seems to pull in light around it, almost emanating darkness. You are repeating yourself. You're saying, the black steel almost emanates darkness, almost like it's emanating darkness. So, you know, you don't need to repeat yourself. Many fear this to be the Blade of Darkness, one of the pair of legendary weapons known by the Reckoning Blades. Okay, this is your own world lore. Doesn't really matter. I tolerate all of your homebrew. I'm not gonna read it. I'm not gonna skip people to read it, lady. I don't play favorites. I don't give people special treatment. The only people I give special treatment to are my mods, occasionally, because they do free work for me and they help keep our society and community healthy and happy. I do also sometimes peruse the homebrew that you post in the Discord, but usually in the member section. Mods don't really get the wheel rigged, but I will say, on the few occasions, it doesn't happen that much, but on the few occasions that mods have hit me up outside of the stream for advice on something small, or in that sort of thing, I usually just try to give it. And I give them first dibs to stuff sometimes. But that hasn't happened in a while. There hasn't really been a first dibs situation in a while. Tolerate is the best description of what you do with our homebrew. Data, yeah, it is. I do tolerate it. But the thing is, I don't care about your homebrew, like, at all. I really don't. I'm not particularly looking for homebrew that I want to be impressed by or homebrew that I want to put in my games. It doesn't really matter to me. So I tolerate it, but I tolerate it because what I do like is that you guys want to write homebrew. So I put up with your mediocre writing because I know that inside each one of your mediocre writings is a grand creator waiting to blossom. And all it takes is time and a little bit of a sandpaper. And I will be that sandpaper. But at the end of the day, people ask me this all the time. Like, what's your favorite piece of homebrew you watched on stream? I don't fucking know, man. My favorite piece of homebrew I've seen on stream are probably some of the dumb magic items that do one goofy thing and it takes a sentence to read. Just super silly, fun, goofy magic item. That's what I like. I like a dumb joke taken so seriously that it's very well designed and well implemented. That's the best homebrew. Take a dumb joke too far and really, really cleanly polish it. All right. It's a +1, so in its dormant stage, it's +1. It has a feature called Light Eater. You can cast absorb elements at will. Wow, that's really strong. I would not start with casting absorb elements at will. That's crazy. I would give them maybe 2 or 3 uses of it per day, but not at will. In fact, what I probably would do is start with 2 uses of it, and then maybe they would get more uses for it as it got stronger. But at will is not, that don't work for me. Drink in. As a bonus action, you can cause any light source of your choice within 30 feet radius centered on you to be snuffed out. Any magical source of light that is within range is dispelled if cast at 2nd level or lower. If cast at above 2nd level, there's a spell casting DC that has to be made. Make a spell casting ability check. That doesn't mean anything. Make a, say, an Arcana check. The spell casting. This is fine for your character, but like if you were trying to make this magic item work in the world, you need to be more specific with this. If successful, the spell is dispelled when used ability. The color of plant life and objects not being worn or carried in the aura in the area dull to gray. Continual uses ability sees the gray become a deep black. Why is it just plants and objects? I don't know. So what is it? At first level, absorb elements. We can make areas dark, and we get a +1 to attack and damage rolls. I think that's fine for an open area, an opening thing. I think that what matters here is that this can't be infinite. Bro got harsh for no reason. I don't remember what we were talking about, but it's more than likely. One of my favorite things I've made was the Journeys Bard because it was a fun joke. Dude, if a fun joke turns into an idea that snaps, it's so good. Oh, it's only? Oh, I missed the only. Can only be applied to radiant damage? Oh. I think it's probably fine then. It's kind of shitty then, actually. It's not really great. I would change it. I would let it work on any elements. How many monsters do radiant damage? Very few. It's kind of a non-feature. So I would be hesitant with that. It is basically a ribbon feature. And if this is a ribbon feature, I think this feature is not the greatest main feature at the first feature. I think this, I don't love, because the other thing is that this is a fairly complicated way of essentially saying, as an action, you can snuff out all fire within 30 feet of you. Everything else here is just to, like, get into the weeds of it in a way that I don't think is particularly evocative. So, I'd like to see a little bit more nuance here, or I'd like to, like, cut everything out after this until I figured out how to write it in a way that was a little bit more concise. I would probably just say I would just probably have it snuff out any spell of second level or lower and drop the rest. And I think I would drop all of this graying, turning to black. I understand that it's supposed to be vibe, but it's kind of just making me confused. I don't think it's adding to the flavor in a good way. I think it's adding to me being like, what is happening? Why? There are other magic items in D&D that literally do this, by the way. So you could probably just pull from their mechanics. There is the, what's the fucking sword called? Not the flame tongue, the cold one. There's the flame tongue weapon, and then there's the cold weapon. And the cold weapon has this as a part of it. When you unsheath it, you can snuff out all fire within 30 feet. Frostbrand, yeah. So Frostbrand also does this. It doesn't feel super unique, which is why I kind of feel like we need more absorb elements. I would probably, or just completely get rid of this. Maybe give it the Frostbrand thing, but have it do something else. I don't know. Doesn't feel like, I guess it feels like enough for like a semi-basic magic item, but it's not particularly exciting. And I feel like we want this thing to be more exciting earlier. You could make it allow you to cast the darkness spell, sure. Let's see. Awakened, it gets +2 to attack and damage rolls. Your ability to wield the massive weapon becomes effortless. The damage die becomes 2d10. I would have it become 2d6 or 2d8 before it became 2d10. 2d10 is a big jump. You're already giving it a +2 here. Have it become 2d8 first. I like all that, though. I think it's fun. Don't put a fucking quote in the middle of your magic item. Tempered in malice. Celestials, fiends, and aberrations cannot resist the damage from your divine smite class feature in any way. I think that's cool, too. I would say Celestials, fiends, and aberrations don't gain the benefits of resistance when you deal smite damage to them. Something like that. I do note that this doesn't affect immunity, which I also think is fine. All right. Somebody time data out for a minute. I got it. I can't time you out for a minute. I can only time you out for 10 minutes. That's annoying. All right, let me figure this out. Thank you, moderator. Data, you intentionally combined one of the things that you know annoys me with the thing that I ask you to do to not annoy me. And I feel like that was you intentionally being annoying. So I hope the moderator timed you out for at least a minute. Aren't Celestials the only ones this feature affects? Yeah, it is, actually. That's a really good point. There might be some aberrations that have resistance to radiant damage. I'm not sure. But no fiends are going to. But it does feel a little bit redundant, I agree. Tasha says you ignore resistance to X damage. You're back. What did you miss? Oh, so much. The way that it's written right now, it does not include smite spells. So it would really only affect using the Divine Smite feature, not any spells. So it basically is only going to be for radiant damage. Because it's not, doesn't say Divine Smite spells, it says specifically Divine Smite class feature. Can you ask a question based on the game you just ran? Sure, I might not be able to answer it in depth, but you sure can. Joey, I think it would actually be impossible for you to do what Data did. So I don't think you need to worry about it. Okay. Let's see what it gets at its ascendant level. As the monolith strikes the body, it also extinguishes the light of the soul. When you hit a creature with a melee attack, you can force them to make a charisma saving throw. On a failed save, they take a bunch of necrotic damage, and the creature suffers vulnerability to the next damage roll it receives before the end of your next turn. That's not really how anything's written in D&D. On a success, the creature takes half damage and does not become vulnerable. You cannot apply Divine Smite class feature to the attack when you use this feature. Once you use this feature, you must finish a long rest before you use it again. I don't love this as a capstone. Why are we getting a smite that takes away our ability to smite? That seems stupid. Giving a creature vulnerability to the next instance of damage they receive doesn't really feel like it's tied to anything else that we're getting in this thing. So when you're making a magic item that grows over time, you want it to tell a story, or you want it to grow in a logical way. So let's think about how this could grow in a logical way. At first level, we can absorb radiant damage and we can turn off the lights. At second level, the sword gets really big. Okay? And it's better at fighting these things. Okay? So this doesn't really feel like it ties to this. Like, there's not really any plot. There's no logical progression. You don't want the features to expand on each other, or you don't want the features to just be an improvement of the earlier one, but you want the features to grow in ways that it feels like it's branches coming off the same tree. And then this feature, now we're getting like an evil smite. I just don't understand why. We're getting all these things that have very specifically to do with our smiting. And then we're getting a random thing here. So it just feels a little bit rando at the end. I would probably lean into the darkness and the light absorbing vibes earlier. I'd probably drop all this smite resistance bullshit. And I would come up with a new thing at 7th for the highest level. It feels like it's slowly stripping away the ability for opponent to resist and then slowly turns into a vulnerability. Yeah, but that's the problem, Pinky, is that is not a story. Or at least that's not, the story's not being told well enough here. And it's not expanding in a logical way. If anything, it's expanding in a way where as we get features later, they nullify features we had earlier. So I don't know. I think it needs a little bit more focus in terms of the vibe and the plot. I think you need to move away from vulnerabilities and resistances and try to just give it more interesting mechanics and expand the idea. That's what I would say. Them be my thoughts. Thank you very much, Gord the Frog. Let's give Gord a round of applause, friends. What did you ask? The party has a bounty on their heads. They are against enemies that are stronger than them. It's a guild of assassins trying to kill them. And they've even paid the guards off to help them. I don't know what your question is. That wasn't a question. You said, I feel like I threw too much at my party. They're fighting some strong rogues that are currently pinned. They will die if we keep it up. How do I give them a good out? I don't want to downplay the threat. Do they have any local allies that could help them? You know? Unfortunately, it seems like you put them in a situation where it's going to be really hard for you to pull them out of it without you throwing in sort of like a rant. Oh, and now this guy shows up to save you. So what I would do if I were you is make them hit less hard for the fight. You know, you can just pull your punches a little bit. It's probably what I would do. Or have them introduced to something that's going to get them out of the fight. Or maybe have the assassins that are after them offer to not kill them in exchange for something. Yeah, let the rogues give them an ultimatum. Exactly. What's a good way to open the one-shot? An explosion. A fire. A meteorite crashing into the gym of the local high school. The bus that... the train that everyone's on crashing. There you go. Salty, I reviewed your homebrew already. That's why you're not on the wheel. If you remind me the name of it, I'll tell you the feedback. I'll tell you the gist very quickly. But I remember seeing your piece already. So if you remind me the name of it or what it was, I can tell you what my thoughts were very quickly. The Monk Brawler. Yeah, man. I felt like it needed a lot of work. I felt like it kind of missed the mark. It kind of felt like you were trying to sort of make a barbarian monk, and it didn't land. Most people in chat sort of were like, why would I not just multi-class monk and barbarian? It felt like most of the features were very similar to core barbarian class features or pulled almost directly from barbarian subclass features. And yeah, I mean, you can go back and watch it. It'll be on the VOD, which is going to be on YouTube. But my main feedback was, this should feel like its own unique thing. This shouldn't be a monks mixed with a barbarian. Data, we read yours earlier too. The idea was really fun, and it was shockingly confusing in the way it was written compared to what I usually expect from you. It took me like more than 5 minutes to actually understand what it was doing. I misinterpreted it initially. But I thought the idea was fun. It was just really... It needs a lot of cleaning up in terms of the actual explanation of what's happening. I think you were getting too into your head with the flowery language, maybe. Because there was a lot of confusion in the chat about what it actually did. Based on real life? Okay, listen, I said it was a fun item. You don't need to be sad. I just said you need to clean up the language. I'm sure, listen, Angel, who is an angel, has been doing timestamps again, so I'm sure they'll be up at some point. Is it a decent idea for a Forge Cleric level 3 and then 3 levels of Fighter? You know what's a decent idea? If that sounds fun to you, that's a greatly decent idea. You don't have to be sad about your ability, just don't overcomplicate your writing. You were getting too flowery in your language, and it was making it so there were certain like key mechanical pieces of the homebrew that just were kind of missing, or maybe were left open to interpretation. And maybe it was because it was an item that was close to you that you were getting a little too caught into the weeds of the expression of it as opposed to the mechanics of it. Don't be sad. You did fine. Yeah, people in the chat really liked it. It was just a little confusing in the way it was written. And a 1 and a 2 and a buckle. I should check the list. Oh, see, I can feel this person. I knew they were going to be coming here. What's up, Peter? How's it going, buddy? You're in YouTube now. Oh, shit. I guess the main reason to create a class that is a blend of the two classes to like Barbarian and Monk is to get rid of the reiterative unarmored defense and don't give up high-level features. Yeah, but that's like saying... But that's not a reason, right? Like, that's like saying... I don't want to have to deal with the downsides of multi-classing. I just want the upsides of multi-classing. I am going longer than I expected. Who would have thought? Okay, listen. Who are the people that I just said? Salty, Swan, and Data. First of all, don't be sad, okay? You're all champions. Don't be sad. Just because I had a lot of feelings about your homebrew doesn't mean that you're not great. So don't be sad. You stupid. Fine, you can have a moment of sadness if you want to, but I just don't like making you sad. I only want to make you angry. The main issue, I don't remember exactly, but Data, I'm pretty sure the main issue was that it was, like, pretty unclear to me how the curse actually worked. Like, did it make rain happen on you? Did it only make rain happen if rain was already near you? If you were inside a building, would it make rain happen above your head? It was just like, that was confusing. We thought maybe it was like the Truman Show, where it was like a single power of rain would come on top of you. So we just didn't know. And there was a while where I just completely didn't understand how it worked. And I thought the way that it worked was that when you were holding the umbrella, no rain happened on you. And then after you were cursed, when you weren't holding the umbrella, you were always having it rain on you. Because I just misread it. But I think a part of that misreading, it was like, it was very unclear how close to you rain or storms would have to be for there to be an effect. Am I posting YouTube videos right now? Not at this exact moment, but I'm live on Twitch and on YouTube. And as soon as the stream ends, the VOD is just on YouTube, so you can go back and watch it. I posted a video at the beginning of stream. And Salty, the main issue that I felt for the Brawler was that I felt like it didn't really have a unique identity. Like, if you want to make a monk with Barbarian features, it still needs to feel unique in its identity. Like, it still needs to feel like it has its own unique identity separate from Barbarians. And it didn't have that at the moment. Random question. I'm new to DMing. Wanted to know when, if ever, is appropriate for a DM to fudge the dice rolls. Whenever you want. Just don't do it too much. If you send in a full class, I will almost always just read the level 1 and or level 2 features. I can get a little belligerent. That's why I have to end stream eventually. I don't fudge my rolls almost at all anymore. But I do think fudging your rolls... The best time to fudge your rolls actually is 2 situations. One, when you didn't realize how hard you made the fight and you fucked up and your players are going to all die. It's totally appropriate to fudge your rolls to tone all your monsters back a little bit. I also think it's okay to fudge your rolls if the fight is going on too long and the monster is just saving and winning always, always, always. And you can just have them start losing. So those are really the 2 situations that I would fudge rolls. If I fucked up and I didn't plan for the combat well and the monsters are too strong, or if I fucked up or the dice is just really not going in the player's favor and the fight is just taking much too long. That's pretty much the only time I would do that. I don't really like fudging rolls outside of that, but even now, like for my home game, I don't roll behind a table. I roll in front of my players now. But a lot of that has to do with the fact that I just know my players very well. I've been playing with them for a long time. So I have a sense of their abilities, and I know I'm very familiar with all the classes and subclasses they're playing. So I have a pretty good guesstimate on how powerful the fight needs to be. I also pretty much only use Homebrew monsters. I almost never use D&D monsters anymore. And my Homebrew monsters are very malleable. So I will change their stats a little bit if I need to on the fly. Sometimes I'll use a monster from a book, but almost always I'm either making it up or just taking some thing from some other monsters and pushing it together. D&D monsters don't suck that much. It depends on which books you're looking at, but I think there's some books that have some really good monsters from the official books. But if you are tired of D&D monsters from the official books, any of the Kobold Press monster books are really good. Tome of Beasts, I have Tome of Beasts 1, 2, and 3. I have the Creature Codex. And each one of those books has more monsters than the monster manual, like twice as many. It has more art than the monster manual, and the monsters are weird and nuanced and complicated. One of the monsters, they're also much harder. One of the monsters that Kobold Press made, I think it's in their Tome of Beasts, is a blood hag, and she has a feature where if you roll badly on your saving throw, she will tear your character's face off, and then she can keep it, and she can wear it, and when she wears it, she, like, knows your memories. And you just don't have a face anymore. So they can get a little intense. But it's pretty cool, too. You find the balance in which books to be off, the D&D books or the Kobold Press books? The Kobold Press books, I think the balance is actually very consistent. It's just a little bit harder than regular D&D, always. If you're ever using a Kobold Press monster, you basically should bump up its CR by 1. 1 to 2. I see, I love the Kobold Press books. I think the Kobold Press books do a really good job of using monsters in the way that I think they need to be used, which is that the point of a monster is to create a monster is essentially a jungle gym activity, right? It is a piece on the playground, and it should evoke certain things, it should encourage certain things, it should really have a strong feel in a certain way. It should be very punchy. But yeah, they are almost always stronger than the regular Wizards of the Coast monsters, but they are consistently a little bit stronger, in my opinion. They just also have bigger impacts. Like, there are way more monsters that Kobold Press makes that might remove a limb from a character or might permanently blind a character. Another one that I really like is this thing called like the Oculus Swarm. It's a big cloud of eyes. And basically, it wraps itself around your head, and if you fail the saving throw against it, I think twice or 3 times, it removes your eyes from your head, and your character is permanently blinded until you can be hit by some like powerful healing magic to get those eyes back. It's hectic, but I think it's pretty solid. My favorite non-D&D books are either from Mage Hand Press or Kobold Press. Mage Hand Press made the book Dark Matter. It also has like Valdez Something of Spires, which has like 30 plus subclasses and like 4 or 5 new classes in it, and they're all a pretty banger. Kobold Press makes a bunch of stuff. I have Monster Manual Expanded as well. I have Volume 1 and 2, not 3. Ghostfire does really good stuff too. Permanently altering your player characters is not good. Well, let me rephrase that. Permanently altering your player characters is great if you make it very clear to them that there are things they can do to overcome that. Like, it's totally reasonable to make a character go blind if you know that the next session they're going to be able to encounter a cleric that can regenerate those eyes. Or if you know that they're going to find some artificer who made a robot eyes that they can give them. But also, at the end of the day, you do want to make sure that your players want to play that sort of game. Because if they don't want to play that sort of game, then that's not going to go over well. Yeah, exactly. Only maim your players if they consent. Exactly. What are you doing, buddy? You just trying to find a good spot? Are you making a web or are you exploring? Alright, you're on the move. If you need anything, you let me know. Looks like you're like dealing with some other people's web. I think the old guy moved out and you're the new guy. I'll clear that up for you. New spider's trying to figure out its nest, I think. And I don't think it loves the old web. Now the question is, do you remove the old spider web to make space for the new one? Or is he going to misinterpret it as me attacking? Because I want him to think we're friends. Alright, I'm going to leave him be. We'll talk off stream, buddy. We'll figure that out. I almost always have a spider. There's one corner of the room that I stream in right up there. It's always a spider. Sometimes it disappears, but usually it comes back. I love spiders. Spiders eat all the spooky stuff. How big? It's pretty big. It's maybe the size... Its body, it's maybe the size of like a little bigger... It's like not quite as big as a silver dollar. It's like maybe the size of a quarter. It's like half a silver dollar size or a little bit more. It's not a wolf spider. Wolf spiders don't make webs. It's much smaller than a wolf spider. Yeah, it's about the size of a dinner plate. If you're just having like a really small dinner. What color is it? It's all the colors of the rainbow. I have zero interest in telling you guys about my spider because whenever I do, you're like, oh, it's a black widow, it's a brown recluse. It's like, no, it's not. Fucking idiot. It's a chill little dude. Brown recluse don't live in people's homes or in people's offices. They live in leaf litter. Wolf spiders get bored inside. Ain't nothing inside to interest them. They don't have any leaf litter. They need the leaf litter. All the poisonous spiders that you're scared of, they love the leaf litter. This is a wall spider. It loves the wall. If it comes close, I'll tell you what, if it comes close, I'll extend my hand, and if it climbs onto my hand, I'll put it on camera. But it has to want to come on camera. So I don't want to force it, you know? He's just sort of chilling now. Like, man, if I wasn't streaming right now, I would remove the old spiderweb right now. Because he's not on it at all, and it would be fine. But, whatever. I could put a lot of things in the Discord. It's a Pink Floyd spider, maybe. Hey, Cinder, how does one get their name added to the Wheel of Faith? The submission form is in the video description if you're on YouTube. But at this point, you might want to wait till tomorrow. Because we're going to be ending soon, and there's 100 people on the list. But I will be back tomorrow. And tomorrow we're going to be reviewing your dungeons. And then we'll be on Wednesday, we're going to do a call-in show where we're going to do D&D Hotline, where you can call in with any of your D&D questions. You can also type them up if you don't want to ask them in chat, or if you don't want to call. You can also write them in. I might even make a form so you can write questions anonymously. Maybe. But that's going to be Wednesday. And then Thursday, we're having another homebrew review day. And Thursday, the homebrew review day is spells that do not deal damage. And then on Friday, we have member review day. So if you are somebody that subscribes on Twitch, member on YouTube, patron on Patreon, that's going to be the day for you. How many dungeons do we have so far? I'm not sure, Data. The last time I checked, there were 9 submissions. So about a tenth of the amount we have today, which is fine. Whenever we do themed days, we get way less submissions, but that's good because it's an incentive to participate, and it allows the people that do participate in those days to have a higher chance of their thing being seen. If I get a spell that does damage, we're just going to skip it. I think it's doable, especially because there's a limit. You can't make the dungeon infinite. It has to fit mostly into one page. It can go over one page a little bit, but it has to basically fit in one page. And it's a 5-room dungeon, so you got to sort of stick to the 5-room dungeon structure. The reason why I'm doing that, because a 5-room dungeon is a really nice idea for building a dungeon. It's a good skeleton. It also is a good skeleton for dungeons that can be plug and played into other settings and campaigns. So anybody that comes to that stream is going to get a shit ton of free dungeons they can use. It can have art and stuff. Any art I would put on a separate page. Like if you have a map. But it can be whatever it can be formatted however you want. If you get a spell that does damage, will you curse us? No. I don't curse anybody. I would never curse you. I might curse at you. I don't think I'd curse you. Boo! Apple and Eve. As opposed to Adam and Eve. We have Apple and Eve. Third Artificer. If this is, I'm going to tell you right now, Apple. If this is really long, I'm not going to read it. I love you, but I don't have my brain is not ready for a giant Artificer. Oh, it's not. Lovely. It is ordinary length Artificer. Let's fucking go. Every time I see an Artificer, I feel like I have to give that warning. It's like, if this is 13 pages of Artificer, I don't want to read it. There is a link on the Twitch. There is a link in the Googs. I mean, the YouTubes. You like the idea that Adam was the side character in the story? Yeah, it's kind of fun. What's up, Drew? How's it going, buddy? Bad timing? Bad timing for what? For sending in Homebrew? I don't know. Let's see. Contraptionists take tinkering to a new level. You will always catch them building or enhancing something, putting spells in boxes, and all sorts of wacky things. Okay, I am going to tell you right now, Apple. This Artificer better fucking do stuff other than putting spells in boxes and building little contraptions. It needs to have a core thing. Every fucking Artificer and its grandma tries to do this. Artificers already do that. Like, I'm not going to yell at you about something that your piece might not be doing, but I will say that you have basically hit almost every red flag I see when I see an Artificer, which is, what does your Artificer do? In D&D 5e, Artificers don't put spells in items. They don't have a million ways to make new infusions or magic items or cast spell. They have a contraption, or maybe a series of contraptions that they build, and those contraptions expand with them. So, yeah, they're only human. No, that's a good point. That's a good point. They are only human, which is why I'm just saying I'm going in eyes open. Okay, we're watching. But I do need to catch myself a little bit. Asked about getting your thoughts going on planning a one-shot. Oh, I don't know what you... Re-ask your question. I missed it. Yeah, Gio. If you guys watch me long enough, you can start to guess when I'm going to start having little, like, little vein moments in my head, you know? Oh, did you ask what books we need to get started? Oh, I'm sorry. Drew, did you ask what books you need to get started? Player's Handbook is really all you need. Monster's Manual is okay. Tasha's Cauldron of Everything and Xanathar's Guide of Everything are the best player options for subclasses. Mordekainen's Tone of Foes or Mordekainen's Monsters of the Multiverse are the best for monsters and races. Let's see what we got. You get proficiency in Tinkerer's Tools. Cool, cool, cool. Then we get some spells. Entangle, Catapult, Shadowblade, Vortex Warp, Counterspell, Melf's Minute Meteors, Arcane Eye, Hallucinatory Terrain, Banishing Smite, and Teleportation Circle. Okay, this is sort of off to a rocky start. What the fuck are these spells? What is the fiction you're trying to sell with these spells? Why are these the spells we're getting? I feel like they're just... There's not a specific... How are these tied together? What's the plan? What's the logic here? I don't understand. Some of them make me feel like, oh, maybe each one is supposed to sort of be the representation of a little contraption. But then you have ones like Counterspell or Hallucinatory Terrain or Banishing Smite. How is Banishing Smite a contraption? How is Counterspell a contraption? How is Catapult a contraption? How is Entangle a contraption? How are any of them contraptions? I don't know. They are a little OP. I don't know if that's the biggest deal in the world or not, but it is worth thinking about. But it does feel kind of like, here's just a bunch of random ideas of things that somebody could interpret as a contraption. But if the idea is that these are all things that could be contraptions, I would say that is not enough of a flavor, because I think you could make that argument for almost any spell in D&D, realistically. Arcane Eye, I think, is maybe the only one that feels like it makes sense. At third level, looks like we get 2 features. Other than that, you learn to enhance your magical tinkering, becoming a full-on contraptionist. At different levels, you'll be given a choice between 3 options to augment the ways you tinker and contrap. Is contrap a verb? You could say entangle is just a little net, but I'm saying that's the whole point, Doodle, is every single one of these you could do that with, but you could do that with literally any spell in D&D. So you need to be very specific in the spells you pick if you're doing something as broad as this could be interpreted as a contraption. I would argue literally every Artificer spell in the game could be reflavored as a contraption. Do you know what I mean? They have 2 options per level, not 3. You don't need 3 options per level. Oh, you mean because they mentioned 3 here. That's a good point. Yep, I didn't even think about that. That's a good point. At third level, we get Glove of the Magi. You create gloves that aid you in battle. Decide your infused magic below. You either get Shocking Strike or Gloves of Attraction. Your gloves infuse your weapon with electricity. When you land an attack with the weapon, add 1d8 lightning damage. Every attack? This needs to be once per turn. Or once per round. You gain a bonus to your weapon attack rolls equal to half your intelligence modifier. Both of these are too strong. Getting a flat bonus to your weapon attacks, all of your weapon attacks equal to half your intelligence modifier is fucking powerful. That is really strong because of the way that bounded accuracy works in D&D. So being able to just add flat modifiers consistently to your attack roll is crazy strong. And if you want to do extra damage, it's got to be once a round. Yeah, I also agree. This isn't really super evocative. So is literally each level just going to be a random item you can make? I don't like that. I don't think that works. I don't like that. I don't think that works. From a flavor perspective. You know what it is? It's the same issue that we faced with the Bard that was doing all the different songs, but each song was just kind of a random feature. This is sort of the issue. So we're just getting alternative, more powerful magical infusions here. We're not really getting a subclass that is about building contraptions. We're just getting more infusions and magic items. If you could use your intelligence modifier, then just play a fucking battlesmith. That's what battlesmiths get. At 5th level, you can either get extra attack or arcane explosion. If you pick extra attack, you can attack twice and you can replace one with a cantrip. Don't do that. That's too strong. You can just give them extra attack. In fact, I would not give them arcane explosion here. I would just give them regular extra attack. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack using the same action, you can force the arcane energy from your rings to erupt on the target. You can expend a spell slot, so you get smite. So you either get extra attack or smite. What is the fiction we're trying to sell here? At 9th level, you get two other random things that don't really build into something. They're only human. Okay, you pick a damage type, and then you get either a bomb, where you can replace the weapon attack with hurling a bomb, or elemental whirlwind. You can use your action to make a big 5-foot radius, 40-foot high cylinder. That's a really skinny, tall cylinder. Centered on the box. And it does some elemental damage. And then at 15th level, I'm going to give some feedback overall at the end because this is genuinely not worth explaining every single feature. We get armor. You can use Flash of Genius to add to your AC, or you get propulsion. When a creature hits you with an attack. Oh, something's going to happen. What was that? Indecisive Aaron, thank you for the 300 bits. Yeah, so like, I'm going to say, I don't think we need to finish reading this. This feels like you threw together a bunch of different magic items. Like, all of these feel like this could be a magic item. This could be a magic item. This could be... This is the first thing that feels maybe like a class feature. This also feels like it could be a magic item. This feels like it could be a magic item. This feels like it could be a magic item. This feels like... I mean, this could be. This is extra attack. But all of this is like... All of these are just like overpowered infusions. Yeah, it doesn't feel like a subclass right now. None of the contraptions really fit together. Most Artificer subclasses get one main contraption, and that contraption grows. Yes, I agree. Like, you could just make these infusions. Yeah, I agree. You could just literally just make these into infusions. You'd have to tone them down a little bit, but I agree 100%. I feel like 90% of the feedback that Cinder has to give on most homebrew is make your mechanics fit your theme. That does come up a lot. Arcane armor is already part of a different subclass. I mean, it doesn't work exactly the way that this is written, but yes, there is a whole subclass devoted to armor, so we probably shouldn't do armor. I agree. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think the idea is sort of nothing right now. I'm not saying that the mechanics are nothing. Like, you've clearly built this thing, and I see that you put some energy into it, but the idea is you're an artificer, and you make more stuff. And your subclass just gives you more stuff that you made. You need to focus it in a little bit more. You know what I mean? Like, look at any of the Artificer subclasses that exist. All of them take mechanics and they build on each other. The 5th level is just 2 mechanics from 2 different classes. Kinda. I mean, there's definitely a lot of stuff here that feels similar to stuff I've seen before, but I don't even think I don't think that's what matters here. I think the most important piece of feedback that this person needs is if you want to build a subclass, the subclass is more than just what cool things you get. Every subclass is part of telling your character's story. So, if you want to make an artificer that is really good at contraptions, build a subclass that gives them features that makes them really good at contraptions, as opposed to building a subclass that just gives them 5 random disconnected contraptions. Let me give you an example. Can I give you a tiny example? At 3rd level, for example, if you want to build a contraption artificer, why don't you look at the core artificer? The core artificer gets this feature at 1st level called magical tinkering. And you can make an object and it's kind of shitty and it's basically prestidigitation, but not much more. Why not, instead of giving you weird random contraptions, why not make it so that when you use magical tinkering, you can do something special with it? I don't know. Maybe it can get some extra stuff, you know? But, like, you don't want to just build a character to... You want to build a character that can do the fiction that you are promoting it as doing, as opposed to just giving it random stuff. My feedback's, what's the fantasy here? You get armor, you get damage. What's the focus? Why is this special? What's cool about this? You have an AoE attack. So, there is definitely some power balancing that needs to happen here, but that's not the real issue. The much more real issue is you don't want to build a artificer by just giving it a couple cool magic items because it is a cool magic item builder. You want to make it be able to build cool stuff. And artificers can already do a lot of that on their own, which is why most artificer subclasses give you a very specialized thing you can do, because the idea of building a bunch of random magic items and building wacky contraptions to help you in battle, that's just every fucking artificer. That is what artificers are designed to do. That is the nature of them. So you don't need to drill into that. Or if you are going to drill into that, you got to do that in a much more precise way that feels like it's building branches on the tree, as opposed to just planting a bunch of random little shrubs that all kind of work the same as the shrubs that the artificer can already make. You could focus in on a specific type of crafting. That's one way to do it. But even then, you still need a somewhat consistent and focused design direction in terms of, like, literally what tools are you giving your artificer to feel like the fiction that you're trying to represent. And beyond, okay, they're doing jewelry, like, there's got to be more to it than that. You know, there's got to be a style of play. There's got to be a thing that they are very good at making that only they can make. You should have a one-shot to run, talk me through your thought process of writing it. Kind of new here, got lucky on catching your stream night. Sorry if I'm derailing. I don't understand what your question is. Try to rewrite it in a way that I can understand it. You have a one-shot to run, talk me through your thought process of writing. I don't know what that means. Indecisive Aaron, thank you for gifting a sub. That was very kind of you. So, yeah, that's my feedback. I think my main feedback for this is you kind of got to focus the idea a little bit more. Very, very similar to the feedback I had for the whatchamahoosit, the bard, not the bard. Yeah, the song bard, where you weren't really selling the fiction of a song bard. You were just being like, if a song bard existed, these are some of the songs it might get. And we need a little bit more than that. All right, let us give Apple and Eve a round of applause. They're saying you should run them a one-shot to show them the flaws. I still don't understand. Are they saying I should run a one-shot for them, or I should run a one-shot on... I don't know. I don't like running... We've had a whole fucking conversation about this. No, I'm not running a goddamn one-shot. I don't like running one-shots. I find them to be tedious and boring. A one-shot is what you run if you don't have time to run a longer thing and or you just want to fuck around and have fun with your friends. I love running a good one-shot if I'm just hanging out in my house with my friends. A one-shot on stream is so not fun to participate in or watch. They're a little fun to participate in just because you can try weird stuff and fuck around. But as an audience member, I find them to be completely unwatchable. I think they wanted to know what your thought process was when making a one-shot. My thought process when making a one-shot is, how can I make the group of people that I'm running a one-shot for have as much fun the whole time as possible? And how can I make a story that is not going to take too long to tell? Most of my one-shots are very straightforward and very wacky. But I'll be honest, I don't like running one-shots. I think they mean to demo to see the flaws in the build. Yeah, no, there's no way in hell I'm doing that. I wouldn't run a one-shot that I planned. I definitely am not running a one-shot that someone else planned. Unless that person was really comfortable with me completely making fun of it while I was running it. Which, inevitably, they'd be like, I would be okay with it. But then, actually, you wouldn't be okay with it. Because, inevitably, when it started, you would be pretty upset, I imagine. Most people don't actually want me to make fun of things. I don't think that's what they meant either. All right, well, it seems like nobody understood. Anyway, long story short, no. I'm not interested in running a one-shot in any way. Unless it's with my friends when we're playing in person. I love doing one-shots with my buddy. Yeah, man, one-shots with your buddy is the best way to do it. I would be okay running and Judgment if it was my 5th draft. But even then, yeah, I just don't think it would be fun. What class do you get the least amount of homebrew subclasses for? Oh, man, maybe Wizard? We don't get a lot of Wizards. We don't get a lot of Clerics. Actually, we get more Clerics. I don't know. Chat, what subclass do we not get a lot of? I feel like Wizards and Clerics, probably. That doesn't mean they're my favorite subclasses to read. But I do think they're the ones that I get the least. They're weird. Wizards are hard to make subclasses for because they shouldn't get that much power in their subclass. And it's hard to figure out what features to give them because they just get so many things they can do with spells too. So you really have to have like a pretty open-ended, I don't know. You have to go, it's hard. They're hard. There's way less like structure on which to build as opposed to like a barbarian or even like a bard or even like a cleric for that matter. Like there's things that happen at every class, at every level. Wizards don't have any rules. I mean, there's vibes, but there's no rules to a wizard subclass really. Can you give me advice on how to possibly get my little brother to give D&D a chance? He doesn't really care for nerd culture. Am I fighting a losing battle? I don't think you're fighting a losing battle. If I was trying to get my brother to play D&D, I would go about it in 2 ways. 1, I would make it as easy for him to participate as possible. I would make a handful of character sheets, and I would be like, hey man, let me tell you about these characters. I wouldn't even be like, let's get into the meat of it. I would be like, do you want to be like a big guy that gets angry? Do you want to be like a little scrawny guy that's super quick and good at hiding? Do you want to be a crazy evil magic guy? You know, I would say things like that. And then I would give them the class. And then I would also basically explain the rules only when I needed to. And guide them through, like I would be as helpful hand as possible. And then the other thing that I would do, which I think is the more important thing, is I would say, hey, brother, I really love D&D. It's a special game, and I would like to spend more time with you. And I think you might have fun playing this game. And it would mean quite a lot to me if you would try playing it with me. I think that would be the more important thing to do. Is just have like a conversation where you're like, hey man, this means a lot to me and I miss you and I want to play games with you. So can we try this? If you don't like it, we don't have to do it. But if you do like it, we can do it more. Something like that. You saw my short that I was streaming. You love my work. I love your work. I hope that answers your question. All right, let's do at least one more. I'm gonna regret this. I know it. It's gonna be so long. All right, maybe it's not. Nikolai. Oh shoot, who's coming in here? What's up, Paladin Archive? How's it going? Welcome to the show. Have you been archiving much Paladins lately? What's the Paladin you've archived most recently? I wanted to go for a Blood Hunter sort of Barbarian. Okay. I feel like the first three... I like the first three abilities a lot, but I'm struggling with the last one at 14. All right, cool. Let's take a look. I don't like Blood Hunters. I don't like Blood Hunters. I think they're kind of weird. I think they feel like a ranger subclass that already exists called the Monster Slayer. Okay, let's take a look. Here we go. There it is in the YouTube and the Twitch. I mean, honestly, it can't be that... It doesn't have that much writing in it, so it can't be that much like a Blood Hunter. Part of the problem with the Blood Hunter is they're fucking all over the place. They're convoluted. Do you know why it was one of Matt Mercer's missteps? I know why. Because it didn't come from a place... Do you guys not know this? The Blood Hunter originally was created because Vin Diesel was gonna play in a fucking D&D game, and they made a class for it. Paladin, why did you raid me twice? If you raid me again, I'm gonna block you and never talk to you again. You don't need to raid me more than once. I appreciate it. But, yeah, the original Blood Hunter was definitely not something that was designed for long-term use. It was designed for a one-shot with Vin Diesel, based on a fantasy D&D character that he really wanted to play. And then it was sort of grown and turned into a thing. But I think it's at its heart, it wasn't a new class. At its heart, it was a person who was like, actually, can I be my character from 3rd edition that doesn't work in 5th edition? And Matthew Mercer had to say yes, because it was Vin Diesel. It wasn't promotion initially, but it came from a promotion thing. Yeah, it was promoting a movie. Yeah, it was. But you have to understand, the movie was kind of based on his D&D character. Like, the witch hunter that Vin Diesel played in that movie and the class that he played in that one-shot, which, by the way, if you ever want to see a fucking awkward game run by Matt Mercer, watch that one-shot. If any of you feel like Matt Mercer can do no wrong, and that everything is perfect, or ever you want proof that the main reason why Critical Role is so successful has everything to do with the players as much as Matt Mercer, watch the one shot that he ran for fucking Vin Diesel, because it is so awkward. But they didn't know what they were doing. The thing is, Critical Role learned a lot from that one shot. They basically never did a thing like that again up until Matt Mercer played D&D with Stephen Colbert, because of how fucking cringe it was. Because No, I'm not saying Vin Diesel was a bad player, but I'm saying they had to treat the whole thing really wonky. Like, they didn't have that much time. They were basically pressured to give Vin Diesel more space than everyone else. Like, it wasn't really running a D&D game. It was running the Vin Diesel game show. They had almost no time. Apparently, he was late and, like, rushed out. Like, it just wasn't good. I'm sure Vin Diesel is a great D&D player when he's playing in his home game for fun. But as a publicity stunt, it didn't, I don't think it landed. But you know what? We spend a lot of time on this stream talking about Homebrew and how when you misstep, all that is an opportunity for growth. They learned a lot from that one shot. Because ever since that one shot, they have been pretty on point with their mini arcs and their one-shots. All right, now let's take a look at this thing. Path of the Blood Curse, Barbarian. At 3rd level, you learn to sacrifice your own vitality to defeat enemies more effectively. While raging, you can deal extra damage that is less than or equal to twice your Barbarian level once per turn. This extra damage affects both you and the target of the attack, and the extra damage is the same type as your weapon. This is a little lackluster. This is both less damage than the... This is less damage than the Zealot Barbarian at 3rd level, and way more damage at higher levels. And so and all it is extra damage, and you take damage. There's very little flavor here. So I don't really know what this is supposed to feel like. It's kind of just a weak Zealot. Yeah, I agree. And the Barbarian would take half the extra damage because they're raging. So they would take half of the damage. Or they would take half of the... I don't really know. So we're again looking at a piece where there's like, what is the flavor being sold here? I don't know if we need this. This is, like, the only difference between this and the Zealot Barbarian is that the Zealot Barbarian's damage scales in a way that is less broken, and the Zealot Barbarian doesn't hurt themselves when they do damage, but you genuinely don't need this. This is just the Zealot Barbarian, but not scaled as properly. So, it's one of those things where you gotta ask yourself a question when you're writing Homebrew, which is, what's the point? And if the point of this is you want to play a Blood Hunter Barbarian, then this feature needs to... At 3rd level, we need to get more than this feature, because this feature does not sell us as a Blood Hunter Barbarian. This feature just sells us as kind of like extra damage and taking damage, and that's it. That's nothing. That's just... There are magic items that do that. And it doesn't scale well. Yep, dealing 40 extra damage per hit at level 20 would be completely broken. I agree. Your feature needs to be good at 3rd level and also good at 20th level. So, yeah, Peter, I agree. The 3rd level feature is the most important feature for Barbarians. Their rage, what happens when they rage is basically their whole subclass. There's little things that matter here and there, but that is it. So this is not really anything to build a whole sub. This is just like, there's magic items that do this, you know? Just give them Grovel Thrash. It's a magic hammer that deals psychic damage to enemies and also damage to the wielder. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the loop either. The HP to damage. But even if the loop was good, even if the numbers were more balanced, this is still very flavorless. This isn't anything. So we need more. We need more at 3rd level, and we need different stacking system. And honestly, at this point, this feels like you could just play a Zealot Barbarian and you just have more fun, and your Dungeon Master would have a better time. Let's take a look at Rancid Blood. At 6th level, you've become familiar with your Rancid Blood, and its deadly nature has made you resistant to its effects. You gain resistance to necrotic damage. Additionally, the extra damage dealt by your blood for the blood is necrotic damage. This is very underpowered. This is very underpowered. We're getting resistance to one damage type that's pretty rare, at least depending on the game you're playing. And you can flavor your extra damage as necrotic. That's also what you can do as a Zealot Barbarian. What does less than or equal to? No fucking idea. Just say equal to. That's an Azamar racial feat. It's barely a class feature. Yeah, it's like it's not really anything. So the first, we're not really getting much by 6th level, and we need to basically feel like our whole subclass by 6th level. And by 6th level for this subclass, we feel like a weird, lesser version of a Zealot Barbarian. At 10th level, we get Sacrificial Might. At 10th level, you learn to extend your curse to others to help or hinder others on the battlefield. Don't say others twice in the same sentence. As a bonus action, by sacrificing hit points equal to your level, I'm going to say immediately get rid of every single health sacrifice thing. It's just not the move. It's just not the way to do it. Let's see what we do. We can sacrifice hit points to grant creatures less than or equal to our Constitution modifier. Temporary hit points equal to our Constitution modifier. Okay, so at 10th level, we can give everybody like 5 temporary hit points. Again, why? What is the flavor being sold here? I don't understand. And then, or you could sacrifice hit points to give a little damage and lose the ability to regain hit points. I don't know, man. Aside from the fact that we are being dealt damage when we use these features, I don't understand how any of this ties together. All right, let's look at 14th, and let's give some general feedback. At 14th level, you've mastered the curse that used to wound you while raging, and a creature's within 10 feet of you hits you with an attack. It takes damage equal to your rage bonus. Additionally, whenever you score a critical hit or reduce a creature to 0 hit points, you gain temporary hit points equal to your Barbarian level. This also feels like, how does this connect to anything else? So here's what I would say. If your goal, what did you say your goal was? You wanted to make a Blood Hunter sort of Barbarian. We need more than that. There needs to be more flavor than that, because none of these features really feel like they logically make sense together, and none of them are doing anything particularly evocative. Check the description. What description? There's no description. Oh, the description might be for submitting Homebrew. That's what you were asking. That's what you're answering. Frick frack. Sorry, frick a frack. But you were talking to me. No, I know, I misspoke. If I were you, I think the right thing to do is to say, what do I like about the Blood Hunter other than the HP sacrifice? What unique mechanics could I build that are not just dealing with hit points, temporary hit points, or damage? What is the fiction I'm trying to sell? And then give Homebrew, give features that do that. Because right now, this doesn't do anything like that. This is just like, everything gives me damage. I'd either take damage or gain temporary hit points. And then I get like random resistances and random damage types. And I'm not really understanding why. I don't understand why we're suddenly able to give temporary hit points or do like ranged damage attacks. You need to put ranges. I don't even like, I just don't understand what we're looking at here. If you do want to do features like this, things that you need to think about is you're choosing creatures and stuff. There needs to be ranges. Choose a number of creatures. Choose within 30 feet of you, 60 feet of you, something. Also, you say they need to make a Constitution saving throw. What are they making that Constitution saving throw against? What's the spell save DC on this con saving throw? I don't know. You gotta give us that. So if you ever make a subclass or a class or anything like that, where what it's doing is forcing a saving throw, if you are playing a class that is not a half caster, a full caster, or a monk, you need to write in mechanics for that saving throw. Or it doesn't really work. Yeah, there's also there's no utility in the subclass. I mean, not every barbarian subclass has utility, but you do want to sort of fill the space. Like, you want to feel like your barbarian has, you want to feel like your character has stuff to do outside of what you're thinking about. You want to remember that the person who's playing your subclass is going to think about your subclass probably more than you thought about it. You know? So sometimes certain features, even if they're not super exciting, can end up being very important to help sell the fiction of a thing. So let me give you an example. Let's say you're really into the monster hunting aspect of the Blood Hunter. What if at 3rd level, you had advantage on survival checks made to track... What about this? What about this? What about this? What about at 3rd level, you had advantage on survival checks to track creatures below their maximum hit points? Now, in one way, that's a very specific feature, but that's going to come up in a whole bunch of ways, and it's a sort of open-ended mechanic, because if you could figure out how to get a creature below its maximum hit points, you could track it really well. And now there's a lot of ways to do that, you know? And now you're sort of selling the fiction of you are like a hunter of things. So my main feedback for you would be to pull back from this core concept of deal damage, take damage, and ask yourself the bigger question is, what the fuck is this thing supposed to feel like? Indecisive Aaron, thank you for the 203 bits. Like, if I was going to describe a Blood Hunter, the first thing I would say would not be they deal more damage and take damage. It would be like they are monster hunters that become like the monsters they hunt. You know? What do I think of the Drunken Master subclass? I think it's excellent. I think it's one of the more fun monk subclasses. Okay, those be my thoughts. Thank you, Nikolai. Let's give them a round of applause. I like the Drunken Master quite a bit. For anybody that is sending me homebrew or wants to send me homebrew, I want you to take note of something. Of all of the homebrew I looked at tonight, I would say more than 50% of the subclasses needed the same exact feedback, which was your mechanics are not driving fiction enough. You're not selling your story in your mechanics. And you need to try to sell your story in your mechanics. No, I don't only do subclasses. I look at whatever. I look at absolutely anything. I have certain nights where there are certain prompts. Tonight is an open forum piece. But if you ever send in something on a prompt night that doesn't follow the prompt, I just skip it. Make sure, guys, make sure that your fiction is coming through in your mechanics. That's like so important. That's less important for magic items and monsters than it is for subclasses. For subclasses, it's like the most important. For monsters, it's pretty important. For magic items, it's basically unimportant. The only thing a magic item needs to be cool is a cool mechanic. You don't need it to sell any story to there. But sort of the same with spells, too, actually. But monsters, subclasses, they need to help uplift the fiction that you're trying to present. Which is why, if you have an idea that's like an idea that a lot of people have done before, you need to kind of focus your fiction a little bit. Otherwise, it's going to end up kind of bland. Peter, yeah, one thing that I always... how could I make this without making homebrew is a great question to ask. Because a lot of the times you could make something without making homebrew. I feel like the most important question when writing anything is why. Yep, I agree. The way that my old professors would say it, and the way that I would say it when I was teaching creative writing, was I would say, what's the point? What's the point of this sentence? What's the point of this specific word? What's the point of this sentence length? What's the point of ending your story here? What's the point of writing in the first person? You know, everything should have a point. Intention. All right, music, what are you doing? You're getting fucking weird on me. But intention is everything. Trixie, you did not get spun. I don't think so. I do not believe you got spun, dear Trixie. But I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember. All right, hooligans. I think we're going to start wrapping up. I'm tired. We went about a half hour later than I thought we were going to. Let's give a giant round of applause to everybody that submitted Homebrew tonight, as well as everybody who had Homebrew read. You guys are all fantastic. You're lovely. You're absolutely lovely.
Clap.
Clap indeed. We will be back tomorrow for some, we're going to be reading your D&D dungeons. That's going to be pretty cool. I'm very excited to be looking at your dungeons. That's going to be very, very exciting. I love a good dungeon, you know? Who doesn't love a good dungeon? Thank you for the bits, all of you lovely people. Guys, as always... Oh, Legacy of Sword coming in with the Prime at the end. That's very kind as well. As always, guys, be good to each other. If you are upset by the feedback you got tonight, I apologize. Just remember that it's all in good faith. I'm really not judging you or your ability. I'm just judging the piece where it's at. And that's all I have to say about that.
Hey Cinder,
yes?
Did you know I have an Eldritch Dinosaur
really?
in my campaign setting as an homage to you?
Oh, you do. That's lovely. An Eldritch Dinosaur locked in your campaign setting as an homage to me. That's great. So, for the rest of the week, we have stream tomorrow. We're going to be looking at your dungeons. We have stream on Wednesday. Wednesday is a Q&A, call-in show, D&D hotline. Bring your questions about your homebrew, your worries about stuff, your trials, your tribulations, all of that good stuff. And so it's going to be a call-in show on Wednesday. And then Thursday is going to be, we're looking at spells that do not deal damage. I think that should be a lot of fun. And on Friday, we have another homebrew review day. And I think it is going to be a lovely, lovely time. We're actually going to raid a good friend of mine, Robert Hartley GM. He is doing some homebrew right now. They're building homebrew monsters. And he is a really good dungeon master. He's one of the only dungeon masters that I think runs fucking scary, intense combat. And I am going to go watch him do some homebrew. So I want you guys to come with me. So we're going to go raid him. But you guys are absolutely amazing. We'll see you tomorrow. Everybody take care of yourselves. Be good to each other. And if you're watching on YouTube, you are going to not be able to raid, but that's okay. Anyway, we're going to go see Robert now. I love you. Have a good night. Goodbye. And if you're still here on YouTube, go watch. If you're here on YouTube and you want to join, here it is in the chat description. Have a good night. I love you. Be good to each other. Be good.